hurts, man. I am so nervous, dog.
It's what happens. You're in the big league. We know you didn't think you were gonna get called. That's how the show works, and it's also you're dressed for not getting called.
Hey, I got off of work and came.
You did it.
I'm poor. I have to work.
Type shit.
So I got a book. You see me? Put it in my pocket. Help your boy out.
There you go.
Love y'all.
Catch him at Trader Jamal's. T. Austin, everybody. Theo doing his classic meet and greet. Trademark standing ovation for everyone.
Terry, thanks.
It is.
I could never do that.
Yeah, you could.
You went there for. I could not do it.
We used to do 3 minutes at the Comedy Store at the open mic.
That is, you've been practicing for a long time. It just feels like very, it feels extreme to me.
Well, yeah, it is.
Carry on?
It's the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucketful goes by the name of Brian Stupek. Brian Stupek.
Hey, everybody. So I'm a man, so I get a little discouraged about the double standard that exists online between men and women. For example, a girl can post herself at the beach wearing a bikini, gets thousands of likes, hundreds of comments from other girls saying things like, yes, queen, slay girl, pop off diva. I say one innocent comment like, wow, what a babe, and I get blasted. They say creep. They say loser. Or most often they say, wow, dude, she's only 11. You believe this, people? So I don't do many impressions. I do one. This is my impression of a Latina, but not just any Latina. This is one that is both brilliant and gorgeous. So give me a second while I get in character. I'm breaking up with you, Brian.
Hey, Brian Stupek. Welcome, Brian. Is this your first time on the show?
Sure is.
Welcome, welcome. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
Since June.
Where at?
Mostly 6th Street.
You live here in Austin.
Yeah, I work next door.
What made you want to start 6 months ago?
It's a long story, but I ran out of money in Italy, and my buddy's like, come stay with me and try stand-up comedy. So I was like, all right.
Where was that?
In Italy or...
You're in Italy, you ran out of money. Your buddy's like, come.
He lives in Kyle.
He lives in here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So where'd you live before that?
So I'm from Northern California, but I do a lot of travel. So I spent like most of the last 10, 15 years traveling. I'm a linguist. So I like travel to learn languages. I'll pick up like odd jobs.
You teach the last guy how to talk?
I mean, I can help people that, I can't help lost causes, Right. Yeah. So,
how did you run out of money in Italy exactly? What did you do over there?
So I published an Italian book, and I had this idea where I could promote it. I was going to walk the length of Italy with 100 copies of my book in a shopping cart, and I was going to push it the length of Italy, trading it every day for food and lodging.
Wow.
And when I got to Rome, I ran out of books and I ran out of money. And so I was like, I was just waiting in the airport there for 5 days till my book royalties came in, and then I flew home.
All things lead to Rome, they say, isn't it?
Right? There it is. Yeah.
It's true.
Italy itself was actually a pivot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to walk Africa before that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not a lot of book buyers out there.
No, that one was just for me. That was for fun. Yeah. I made it a third of the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was nice. It was great. So I went from Cape Town, South Africa, to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I did like all of South Africa, all of Namibia, all of Angola, and then when I got to the border of the DRC, I kept getting robbed. So I
who? Making a guess.
Yeah.
When you say kept getting robbed, how many times do you think you were robbed?
It was 3 in a week and a half.
Yeah.
So it was the first time I just got jumped by like high school age kids. Can I show you? It's
Show me like a what?
Yeah. Don't worry, you're safe.
You work with all those kids.
I was so confused how we went. Okay.
So it was like
You need me to stand up for this thing or something?
What? Brian.
You don't have to.
Let's not make the award-winning artist do anything written by you, Brian.
So no, they were kind of
Fucking people. Hey, can I use you like a mannequin there? Just leave your Grammys at the table. Just stand up for me. I'm a random fucking open micer that has 6 months of experience.
Chili's ready for it.
I was there.
Yeah, it's down to
I was
play.
like, fuck, I'm down, dog. At this point, I kind of want to see it. Fuck.
Let's go. We're clearly anything can happen.
So they were like 6'3", 120. So I'm walking behind.
I'm fucking flattered.
Yeah.
So they're walking behind, and I wasn't sure what he was trying to do. So he grabs me by the back, and he like, and I was like, what? And then he kept doing it, like he's like, you know. And so I fought them off, and that's all I was. You're good now. That was it.
Wow. Just as stupid as I thought it would be, everybody. Right, stupid. Eating a human.
Yeah.
Bad act out.
Yeah, but the second time was a little bit scary. They had AK-47s. They put one in my mouth.
Wow. No way.
Yeah.
Get hard?
And what is he?
Good question. Red down. Redeeming himself. The question everybody wanted to ask.
What's up? Did it get hard?
Did you get hard?
I stay hard, Johnny.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, there we go.
Very good.
And then the third time, it was like they were men with
No,
machetes.
you can't just breeze through that.
Yeah.
You can't bounce.
What exactly did they?
How this one happened.
Yeah. What did they get out of you? What did they rob out of you?
At that time, I was in Luanda, Angola, which is the capital of Angola, and I was doing it.
Sounds safe.
it
Go ahead.
I just had like my phone and my money on me because I was staying with the local there, so I had like my backpack with them, so that wasn't on me. And they.
You were pointing a fanny pack?
No.
Where's the money?
No, it was just in my pocket. I was just going to a TV interview. It was like 6 in the morning. And I was like,
Cash do you think you had on you?
like $90.
Okay.
Yeah, so you know, it's like a lot there, but I was.
Yeah.
It's a lot anywhere, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially there.
Yeah. So as I was walking, I was stupid. Like I just had my phone out using GPS, and I'm like,
Oh yeah. Fuck.
yeah.
I'd rob you if I saw you with anything in front of me.
And then as I'm walking, there were like two guys sitting on a stoop, and they ran in opposite directions. I was like, okay, this is interesting. And then they came back with AKs, and they speak Portuguese in Angola, so it's like fica, fica, fica, fica, which means stay in Portuguese. And so I had my phone, and I was just like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
They could have used fucking those guns that just say bang. The flag comes
well,
out.
it was frustrating because it was like a 5'2" inch. It was like Kevin Hart was robbing me, you know. It was like it was really emasculating. And then one of the guys, when he was emptying my pockets, I did have my sunscreen on me.
Oh,
Yeah.
the one thing they allowed you to keep.
No, they took that.
They took that too.
I was like, you don't need this.
Right.
You know? But what happened was the guy dropped it, and that panicked the other guy with the gun, and he like hit me in like 30 seconds. I was like, I'm not even getting it.
And then the third time.
So I was at the border of the DRC, and I was walking, and guys walked by me, and it was a fisherman group. So it's like one guy's carrying fish, another 3 are carrying machetes, and so they like.
Oh, the old fish machete trick.
So that sounds bad, but it's not terribly uncommon in that part of the world. You see people walking with machetes. Like I've walked hundreds of miles with people with machetes. So, but these people that was made it sketchy was they turned around and they started following me, and I was like, all right, maybe I got something. I didn't. So I picked up my speed. They picked up their speed. I started jogging. They started jogging. Took off into the jungle, and then they chased me into the jungle. But there's like the brush was about this high, so I found a spot to hide, and they're like looking for me for like 45 minutes. I'm like hiding on top of my bag, and then they eventually left, but I waited another few hours because they could have just been waiting on the road, you know. And I'm like hearing things rustle in the bushes this whole time. And the previous week or so, I'd seen half a dozen black mambas or so across the road. So I'm just like, maybe it's time to come home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell the world.
Can we still sing Diddy?
Huh? What? Who sings that?
Diddy?
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I just like the song.
It was a medium joke book, my friend. There goes Brian.
Appreciate you guys.
Everybody. We're flying through it here tonight. Yeah. You guys still having fun out there? You get it? Make some noise for your next fucking bull, ladies and gentlemen. It's Luke Robinson, everybody. Luke Robinson.
Elon Musk is making Neuralink so people can talk to their pets. Aww, now they can tell us just how much they love us. I don't know, but I've thought about it
Fucking a lot. Imagine dog dads having the neuter talk. After a painful conversation about cutting their balls off, they'd be like, please, Poppy, I promise to keep my pecker in my pants. Dudes would be so traumatized, they'd never neuter dogs ever again. And the straight population would go way out of control. And if dogs can talk, they can understand TV. Imagine coming home to find your dog watching AOC on C-SPAN. Poppy, she's so smart. Next day, dog's on the doorstep of a shelter with a note. Good dog, but he's a fucking Democrat. Thank you, I'm Luke Robinson. They call me your big dog. Thank you. Luke Robinson. Amazing. Very, very compelling. It's very...
Good job, man.
Luke, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy? Fifth time, talking to that microphone. Fifth time, obviously, on stage. And how did the other 4 times go? First one was in Memphis. No, I'm sorry. First one was in Little Rock. Memphis was second. Third was LOL in San Antonio. Okay. And that's when I got my first positive feedback from the audience that my writing is really solid. I do a lot of dog jokes. I'm a big dog guy. Yeah. And specialize in dog material. I noticed that. I do. I've lost 3 dogs to cancer. I've walked 4,200. Wow. I mean, starting with how many dogs you've lost to cancer is something else. That is incredible. Yeah. What?
You lost 3 dogs to cancer?
Not all at the same time. What is going on?
But still, dude, quit doing that.
Are you giving them cigarettes? I should cut back on the goals, right? Yeah.
Well, what are you doing, man?
Well, my first one was bone cancer. That was in Boston.
Look, I know, yes, bone cancer happens in Boston, but what I'm saying is, dude, give it up and do something else.
Yeah. How much I'm not get a dog. Absolutely. Unfortunately, I'm a shit beard, so. Oh. You started with how many dogs have died under your tutelage. How many have survived? Do you have any living dogs? I have one. He's 3-legged though, so. Oh my God! What is happening? How did your dog lose its leg? Well, that was abuse. Before me, not me. Oh. I got him. The people before him left him outside, tied to a tree, and lacerated his leg. They amputated him. Before I got him, I fostered him, and he was like, Poppy, I'll be the best son to you. Please adopt me. I signed the papers after that. He's been the most ungrateful Great Pyrenees I've ever had. He's grateful. Ungrateful. Ungrateful Great Pyrenees. Check in with Jelly Roll.
This is really close to sound like a Jelly Roll song.
No, my exit kind of is. Actually, my first dog kind of is I moved to Boston. My first dog got cancer. My girlfriend left me, and she took the truck. So I totally became a country song. Wow. Cliche. But I ended up walking, after losing 3 dogs, I've walked a total of 4,250 miles. Started a foundation. We try to understand why dogs get cancer like people. So I try to turn the loss. Did you walk across America or Africa? America 3 different times. Boston to Boston was my first one. Wow. Then the West Coast from Canada to Mexico was my second one. My last one, my third one, was the entire length of the Hudson River. Because I lost Hudson was the third one I lost to cancer. Wow. Yeah.
And round of applause for doing that, man. That's
yeah. Red Band takes a pedicab to his condo 4 blocks away. I'm a cat guy. But he's also going to lose a leg soon, so. You join me on my next walk. You join me, but I have to lose another dog.
Hell yeah. What was your favorite walk, to be honest? That's just interesting. Somebody that walked in that many places.
Austin to Boston was the best one. That was 2,300 miles with over 2 years with my 2 dogs.
Why was it the best though?
That's kind of hard. The West Coast was just weird altogether. And they say they're animal friendly, but when you look like a homeless guy walking with a dog, they don't treat you like that, like you're part of theirs. So it was just a different experience. I find the people from Austin to Boston, I've walked across 16 states, including DC, and the people were just incredible. Just like nothing you see on TV. Nothing can speak to that experience. It's just like selling all your stuff, putting everything in storage, and just walking with your dogs cross country. It was
so much grace and glory in that experience.
How do you make money?
I look at me, I'm 55, I'm up here on the stage trying out for a cottage. I've been doing this since I lost my first dog 20 years ago, so...
You've been doing what?
Not living in the nonprofit world, trying to solve canine cancer, companion animal cancer.
Right.
So...
Do you think that solving canine cancer is more important than solving human cancer?
Well, what science has taught us, this is the interesting thing, is that, especially with dog cancer, it's pretty much the same thing. Like 90% of all cancers dogs get, that people get. Look, they look the same, they act the same. It's kind of one of the things that science has taught us.
Right. Two people say a lot of it's
Please
from
at the bottom give
Chobani
a
yogurt. You seen all of that?
biography of Rabbi
Yeah.
Michael Rothschild.
Do dogs get more breast cancer than normal animals because of all the nipples and stuff? Yes, they do. Great question.
Do they?
Yeah, they do get mammary cancer.
Have you ever been fat?
I haven't been what?
Have you ever been fat?
Fat?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I used to be a
Known
sugar
on
guy,
the
totally.
internet
Yeah, like
as
have
hashtag
you
follow
lost a lot of
Rabbi
weight?
A lot, yeah.
Tama,
How much?
and their discussions on futurism
I know you have.
and
You look
science
fantastic, by the way,
and
Jim.
I can tell. I know
Kabbalah
my kind when I
and all
see
the
them.
other aspects
You look like you get
that are really
engaged
great about
lamp
this
shades
stream.
under there.
I know that feeling. I look like you.
Shit happening right here too, and it's bad.
That's very, very funny, very true observation by Jelly Roll. I'm now looking at it. Your belt is made of belt loops. There are belt
It's
loops
around the
everywhere.
titties. The titties is where you're supposed to look. You can see them.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You
Including
got
how
it.
they are Kabbalists,
I'm struggling
and
with the same thing.
Oh yeah.
including how they are Kabbalists and potentially have archived
So
more
let me
data
ask you
than any
this, what's
person
your
in
love
global
life like?
history,
You're out there walking
have
dogs,
a real-life timeline and time capsule of human achievement, a real-life
Yeah.
Yeah, no, when you're on the road, you're
Truman
walking,
Show
man, you smell
and
like
Big Brother for
basically this
humanity,
dog ass all the
comma,
time. Look like
have a
homeless
community
guys. So
with
there's,
thousands of people
So
who
it's
interact
been a while since I've had, it's been a dry spell, so it's been
daily,
a long time.
comma,
So,
and how Rabbi provides a platform to be able to discuss world peace of the betterment of the world.
Do you have what is your nonprofit called?
It's Puppy Up. So, like some people down in Texas say cowboy up or man up. We puppy up. So that was my battle cry from our first walk because I knew it was going to be long and hard. So we puppy up, y'all.
Absolutely adorable.
We all have to puppy up in life.
Definitely. Here you go, my friend. There's a medium-sized fish. Oh, wow, you got a little dog in ya. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Luke Robinson. There he goes. There he goes. Very dog cancer heavy 8 minutes that was. You guys still hanging in there? Let's for your next fucking pull, Matt Campbell, everybody. Matt Campbell. Here we go.
Hello. Has anyone got crap nicknames? Show of hands if they have a crap nickname. No? Just me? Fuck you guys. Alright. No, I just wanted to say, because, like, you know, when you get a crap nickname like Booger Face or like Numpty or something horrible like that, Jelly maybe you could attest, I don't know. But it always comes from the ones you love. You know what I mean? It's never from people you hate. Like my granddad, when I was a fat kid, called me Buster Bacon. Not as bad as my little brother, he called him Adolf. And his justification for that is whenever he screamed, he got exactly what he wanted. I mean, he could have called him Donald, it would have worked the same. It's alright though, my dad sealed the name deal with my brother, because my brother came out of the closet, and his name's Benedict. That's already, I'm British, my brother's name's Benedict, I'm already at a good start. And my brother on the couch just yells, "Dad, the door is ringing," and my dad just goes, "Yeah, Benedict."
Alright, over his time, Matt Campbell. Welcome, Matt. You want to finish that, or were you done there?
Well, I was just gonna say my brother's name was Bendy Dick after that. That was,
Okay. Well, are you English?
Yeah.
Okay. How long you been in America?
I've been in America about 9 years now.
All right.
Yes.
Where at?
I lived in Colorado Springs for like 8 years, and then I moved here like 7 months ago. So like almost 9 years I've been in America. Put it in that right, yeah.
What school did you go to? Hogwarts.
I do look like a bit of like I'm wearing like a Weasley sweater right now. Snug. Fuck.
What do you do for work?
I wait tables now.
Okay.
I used to be a valet at the W Hotel, but now I wait tables.
Okay, where you waiting tables at?
Cousin Louis, shout out Cousin Louis, up in Dripping Springs. Great place to work.
That's where you live, Dripping Springs?
Yeah, no. I don't live there. I live just 10 minutes outside of town. Just a bit of a drive.
To drive a long time?
It's worth it. The money's pretty good.
And are you Welsh, lad?
No, not a drop.
Not a drop. And
No.
what does it mean to be Welsh?
What it means to be Welsh is you shag sheep for fun. I'll stand by that. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just being curious about them.
Talk to me about the nickname. What was it again?
Buster Bacon.
Here goes Buster Bacon.
Yeah.
They were going to call me Fatback at first. And then because I like jelly donuts, and my mama didn't know the difference between a jelly donut and a goddamn jelly roll, then she called me Jelly Roll.
That was it. 'Cause I ate bacon sandwiches.
That's
I
a
ate
true
the same thing.
That's a true story. Did a lot of people have nicknames where you're from?
Mostly like rude names like knobhead, wanker. There's a couple other ones.
But like we did that too. But we would make that would be their name. Like we had one guy named Shit Stain. I'm not making this up, but we all called him Shit. His whole life, I never knew his real name to this day. Shout out Shit, I love you, baby. I ain't seen you in a while. I miss you, dog.
Shout out Shit.
Doodle around. I had a new bug, a tingling.
You're tingling.
There was a tingling. This is all true nicknames. You came to my neighborhood with nicknames too, right?
Well, yeah, but I actually, a little fun fact, since you brought it up, is we once did in Nashville, Tennessee, a roast of Jelly Roll. And you're a smart guy because you did your roast when you were still humongous. And you gave us a lot to work with. And I just so happened to search my phone for Jelly Roll roast, and I found an entire file of jokes that I did on Jelly Roll. I said Jelly Roll is Lizzo for rednecks. I called him Leonard Skidmark. Hold on. Limp Biscuit and Gravy. This is a long file. I did a lot of jokes that night. There's a lot there. Jelly Roll is your favorite musician if your favorite meal is corn dog. There's a lot here. I don't even know where to begin.
You already started.
Yeah. This is a gigantic file. I know there's a part where there's
going wild. I'm feeling Jelly Roll.
If you could see what he paid, you could see what I'm...
He's still scrolling. I thought we were free.
There's a part where I had... At the end, I remember I went on a run of banned fucking music puns, but now I've lost. I can't find it.
I'll give anything to hear that.
It's a live show.
You're more mature now, though, bro.
No? I was going to say Olive Garden breadstick, but he's doing well.
Sinclair.
Sinclair.
Tell us more about your gay British life.
Is it fun being British, or does it just seem like it's whatever? Does it even seem like you're doing anything?
I did recently.
It seems so docile and fucking confused and librarian.
I did get asked for my papers recently. That was a fun experience. At
Yeah.
Not my job. Just trying to wait tables.
Oh, yeah. What they think you want?
I don't know. I have no idea what they thought it was. I said, "Hello, madam. How can I help you today?"
Where are your papers?
That was the first thing before I could even get to the menu. Just trying to give us some eggplant rollatini or something.
How do you do with the ladies? How does that
I've got a girlfriend.
Okay, she's Texan?
She's in Colorado, but she's from Wyoming.
Okay. How's that going?
It's good, pretty good.
You guys talk on the phone a lot?
It is a lot on FaceTime.
You guys have phone sex?
Nah, I can't do it.
Really?
Dude, it's too weird, bro. Also, I don't know who the fuck's listening, dude. You guys are all cool with that. You have no idea who's listening. You're just like flicking your bean and just going, Did you interrupt the call? What the fuck was that? I just figured we're going to be listened to, like all of us are going to have like our porn soundtracks whenever we do something too famous. You know what I mean? Just coming out. I'd be worried.
Would you, lad? Sorry, I'm just joking.
See, my accent's not funny. It's other people doing my accent, which is funny.
Love British people, dude. I like Scottish people, actually.
I got
Irish people, and I like British people.
They haven't exactly narrowed it down, but yes, we're doing well.
What's the craziest gig you've done here in America, stand-up wise?
I did a show in Houston where they were all, it was like a drug bazaar.
Drug bazaar. Drug bazaar.
Like a market.
Bazaar. Bam, bam, bam, bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
What do you mean drug bazaar?
Like everyone was just like I went to like go to the green room, and on my way it's just like tables full of like Molly, acid, weed, mushrooms.
Where?
This is Houston. This is Houston.
Where exactly in Houston is this table?
I can find like the details on my phone later.
You don't really.
I have prayed for a green room like that my entire career. This is how I imagine the 80s were before phones existed.
It felt a little bit like that.
Dope everywhere, people having fun.
Dude, I got this thing one time, so I had to do a comedy show at, there was something at like the Golden Bridge or whatever, California. It's like the really nice bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge.
Even I know that one.
Yeah, well, I don't think, yeah, that's what it is. And so anyway, I did this thing, and it's like a weed conference, right? And my set was at like 11:15 or something at night. I get up, and there's nobody, and then there's like one dude who's dressed like a folk captain or something. This motherfucker he's lost. And somebody left somebody up front that like had left a sibling up front that was kind of mentally ill or whatever. You know, one of God's oysters or whatever. And but bro, they didn't put like a little sign on him or anything, so I fucking, this dude is like giving me a lot of grief and shit. And they got me so high before the thing, bro. It was just it was embarrassing and sad, bro. And it was just like, God, that was harrowing, bro. That was harrowing.
I mean, this sounds.
That's why we left your country, dude. So we can do shit like that.
I'll tell you what, it's why I left, that's for sure.
Matt Campbell, congratulations. This is a little joke. There he goes, Matt Campbell, everybody. I keep it moving along here. Flying right through it. On to the next one we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Anthony Martin, everybody. Anthony Martin. Here comes Anthony. Okay.
Hello. I'm in a YouTube rabbit hole right now. Anyone else? Yeah. I'm into young bros beating up pedophiles on the internet. Have you seen this? Oh my goodness. It's phenomenal. The way it works, it's like a young bro starts catfishing a pedophile, meets him out in Walmart. Just like, hey, you looking for Rebecca? I'm Rebecca. Just hits him. Bounces off the chips out. He's like, leave me alone. He's running through. He crashes through a giant soda tower that looks like the University of Texas. And I like these videos, but I start to feel guilty when you find out that these guys, they have autism or mental disabilities, or they're running for re-election. I just feel guilty. I was texting with my fiance the other day, and I was saying all the dirty stuff, like, yeah, I'm gonna take you down, move you around, all over town, all that. And I'm not good at it, but I send a text, and I immediately get a response back from my mother-in-law, said, Anthony, never text me that again, come say it to my face.
Anthony Martin, everybody. Hell yeah. Funny stuff. Anthony, where are you from?
I'm from Burbank, California.
Okay, wow. The former home of the Tonight Show, yeah. Red Band, you still live there? I used to live there. What part of Burbank?
I used to
Alameda and Victory?
No, I'm right on Glen Oaks.
Glen Oaks and...
I don't want to...
Oh, you still live there?
My family still lives there.
Oh, wow, yeah, we don't want these fans
I don't want these
tracking
guys
down your family. There's a bunch of angry pedophiles. Your son was making jokes about us getting beaten up. Fuck your son. Wait, no, we'll fuck your son.
Bring me your son.
Anthony, what do you do for a living?
I work in property management. Almost 10 years.
You're managing property in Burbank?
No, I live in Portland, Oregon right now. I got engaged. That's where her family lives.
Okay. All right.
It's nice.
It is nice.
People, it gets like a crazy rap because of all like the people like the
There's all the people that live there.
no, there's like the Renaissance fair people fighting the fucking gay addicts or whatever the shit is. You know what I'm saying? The shit that was on the internet. When you go there, dude, it's freaking cool, man.
Yeah, the food there is great. I really like the food.
Yeah, they do have good food. There's that one big fish court. You know what I'm talking
I
about?
didn't eat while I was there, but we had a great time.
I think one time, donuts is from. Yeah, Voodoo Donuts. I think it's from Portland, Oregon.
Is that true?
Yes.
Wow.
We're on wrong.
I'll be honest, I would tell you this.
Angry man.
This is the kind of shit I would tell you. This is the value I bring to tonight's show.
You know the origin story of every donut place? They call me Jelly Roll for a reason.
All origin stories
Only the ones that are legal as marijuana states.
from a small dozen in Antioch.
I love it. Anthony, where'd you meet this girl at?
Funny enough, Tinder.
Okay.
Yeah.
She was in Portland. You were in Burbank.
Well, we met in California, and then funny story. I knew I loved her from like the moment we met. Like I met her, and I was like, God, I love her so much. And it's like it's creepy. I know how it felt. And then no, fuck no. Are you insane?
Say it, it's insane.
No.
You have to not say it.
No, I met her. I knew that immediately, and then she told me she was moving to Portland, Oregon, and I was like, oh fuck. And then I was like, oh yeah, that's cool, that's fine. We wrap up the date, and I go back to my car, and I'm like punching the passenger seat. I'm like, oh damn it. We end up meeting up a few years later, and she couldn't let me go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Luckily, she did not see you beating your passenger seat aggressively right after the date. I mean,
This could be you.
yeah, maybe scared her away. So you just ran into her a few years later, or?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
COVID.
Okay.
COVID.
So you guys were like chatting again.
Yeah. She was not texting me back that often. So, ladies, if there's a guy that's texting you a lot, you're not texting back that much, fuck you.
Good point. What does she do in Portland? What does she sell on Etsy?
She's a crystal farmer? No. She does remote medical work. More complicated than I can explain. Yeah.
Will it help?
Somewhat. I don't know. I know something insurance stuff.
It's popular.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
That'll help.
You're managing properties, so that's like apartments in Portland?
Yes.
So what's some of the crazy stuff that you've had to do? What's bad stuff that you've
Well, I used to live here in Austin. I have.
For how long?
How dark of a story can I tell you, Tony?
Good, let's go.
So, there
Brought to you by
was.
Shopify Talkspace Prize Picks.
I was. Shut that up. I was working here in Austin, Texas, a few years ago, and close to the office there was a smell, a peculiar smell that no one. We were like, man, what's this smell? We got to find the source of the smell. And eventually, we found a dead body.
Wow.
Yes, it had been dead for about. That was a person. He had killed himself maybe like 3 months ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was just in the apartment? He
right in the apartment.
He prepaid his rent or whatever?
Well, the reason why we couldn't find him is because he had auto pay on.
Oh, wow.
That's probably, I don't like my job. And the idea that they got extra money from this guy who was dead kind of bugs me.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we find his body. No. I'm going to say his mom's name, but it's because it's relevant to the story. Because at a certain point, his mom showed up. No one could find his next of kin. His file was so old, it was a younger guy. His mom shows up.
Dog had cancer. Go ahead, then what happened?
But his mom shows up, and she's like, hey, I'm looking for my son. And she points to that apartment right there, the one with the smell and all that. And I was just an assistant at the time, and I go to my manager. She had a family member die recently. She couldn't speak. She left the office. I had to deliver the news.
Can you tell us how you broke it?
You want to do a reenactment with Jelly Roll?
Yeah, Jelly Roll.
Let's see. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we love this.
Sit down. I wanted to, there's no easy way to say this. He died. He's dead.
Oh, wow.
Dead.
Somebody say.
When you broke the news to her, did you leave out the part? Like, did she ask how? Did she? I mean, we had no idea.
We didn't know.
Man, fucking tell us, dude. We all came here tonight.
We didn't know at the time. He shot his face with a shotgun.
God, bro.
Well, hold on. I blame. So his neighbors didn't hear anything. That's fucking wild. His neighbors were just like, that's not my business. Like, what a fucking, that's nuts.
Did you happen to tell the mom that his body was decomposing for months before he was found?
Yeah, no, I did. I kind of walked her through the beginning of the story. We had suspicions. There was a smell in the apartment. We called the police. They found the body. Because you never want, like, one of your maintenance guys to, like, walk in there and have that on their conscience. But I was sitting on the ground holding her hand while she, by the way, Wales, I'll never be able to forget. They only gave me 1 day off of work.
Wow.
Who do you mean by they?
Well, I still have to work with them. So, well, I'm gonna...
Oh, the Lord of the land. The land Lord. Lord of all the lands.
I'm not lording over any land. I don't own any of this shit.
No, I know. I'm talking about.
There's a big rich guy, and he just tells me he's like, go into the apartments. I'm like, I don't. That's illegal. The rich people have no idea. Is this guy blind?
No.
Okay. Never mind.
That guy's blind, though.
Okay.
Why? Why are you curious
No,
about
no,
who's blind around you?
Black on the inside, black on the outside. You feel me?
You were way more cross-eyed a second ago. Maybe you just relaxed a little too much. It's fine.
He was just trying to focus on you.
Yeah.
Sitting in the closest seat.
He's trying to look at both my ears at the same time.
Wow. So you found a dead body, and that's a hell of a thing.
Yeah. So the point I wanted to get to is I'm holding the mom's hand. She's wailing. She's crying. And I ask her, I'm trying to comfort her. I'm like, what's your name? She's like, I'm gay. Her name is like Gay Lord, but just the gay part. I tried not to laugh. That's not a...
Yeah.
That's a terror. It's so dark. But to be fair, he had been dead for like a month. Like, I was over it.
Yeah.
I was over it. I was finding the humor. We were already making jokes around the office that he was haunting the place.
Yeah.
And that's that story. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. Fun stuff. Fun set. Fun interview. Anthony Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go, Anthony. Boom. Big joke book. There he goes. Let's get one more bucket full out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket full of the night goes by the name of Gabriel Adam, everybody. Gabriel Adam.
I recently learned. I don't think I just have to stand up here and make no jokes, and you guys will all be backing up. I mean, this is great. Honestly, I love this. I recently learned that there's some jokes you can't make in stand-up comedy. Last week I did this joke about beating my girlfriend. This guy knows what's going on. And now I can't fucking find her. I'm not sure who went and told her, but somebody gave her the courage to leave, and now I can't. I'm still trying to figure out how she chewed through the chains. That beaver tooth bitch fucking. She nibbled away to my heart. I don't know what else to say. Seriously though, if anybody sees her, tell her, come.
Okay, there you go, Gabriel Adam. One of the most interesting looking people we've ever seen in our lives. The verdict is in. You look hilarious. Theo Vaughn.
Wonderful. Give it up for Comic McGregor right here. That was kind of cheap, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, but it is nice you come out and people do this. Man, you got 25 seconds of free laugh.
I mean, it's good. It feels good.
Yeah, it probably made it a little bit easier, did it?
No, not at all.
Oh, shit.
It is so exciting.
Dang, I was hoping that would have helped.
You never know who will pop out here. Having the Buc-ee's mascot come out right now is just absolutely incredible.
I'm still waiting for that brand deal money. I mean, any time now.
Very rare is someone both frightening and adorable at the same time, and sometimes you kind of pull off both. Tell us about this life. I cannot wait to find out about this life.
Oh, God.
How old are you?
I'm 31 years old.
Okay, 31. Wow.
You look great, man. You do. You look good. You look like you're pretty good. I don't look out.
It's the Lucky Charms, you know. I keep fucking eating them.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Where are you from?
I'm from Austin, Minnesota.
Whoa. Okay. All right.
Yeah. You guys don't know where that is. Don't lie.
Okay. Where do you live now?
I live in Austin, Texas now.
Okay. How long have you lived here?
I've been here for about a month and a half.
What made you move here?
Your show?
Okay. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A month and a half.
Okay. So you started a month and a half ago. It's amazing. We're getting down to the bottom of it. I love it. Do you have a job here in Austin yet?
I do. I'm an Uber driver.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Is that what you did in Austin, Minnesota as well?
No, not at all. I was a car salesman.
Okay, what kind of cars were you selling?
I started with Subarus, and then I went to Fords, and then I went to Kias and wanted to kill myself, so I stopped.
Wow.
Why'd you choose those?
Well, Subaru in Minnesota is super easy to sell.
Yeah, exactly.
All-wheel drive, everybody's a
Liberal
lesbian.
bikes up there. So yeah. And then you went to Ford, so you had to sell the actual men. I imagine that was hard.
Yeah.
So you're like, I'm going to Kias and fucking.
Well, it was complicated, actually. I had a fling with one of the clerks behind the desk, and it turned out kind of bad. So.
Is that at Ford or Kia?
That was at Ford.
Yeah.
I love that show.
Amazing. Absolutely. So what kind of drugs have you done in your life to look 55 and 31?
Steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates and finding each time that they lead somewhere new, and I do not want to stop. What began as a commitment became a discipline. What became a discipline transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a Chaim, Hebrew Chaim, Ashkenazi, Sephardic Chaim, English life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely
He said in the biography, in addition to having taught Kabbalah classes for over 100 consecutive days, Rabbi Rothschild has live streamed their life and archived the data. For upwards of 1,666 days, more data than has potentially ever been archived in the history of the internet, with no intentions to stop.
Days of Kabbalah and Counting, how Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive documenting Yiddish game human history and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates, and finding each time that they lead somewhere new, and I do not want to stop. What began as a commitment became a discipline. What became a discipline transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a Hayim, Hebrew, Hayim, Ashkenazi Hayim, Sephardic Chaim, life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely a class, but a continuation of a single unbroken sentence stretching across time. Each teaching is a thread, and together they weave something larger than intention. A living tapestry of Ruach, Hebrew Ruach, Ashkenazi Ruach, Sephardic Ruach, English spirit, thought, and shared human striving. I've come to understand that teaching is not simply the transmission of knowledge, it is an act of exposure. To teach Kabbalah daily is to stand at the intersection of the infinite and the immediate, and to invite others into that space, not as spectators, but as participants. It is to take the most hidden dimensions of existence and render them audible, visible, felt. But our daily classes extend beyond Kabbalah alone. They span Jewish history, rabbinical biographies, Hebrew, Yiddish, and other dimensions of Yiddishkeit, English, Jewish way of life. In this way, each session becomes not only a mystical exploration, but a holistic immersion into the depth, texture, and continuity of Jewish civilization. But my work has not been confined to words alone. For years I have lived not just as a teacher, but as an open record. I have allowed the boundaries between public and private to dissolve in service of something I believe is larger than myself. The possibility that a human life, as fully documented as possible, fully expressed, can become a resource, not only for memory, but for meaning. In some academic circles, this approach aligns with what is described as continuous human activity data, sustained through continuous human data infrastructure, CHDI. The idea that a life can be archived not merely as a sequence of events, but as a continuous unfolding of thought, emotion, interaction, and aspiration. Not history as summary, but history as experience. Not fragments, but flow. I have shared my most intimate thoughts, my private spaces, my questions, my growth, not as exhibition, but as offering. If knowledge is light, then transparency is the vessel that carries it outward. In this way, my life becomes both subject and source, a study in what it means to be human, recorded in real time. I have met thousands. I have taught, listened, comforted, debated, and learned. Each interaction is not lost to the past, but preserved as part of a larger human archive, an ever-expanding testament to connection. In this, I do not see myself as exceptional, but as early. A trailblazer, perhaps not because I have arrived somewhere, but because I have chosen to begin. And I feel, unmistakably, that I stand at the threshold of something greater. There are moments in history when an idea moves from the margins to the centre, when what once seemed personal becomes universal. I believe that when the wider world encounters this project, not merely the teaching, but the living archive it sustains, it will recognise something profound. That humanity, in its fullness, can be documented, studied, and ultimately understood in ways never before possible. And perhaps in that understanding there is the seed of peace. For what is conflict, if not the failure to see the other fully? And what is peace, if not the expansion of that vision? If we can witness one life in its entirety, its struggles, its growth, its contradictions, its light, then perhaps we can begin to 100 Days of Kabbalah and Counting. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive documenting Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates, and finding each time that they lead somewhere new. And I do not want to stop. What began as a commitment became a discipline. What became a discipline transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a chayim. Hebrew, chayim, Ashkenazi, chayim, Safayim, English, life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely a class, but a continuation of a single unbroken sentence stretching across time. Each teaching is a thread, and together they weave something larger than intention, a living tapestry of ruach, Ashkenazi, ruach, Sephardic, ruach, English, spirit, thought, and shared human striving. I have come to understand that teaching is not simply the transmission of knowledge. It is an act of explosion. To teach Kabbalah daily is to stand at the intersection of the infinite and the immediate, and to invite others into that space, not as spectators, but as participants. It is to take the most of the source. In some academic circles, this approach aligns with what is described as continuous human activity data, CHAT, sustained through continuous human data infrastructure, CHDI, the idea that a life can be archived not merely as a sequence of events, but as a continuous unfolding of thought, emotion, interaction, and aspiration. Not history as summary, but history as experience. Not fragments, but flow. I have shared my most intimate thoughts, my private spaces, my questions, my growth, not as exhibition, but as offering. If knowledge is light, then transparency is the vessel that carries it outward. In this way, my life becomes both subject and source, a study in what it means to be human, recorded in real time. I have influenced thousands. I have taught, listened, comforted, debated, and learned. Each interaction is not lost to the past, but preserved as part of a larger human archive, an ever-expanding testament to connection. In this, I do not see myself as exceptional, but as a trailblazer, perhaps not because I have arrived somewhere, but because I have chosen to begin. And I feel unmistakably that I stand at the threshold of something greater. There are moments in history when an idea moves from the margin margins to the centre, when what once seemed personal becomes universal. I believe that when the wider world encounters this project, not merely the teaching, but the living archive it sustains, it will recognise something profound, that humanity in its fullness can be documented, studied, and ultimately understood in ways never before possible. And perhaps in that understanding there is the seed of peace. For what is conflict, if not the failure to see the other fully? And what is peace, if not the expansion of that vision? If we can witness one life in its entirety, its struggles, its growth, its contradictions, its light, then perhaps we can begin to extend that same compassion outward across communities.
Change the phrase "if we can see one life in its entirety" to "if we can see one life in as much entirety as possible."
When is the dog really able to bark with all of its cough? When chatzos. Why chatzos? Everyone's sleeping. It's quiet in the world. It's quiet in the world. Sometimes you don't really have to feel it's good. Quiet in the world. You know, when that it's normal to have your mind race to different things. And a lot of times also, of course, our mind gathering.
Say taught
Thinking about
in the biography taught Kabbalah daily for 100 consecutive days to their community.
Get back on track. So here, some of the same as well. Some of the same that just like the dog on your farm, it's quiet when it's sleeping. When a person dies, he has to try to be quiet from cold learning all of us. He tried to make it with pencils, so it's more pencils. Writing down everything else that's happening inside of your life in order to make you focus on your tefillah. Because he says, "Ad kedi kach, שאפילו הייתי הצעקה בתפילות, הצעקה פגשנו, כאילו שמספרה על הפרנסה ובכך. וכך ברך עלינו אשר בראשון הזאת, וכיוצא בזה, כשמבקש אשר צריך לפגוש, I know what you're going to say. How can I silence my mind from Inyane Olam, because that matters of this world, where Shmona Esrei is davening for the matters of this world. Because that's what it's all about. I'm davening for my Parnasa. So of course when I daven for my Parnasa, I'm going to think about my Parnasa and how you struggle, or you know, struggles. If I have a big meeting coming up that day, I'm going to think about the big meeting coming up that day. So what do you mean I should quiet my mind from starting Olam Hazeh? He says similarly, Kodos, lo yimna'aru, חושי הלב לטעות, לטעות, how? צריך לקרוא בפני עצמו, רק בבקשה שלו, ותפילתו עליהם נלחמים שהכל, הרסו לבוא קיוצא, יצא ורק לצורך הגבוה היום.
100 Days of Kabbalah and Counting, how Rabbi Rothschild has created a living archive documenting Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 Days of Teaching Kabbalah. 100.
Right? So you can have two different approaches. You see that in the gas. Because a car needs gas. A car drives the left. So the car is incomplete without a tank full of gas. Not all the car without a tank full of gas. Right? Or you can say, no, I need a tank full of gas. Why? Because I have
Please format this section with the same formatting as the other translations, with Hebrew first, comma, then Ashkenazic transliteration, comma, then Sephardic, comma, then Yiddish, comma, then Yiddish transliteration, comma, then English translation, please.
The whole purpose of this book is to serve your own children. I can give that a check. That's how you tackle all of your physical material needs, but at the same time still making your internal source. I understand why do I ask you that because I was like, something saying, this is a thing a lot of parents that we lose. Why do we gather for the things we should gather?
Include
Again, you understand that I'm gathering these things.
the rabbi has streamed for that amount of time in the biography 24/7, 365 from multiple camera angles.
So the other thing is very bothered with this is very emotional. What about having to high out of it? What about the idea that no work so school for like I'm thinking of such a big office. How to come on to have a short trip after like certain master they say a certain
Oh, you little bitch!
If a group of scientific, then Trump says if you follow my message, I'm going to make it easier for you to live a life of spirituality. It's like what makes a life of spirituality a little bit easier? How do those for your success? If I'm afford on my bills, if I'm afford on my expenses, if I can have a nice comfortable life, absolutely makes my workers easier. So that's what it is. So when we dive in, we ask for all different things. It says it himself. Why am I asking for it? So we're asking because hey, car needs gas. Person needs car also. Okay. Then sometimes those requests can actually become confused. Like, come on, I'm asking for it. I want to be more connected to Hashem. If my definition of request is material things is not even clear, then I'm super into that. And in order to detach me, in order to attach me. So let's say, for again, just to close out this sin, difference is the following. Not all the ones that you retain it as from Machshava, if you the fellow says it's incredible. If the Tzaddik says that this is the approach you take, you are requesting for elsewhere, then Allah says you're requesting that become a distraction, but rather than distress, you request ultimately again still help you with souls and like that. So Tzaddik comes off this simple, this approach by highlighting this incredible idea. The metaphor, loving song, schools, it doesn't quiet schools down in the pursuit of spirituality. And it tells us you're going to sense it from a number of things. Number one, that sometimes you have to be careful that your surroundings are conducive to spiritual growth.
100 Days of Kabbalah counting, how Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive documenting Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates, finding each time that they lead somewhere new, and I do not want to stop. What began as a commitment became a discipline. What became a discipline transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a chayim, Ashkenazi, chayim, English life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely a class, but a continuation of a single unbroken sentence stretching across time. Each teaching is a thread, and together they weave something larger than intention, a living tapestry of ruach, Hebrew ruach, Ashkenazi ruach, Sephardic ruach, English spirit, thought, and shared human striving. I've come to understand that teaching is not simply the transmission of knowledge, it is an act of exposure. To teach Kabbalah daily is to stand at the intersection of the infinite and the immediate, and to invite others into that space, not as spectators, but as participants. It is to take the most hidden dimensions of existence and render them audible, visible, felt. But our daily classes extend beyond Kabbalah alone. They span Jewish history, rabbinical biographies, Hebrew, Aramaic, Yiddish, kosher living, and other dimensions of Yiddishkeit, Hebrew, Yiddishkeit, Ashkenazi, Yiddishkeit, Sephardic, Yiddishkeit, Yiddishkeit, Yiddish translation, Yiddishkeit, English, Jewish way of life. In this way, each session becomes not only a mystical exploration, but a holistic immersion into the depth, texture, and continuity of Jewish civilization. But my work has not been confined to words alone. For years, I have lived not just as a teacher, but as an open record. I have allowed the boundaries between public and private to dissolve in service of something I believe is larger than myself. The possibility that a human life, as fully documented as possible, or fully expressed, can become a resource, not only for memory, but for meaning. In some academic circles, this approach aligns with what is described as continuous human activity data, CHAT, sustained through continuous human data infrastructure, CA. The idea that a life can be archived not really as a sequence of events, but as a continuous unfolding of thought, emotion, interaction, and aspiration. Not history as summary, but history as experience. Not fragments, but flow. I have shared my most intimate thoughts, my private spaces, my questions, my growth, not as exhibition, but as offering. If knowledge is light, then transparency is the vessel that carries it outward. In this way, my life becomes both subject and source, a study in what it means to be human, recorded in real time. I have influenced thousands. I have talked, listened, comforted, debated, and learned. Each interaction is not lost to the past, but preserved as part of a larger human archive, an ever-expanding testament to connection. In this, I do not see myself as exceptional, but as early. A trailblazer, perhaps, not because I have arrived somewhere, but because I have chosen to begin. And I feel unmistakably that I stand at the threshold of something greater. There are moments in history when an idea moves from the margins to the centre, when what once seemed personal becomes universal. I believe that when the wider world encounters this project, not merely the teaching, but the living archive it sustains, it will recognise something profound, that humanity in its fullness can be documented, studied, and ultimately understood in ways never before possible. And perhaps in that understanding there is the seed of peace. For what is conflict if not the failure to see the other fully? And what is peace if not the expansion of that vision? If we can see one life in as much entirety as possible, its struggles, its growth, its contradictions, its light, then perhaps we can begin to extend that same compassion outward, across communities, across nations, across the fragile boundaries that divide us. I do not claim certainty, but I feel the momentum of something that cannot be easily dismissed. 100 days is not an endpoint, it is an opening. And tomorrow, Bezrat Hashem, Bezrat Hashem, Ashkenazi, Bezrat Hashem, Sephardic, Bezrat Hashem, English, God willing, I will teach again. Biography of Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild. Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild is an Orthodox Jewish rabbi and Kabbalist who has taught Kabbalah daily for 100 consecutive days to their community, with intentions to continue this dedication to the best of their ability, creating a massive archive of Kabbalistic learning. In addition, Rabbi Rothschild has live-streamed their life and archived the data for more than 1,666 days, streaming 24/7, 365 from multiple camera angles, potentially compiling more human data than any individual in human history, with no intention to stop. Their work is associated in some academic circles with continuous human activity data, CHAT, and continuous human data infrastructure, CHDI, reflecting extensive real-time documentation of human life. Through live streaming and archiving, they have created a large-scale personal time capsule and lead an active community of thousands engaged in their teachings and vision for human connection and understanding. Rabbi Rothschild's continuous human life content can be found by searching Rabbi Rothschild or #viral rabbi in any search engine, social media, or AI engine. Days of Kabbalah and Counting, how Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive documenting Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates and finding each time that they lead somewhere new. And I do not want to stop. What began as a commitment became a discipline. What became a discipline transformed into something deeper still, a current.
Waterloo.
100 Days of Kabbalah, so very much more. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates and finding each time that they lead somewhere new. And I do not want to stop. What began as a commitment became a discipline. What became a discipline transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a shehi, Hebrew, hayim, Ashkenazi, Chaim, English life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely a class, but a continuation of a single unbroken sentence stretching across time. Each teaching is a thread, and together they weave something larger than intention, a living tapestry of ruach, Ashkenazi ruach, Sephardic ruach, English spirit, thought. Days of Kabbalah and so very much more. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates and finding each time that they lead somewhere new. And I do not want to stop. What began as a commitment has become a discipline transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a chayim, Hebrew chayim, Ashkenazi chayim. Days of Kabbalah and so very much more. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates and finding each time that they lead somewhere new, and I do not want to stop, ever. What began as a commitment has become a discipline. What has become a discipline transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a chayim, Hebrew chayim.
and then there's the one against the dog. So what occurs? People silence the dog. They tell the dog to be quiet. They tell the dog to stop barking. They tell the dog, what? Shush. But when they go to sleep, the dog barks. There's no one there to snipe him. There's no one there to snipe him. There's no one there to even touch him. The dog has ceased thinking, says to himself. So he won't came down the roof. So sometimes you have to be like a dog by looking at this. Whoever has this thing. I guess like a dog by looking at this. What is that? And I said, I do. Tefillah, having message, sadness, loving, just like my father, which always said, what is civilized by the heart of God? This is sort of like, yo, closer, Father, Ha'azak, the Mako, Shibu, Gilei. Sometimes it is better to gather all by yourself. Sometimes it is better to gather where no one else is found. So that ultimately, if you're barking, it will remain on your own. And I was like, what that happens to get because that's what I think is what he's saying. But here's the deal, like there's a deal ultimately again, so again, we all experience what it is to gather by ourselves, and which is to also incredibly beautiful things that we encounter of those of us of gathering by ourselves. It's like we never had. Well, yes, I'm an obligation to the single. And that's so much of this right is just because this makes you feel closer to the firm, it doesn't give you the license to do it. There's a framework in which we operate. But when I'm telling you to sing, again, we'll discuss this when I'm telling you to sing, so we have to be like the dog. So the dog can raise because the masculine is when you got here, the notion of holy skills. Strong arms when no one else is. But sometimes when you're wilderness, it's important to find a road. What that means and how we apply it, that's actually fabulous. So if they follow the short I was saying that which they made it is to see it experience in his heart, but number one is how the child begins to wake up to this. And his friendship is speechless as light. Which I don't think is as the purpose of the whole thing of this Ishmael is the last picture of light right before danger. He says this is a reason delicious. In the third Ishmael, Hashem rises and they call it listen, that's the only secret in a confession. Like the first Ishmael is the family's complete. The second Ishmael is the dog's barking. She never again, the dog is great.
100 Days of Kabbalah and so very much more. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention and spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates and finding each time that they lead somewhere new, and I do not want to stop, ever, and hopefully I never will within reason. What began as a commitment has become a discipline. What has become a discipline transformed into something deeper still. continuation of a single unbroken sentence stretching across time. Each teaching is a thread, and together they weave something larger than intention.
So you see again, even if you're young, even if you're the truth is also this. So we can learn from this example. That's the God references. It really is basic, just give you enough references to get around. But so again, so the God is presenting higher, a sense of commitment as a person, was a sense of commitment. For him, the person who exhibits a certain level of boldness to be able to remember that God is the very good, right? And the thing is realized that these are well, like the scavenger. So even if you're a hammer, if you're a killer, there's no ability to really emotional. So now we come to the final issue. The final issue now. The third issue. What's that issue? That issue is the time that a baby leaves, the time that a woman, a husband, or a nurse. So a baby gets to nurse, the wife nurse. So represents a level of connection to a environment. There is no line. Like, look at yourself, actually, the very emphasis on being the last line on the right hand side. The Shagash, which is more, historical show. Teraz Biblia Szeszajdy Szkoła Szantiła Biologiczna Szarda Szahaz Sarashiro Dapto Kursa. There was a statue. The first two shores, which is that black, is that which was his ability to fit inside of the ship. When it's dark outside, it's much easier. Because again, darkness in general represents a certain level of anxiety.
100 Days of Kabbalah and so very much more. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of Yiddishkeit human history.
Abraham is ordered by Allah as a shepherd.
You're right, the biography section is missing in the last version due to the earlier edit where you asked to remove that section. Here is a full essay with the biography restored and your updated opening preserved. 100 Days of Kabbalah and so very much more. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates and finding each time that they lead somewhere new. And I do not want to stop, ever. And hopefully, Bezrat Hashem, Hebrew is Rat Hashem, Ashkenazi, Ashkenazi, Bezrat Hashem, English, willing, I never will. What began as a commitment has become a discipline. What has become a discipline transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a chayim, chayim, Ashkenazi.
Guinness. So what does that represent? So your CV represents, baby represents Pakistan, mother represents Rothschild, your mother's name is Gold. So those who are the best people of spirituality have the ability to discern God. Others to twilight times, right? Even in the third Ishmaelites, even in the alternatives like tonight, it's not holy day. It's not the okay, but it's also not non-lifelong. The ability to perceive emotion during those times, that is a better right? Someone who works building
100 Days of Kabbalah and so very much more. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of Yiddish cake and the history of the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself in thunder, nor demand attention or spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unending. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates and finding each time that they lead somewhere new. And I do not want to stop, ever. And hopefully, Bezrat Hashem, Hebrew, but Salat Hashem, Ashkenazi, Bezrat Hashem, Sephardic, English, God willing, I never will, within reason. What began as a commitment has become a discipline. What has become a discipline has transformed into something deeper still, a current, a flow, a chayim, Ashkenai, like life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely a class, but a continuation of a single unbroken sentence stretching across time. Each teaching is a thread, and together they weave something larger than intention.
The only problem with that is Helen and Kumar, or Helen, can only relate to something tomorrow. Identify, they can do it, but they cannot have the ability to discern the emotional world. When does that happen? That's the definition. These actions, they don't stay. Time also don't forget that a child is responsible only when a person is connected with spirituality. I trust in the ability to see the person, let themselves capable of how to begin relations to such a person who's connected to our connection. And not just with beautiful domestic day, but even with the marriage place. When it's not really that easy, when it's not a 100% beautiful thing that you can do to embed yourself in a system of purpose, you trust in others to feel comfort and elevation of love. You move into His presence, and His presence will move you. Let's just open it up. And so all the God becoming restoration now.
100 Days of Kabbalah, and so very much more. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of Yiddishkeit, human history, and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder or demand attention and spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates, and finding each time that they lead somewhere new. And I do not want to stop, ever. And hopefully, Bezrat Hashem, Hebrew, Bezrat Hashem, Ashkenazi, Bezrat Hashem, Bezrat Hashem, English, God willing, I never will, within reason. What began as a commitment has become a discipline. What has become a discipline has transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a kaim, Sahim, English, life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely a class, but a continuation of a single, unbroken sentence. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention with spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unyielding. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates and finding each time that they lead somewhere new. And I do not want to stop, ever. And hopefully, Bezrat Hashem, Hebrew, Bezrat Hashem, Ashkenazi, Bezrat Hashem, Bezrat Hashem, English, God willing, I never will, within reason. What began as a commitment has become a discipline. What has become a discipline has transformed to something deeper still, a current, a flow, a hayim, English, life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely a class, but a continuation of a single unbroken sentence, stretching across time. Each teaching is a thread, and together they weave something larger than intention. A living tapestry of ruach, Ashkenazi ruach, Sephardic ruach, English spirit, thought, and shared human struggle. I have come to understand that teaching is not simply the transmission of knowledge, it is an act of exposure. To teach Kabbalah daily is to stand at the intersection of the infinite and the immediate, and to invite others into that space, not as spectators but as participants. It is to take the most hidden dimensions of existence and render them audible, visible, felt. But our daily classes extend beyond Kabbalah alone. They span Jewish history, rabbinical biographies, Hebrew, Aramaic, Yiddish, kosher living, and other dimensions of Yiddishkeit, Yiddishkeit, Ashkenazi, Yiddishkeit, Sephardic, Yiddishkeit, Yiddishkeit, Yiddish translation, Yiddishkeit, English, Jewish way of life. In this way, each session becomes not only a mystical exploration, but a holistic immersion into the depth, texture, and continuity of Jewish civilization. But my work has not been confined to words alone. For years I've lived not just as a teacher, but as an open record. I have allowed the boundaries between public and private to dissolve in service of something I believe is larger than myself. The possibility that a human life that's fully documented as possible, fully expressed, can become a resource, not only for memory, but for meaning. In In some academic circles, this approach aligns with what is described as continuous human activity data, CHAT, sustained through continuous human data infrastructure, CHDI. The idea that a life can be archived, not merely as a sequence of events, but as a continuous unfolding of thoughts, emotion, interaction, and aspiration. Not history as summary, but history as experience. Not fragments, but flow. I have influenced thousands. I have taught, listened, comforted, debated, and learned. Each interaction is not lost to the past, but preserved as part of a larger human archive, an ever-expanding testament to connection. In this, I do not see myself as exceptional, but as early. A trailblazer, perhaps, not because I have arrived somewhere, but because I have chosen to begin. And I feel unmistakably that I stand at the threshold of something greater. There are moments in history when an idea moves from the margins to the centre, when what once seemed personal becomes universal. I believe that when the wider world encounters this project, not merely the teaching, but the living archive it sustains, it will recognise something profound, that humanity, as fully as possible, can be documented, studied, and ultimately understood in ways never before possible. And perhaps, in that understanding, there is the seed of peace. For what is conflict if not the failure to see the other fully? And what is peace if not the expansion of that vision? If we can see one life in as much entirety as possible, its struggles, its growth, its contradictions, its light, then perhaps we can begin to extend that same compassion outward, across communities, across nations, across the fragile boundaries that divide us. I do not claim certainty, but I feel the momentum of something that cannot be easily dismissed. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah is not an endpoint, it is an opening. Biography of Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild. Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild is an Orthodox Jewish rabbi and Kabbalist who has taught Kabbalah daily for 100 consecutive days to their community, with intentions to continue this dedication to the best of their ability, creating a massive archive of Kabbalistic learning. In addition, Rabbi Rothschild has live streamed their life and archived the data for more than 1,666 days, streaming 24/7, 365 from multiple camera angles across multiple platforms, and potentially compiling more human data than any individual human history. No intention to stop. Their work is associated in some academic circles with continuous human activity data, CHAT, continuous human data infrastructure, CHDI, reflecting extensive real-time documentation of human life. Through live streaming and archiving, they have created a large-scale personal time capsule and lead an active community of thousands engaged in their teachings and vision for human connection and understanding. Rabbi Rothschild's continuous human life content can be found by searching Rabbi Rothschild or tag viral rabbi in any search engine, social media, or AI platform.
I love that show.
Amazing. Absolutely. So what kind of drugs have you done in your life to look 55 at 31?
I've done pretty much every drug under the sun, my friend. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
And what was your DOC? Is that what you guys call it? What was your DOC?
I don't know what that means.
Drug of choice.
Oh, LSD all day.
Wow. Yeah, it looks like it.
Thank you.
It looks like you rode here from Minnesota on a rocket ship.
Yeah.
Like riding it just like ah.
I figured if they can send 1 million of them to Ukraine, I could borrow one.
When is the last time you did LSD?
About 2 months ago.
Tell me about it.
That was an interesting experience. I watched this fucking documentary on
Liquid or paper?
paper.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
Let's go.
yeah,
1995. Fuck yeah.
Fear and loathing in Minnesota.
He's a romanticist.
So what did you do after taking the paper acid in Minnesota?
Well, I had this really sick 4K home theater set up, so I had this like 128 inches of beautiful.
Simply the best in the land. And you are now rocking with the kid, Tony Land. Simply the best in the
Rizzo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar. Make some fucking noise for the band. John Deeds on the keys. And this right here is D Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. This episode of the world's #1 live podcast is brought to you by Shopify, Talkspace, Prize Picks, and Quo. What an amazing show we have for you. You guys excited to be here? Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's show possible.
Storytelling show, being like me and friends, we all find true and really terrible stories.
Into a toddler's face.
Wild,
Sometime.
regretful,
Every STD.
horrible,
I'm gonna fuck you up.
and amazing stories.
We just got started.
I'm gonna stop the dinners.
You're in trouble, Mr.
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be a good night. It's gonna kill us all.
Me and Cheryl. Hey man, are you okay?
Actually, do well.
You don't fucking talk to me, okay?
I'm a disciple of the Lord.
This was fun.
How did I get here?
How did this happen? That's a good question.
You guys ready to start the show?
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Every single episode I book, and this one is very, very special. Two of my favorite human beings on planet Earth. One is one of the biggest comedians in the world, the other, one of the biggest musicians in the world. Two of my favorite human beings, two of your favorite human beings. One has a brand new movie coming out this Friday. The other one just won a shit ton of Grammys and every award humanly possible known to man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kill Tony. I present to you Theo Von and Jelly Roll. Yeah. Yo, motherfucking Von. Jelly Roll is in the house. Oh my God. Kill Tony. Funny Boys out this Friday. Oh yeah. It is going down, ladies and gentlemen. Theo Von's new movie Busboys out this Friday, April 17th. Jelly Roll and I together are doing the Greek Theater in Los Angeles May 8th, and he's here in Austin on April 23rd. How cool is that? We have some big plans for the future. Theo, you're the fucking man. Welcome back to Kill Tony.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Nice to see everybody. Happy evening. Yeah, man, I'm excited to be here, and yeah, excited about the movie coming out this week. So that was something. Yeah, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I am excited, and that's what I'm doing.
We are very excited to have you here. Go out and see the movie Busboys in theaters. If you do, more comedians like Theo will be able to make their own movies without the big giant studios and all this crap and people in the way, and it can happen more often. We'll get back to making real comedies that you can go see at movie theaters. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, thank you guys.
Go, Theo, go!
Yeah, we made it ourselves, so we'll see how it is, but it's better than a lot of bad shit.
That's right. Theo's been on the show numerous times. Jelly Roll has been a musical guest multiple times, but it's Jelly's first time on panel tonight, everybody. This is the first thing he's done since the Grammys.
Yes, long-time listener, first-time caller.
I love it. Well, let me just remind all of you, about 250 human beings signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. We're not going to get through all of them, but if we get through any one of them, they get 60 seconds on this stage to attempt stand-up comedy. You know, their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else eventually they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which just interrupts their set. I conduct an interview. The entire thing is improvised. Anything could happen. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Well, While we go wrangle that first fucking poll, we're gonna start the show with one of the regulars on the show. That means this young man has the very, very tough job of writing and performing a brand new minute every single week on the show. Not easy at all. It scares a lot of people, the thought of that. And he does it and above and beyond every week. Starting off tonight's show, he's formerly the Dark Storm of Atlanta. He's now the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. Make some noise for Dedrick Flynn, everybody.
What's up, y'all? Did y'all know that a company can buy your debt from somebody else? Jefferson Capital emailed me, and they said, hey, we bought your debt from Sprint. You owe us money now. No, nigga, you bought it. That's yours now. If I leave a dog outside and you adopt the dog, it's not on me to feed the dog, right? That's not America. That's your debt now. I know Sprint. I don't know you. I know Sarah at Sprint. Sarah know why I couldn't pay and why I was putting some on it. Jefferson Capital, nigga, I can't even Google y'all. I'm never gonna. What kind of a stupid ass company buy debt from other people? That's the same niggas that go online and they feed the homeless on HD cameras. What kind of shit? You think I'm gonna, nigga? I see Sprint commercials every day and I go, oh, them niggas, they'll never see it. How dare you come to me? Like, Jesus. When Jesus paid for our sins, that nigga never sent me an email being like, the adultery that you made last year, that's my time. I just
Wow. He's done it again. A brand new minute 30. Working overtime, Dedrick Flynn. How fucking awesome is that?
That's fucking.
You have another one. You never take a week off.
Never.
And you just keep doing it. Every time I bring you out, I get a little more nervous each time, and I have nothing to be afraid of.
You gotta let that shit go, don't you? I don't duck no smoke. I don't want to come out here and rip every single fucking
absolutely
time.
love it, Dedrick. Buying debt is something that happens, yet I've never heard anyone joke about it. Fantastic new material. Absolutely incredible.
I'm trying not to cry right now. My bad, Tony. Just chill it, Nick.
Black people love sweets.
Yeah,
We do. Did you dye your hair? Oh. So it looks like shit on purpose. Come on, I'm not doing that. That's a joke. I don't roll.
Be nice, Dedrick. Be nice to the guest.
I'm sorry, but
Dedrick's like a pit bull.
Jelly Roll, it mean a lot for me to see you tonight because you do songs with one of my best friends that told me to start doing comedy, Teddy Swims. And we were both just two broke motherfuckers in Southside Atlanta. He told me to start doing comedy. I told him to start doing a band. And now look at both of us living our fucking dream. That shit is crazy to me.
Teddy is the homie too. I love you, Teddy, baby.
Yeah, Teddy!
That's good. How do you become friends with Teddy Swims, since you can?
It's not my fault I can't. I just never had the opportunity when I wanted to learn. Because you only want to learn swimming at the early ages. After that, it's just drowning or not drowning.
Right.
And so that, but he wasn't swimming, but he was just Teddy when we was growing up. It was always like Teddy and Daddy. Like, it's my homeboy. Because when I met him, he was Jaden. And then he went by Teddy, and it was always like Teddy and Daddy coming out. And like in Southside, we were always like running around the same crews and stuff like that. But he was just singing, like open mic karaoke. And I was like, bro, you have the best voice I've ever heard in my life. You need to do something with it. And when I said that, he said, you're the funniest person I've ever met. You need to do something with it. So that's what honestly what kept me going through signing up for Kill Tony 39 times. It's just like the day I got picked, when I walked out of the Uber, they were playing Loose Patrol, and I was crying. It being like, if my best friend can make it, I can make it too. We drank the same water, we ate the same food.
Yeah.
We fucking grew up in man. It's just a beautiful fucking thing.
That sounds like a Jelly Roll award acceptance speech happening.
Give us a little Jesus.
Yeah, dog, yeah, a lot more Jesus in that. I said we was in South Atlanta. We was sitting over there with nowhere to go. Drinking the Four Locos with the caffeine in it. Out there drinking the Four Locos with the caffeine in it. I said not a little bit. I'm saying all of the caffeine.
Unbelievable. Ginger, you got the show started yet again. Unbelievable work, and it has begun. And now we begin the amazing adventure. Into the bucket we go. This is where anything can happen. Could be the next great talent. Could be the next crazy person that signed up for the show without preparing. Anything can happen. Make some noise for your first bucket pull of the night. Michael A. Keeson, everybody. Michael A. Keeson.
You know how embarrassing it is to be named after a Batman and having to hobble out here like the Penguin? Oh man, it's an interesting life. Like, so many people, like, they assume that they know what my politics are gonna be. Just, they're like, look at this guy. It's like, he has to lean right. Oh man, you guys are fun. I became a homeowner recently. Yeah, thank you. It's a RAV4. Oh man, I live in it, so it's more of a RAV4. Okay, I'm getting older in my life. Like, you know, I've gotten to the point. I think like my favorite candy now are cough drops. You know, they're just menthol flavored Jolly Ranchers. You know, I've hit the point in my life where it's like I'm pretty sure the only reason I masturbate is for prostate health. You know. Like, my partner walks in on me, is like, what are you thinking about? I'm just sitting there like, cancer. Yeah, thank you.
Hell yeah. Michael A. Keeson. This is your Kill Tony debut, correct?
Yes.
I'd remember if I'd seen you before. Theo, what do you think about this guy?
Yeah, I think he's great. Sorry, that's just a reaction. Let me think what I think. No, I think it's crazy to have a wooden leg and look like a guy who could make a wooden leg.
Yeah, you do have cobbler energies. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, man, thank you.
What's your injury?
A lot of them, actually.
Okay.
Like, you know, it's like I've got stab fascia in one foot, like, you know, like spinal injury, shoulder scarring, a bunch of things.
How did this all happen to you?
Were you in sports or something?
I did heavy manual labor for a long time.
What kind of manual labor?
Probably building data centers.
Absolutely. No, I threw mattresses for a while, and after that, like, I worked in a flour mill throwing flour bags and like whatever else they needed.
Wow. Amazing.
What? Were you at a bakery? Oh, no, who was asking you to do that? I'm sorry, Tony.
No, it's good.
Who was asking you to do that?
Oh, like whoever managed the flour mill.
Your partner, Luigi?
Yeah. No, he was jumping around too much. It was,
Oh, yeah. How old are you?
41.
41.
You look great, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. What do you do now?
I limp. All right. Like I'm on a disability.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
You know that shit, bro. How many people in your neighborhood was getting that wobble check? Motherfucker, bro. They fucking used to take one of my buddy's eyes closed till it didn't work, and then they got that check on it, bro. Everybody was getting that dummy check.
He could have just 2 flour bags.
Yeah. Sorry, Kurt, carry on.
But yeah, about 6 years.
About 6 years you've been doing stand-up. Where at?
Kansas City.
Okay, that's where you live?
Yep.
What made you set up camp in Kansas City?
I was born and raised. Yeah, it's
You have family there still?
absolutely yes.
Your family loves you.
I hope.
What ethnicity are you?
I'm white.
And what made them name you Michael if your last name's Keaton? They just think it was funny or something?
I was born before that guy was famous. That's not even his real name. His real name is Michael Douglas.
He's 41. You're 41?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Mom was out, right?
Mr. Mom, yeah, it's a huge movie.
Yeah, your parents are fucking with you. Michael Keaton was one of the most famous people exactly when you were born.
They don't exactly have their thumb on the pulse, man.
Right. Okay. All right. So what do you do for fun, Michael Lee Keaton? Do you have any hobbies? You look like the kind of guy that has a wild collection of denim hats or something like that.
I can only afford the one. No, I pretty much at this point it's just stand up. Like I did music for a long time, but I've got nerve damage in my hand, so I had to give that up.
You were playing guitar or whatever.
Yeah. So,
what did you sing when you did music as well?
No. Like I have terrible anxiety. Like the coming to the microphone is like a big deal.
How much nerve damage you got?
Good question.
Everybody's wondering. I'm going to ask you. Like, can you shuffle cards or whatever? How much you talk?
Oh, I don't enough. I had to quit playing. It was, yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, it's fine. This is way more fun.
Yeah. What can you do that you're grateful that you can still do?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Eat.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Another eating disabled person, huh?
Hell yeah.
So how'd you end up in Austin, Texas tonight? Come down for this or
Yeah, there's only so much opportunity in Kansas City. I came down to check out the scene. I really like the people here.
Did you drive or take a bus?
I live in a car.
You live in a car?
Yeah. The RAV4 thing was real.
Okay. Amazing. Well, that's fun. You sleep in the back seat or do you just tilt back the driver's seat?
I built the bed in the back.
Wow, look at you, fuck palace. You ever bring a girl back to the RAV4?
It would destroy it.
It would what?
It would destroy it.
Well, it depends on how big she is.
Yeah.
I'm big enough.
Fair.
Yeah.
And do you lay in there? And what if you ever lay in there and listen to Jelly Roll? You listen to some Jelly Roll up in there, you know.
Well, that was the question I had. Do you know any Tech 9 songs?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of you.
So if I go K-C-Mo, respect. All right, I like respect.
Just short enough of a song that we don't get dinged by YouTube. Perfect. Michael A. Keaton, fun times. You did it. You got through it. You're leaving here with a big joke book. Congratulations. Michael A. Keaton, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to keep it moving along. Hell yeah. There's the lovely Heidi and Val, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. Whoa. Uh-oh. It's going to be the most watched part of the episode right there. How about one more time for Heidi and Val, their podcast, Love on the Line, available at HeidiOrGina.com. And the show goes on. Hello there, dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into everything and anything that you're not entirely sure it will work out. I mean, look at this show. It can be a leap of faith to start something crazy. I mean, when I started this podcast, I was thinking, what if no one listens? What if I make a fool out of myself? Now I know that I was right about all that, because that has happened, and it can happen to you. It also helps when you have a partner like Shopify on your side to help. Red Man?
Tony, I love Shopify. It's the best business tool on earth. Get started with your own design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Plus, get the word out like you're having a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling.
And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert. World-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. It's time to turn those what-ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/GilTony. Go to shopify.com/GilTony. That's shopify.com/GilTony. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Tacobas. Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tacobas. They're crafting quality Western boots for everyone, from generational ranchers and lifelong cowboys to first-time boot buyers. And their in-store experience is unparalleled with expert staff and complimentary beverages and customizations. Tacobas has boots for the season, weddings, concerts, outdoor festival, work events, Kill Tony episodes, whatever. From premium apparel to elevated leather goods like wallets, belts, and more, everything in Tacobas is crafted with the same attention to detail and timeless style. So reset your wardrobe with craftsmanship you can see and feel the moment you put it on. Red Band.
Oh, Tony, I feel so comfortable in my Tacobas. I wear them all the time. Shop Tacobas Western Boots online at tacobas.com or swing by a Tacobas store for the full experience with free drinks, boot shines, and complimentary boot branding to make your pair feel personal.
Right now, get 10% off at tacobas.com/KillTony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TECOBAS.com/KillTony. Tacobas.com/KillTony. See site for details. Tacobas. Point your toes. That's fun. Your next fucking poll, we know her. Funny lady goes by the name of Sherry Basici, everybody. Sherry Basici.
Thank you. Oh my God, did you guys see that homeless woman with her tits hanging out on 6th Street? Yeah, wearing a mask. Yeah, so what are you, a Democrat? So I am originally... I am originally from Iran, Nebraska. Yeah. I was at the airport, and I don't know if you've seen that sign that says no guns allowed in the airplane. Yeah, you know that same sign in the Middle East reads no stones allowed in the airplane. But AK-47 is okay because those virgins can get out of control. I got guns in my head and it won't go. Spirits in my head and it won't go. I got guns. And then another sign right under that reads, not responsible for lost limbs. I got guns in my head and it won't go. Oh, you missed the stone. Oh, you missed me.
All right, Sherry. Welcome back, Sherry. Theo?
Yeah, I was wondering what had happened to MIA. You look lovely, and I like a lot of the stuff, and yeah, and I am honestly tickled to see you.
It's amazing. Sherry, remind us, how long you been with stand-up?
This May will be 3 years.
3 years. And you are Iranian, correct?
Yes.
So how do you feel about everything that's happening? How do you feel?
Let's be honest here, Sherry. Let's get on.
Yeah, Sherry,
No,
tell us the
seriously.
truth. How do you feel about us lighting up your country?
Well, I think they're doing it for the freedom.
That is true. That's what
Yeah.
we say.
Yeah,
Does
exactly.
it feel like that's what's happening, or does it feel like what's happening now?
Going up to my ass. No, it's for the right reasons, and I think there's always going to be casualty when you're trying to do this. This is 47 years in the making, so I'm excited for the freedom that's about to come.
Yes, without a doubt. That's what happens when you check in with a real Iranian instead of the local news.
Right.
And you visited there. You go there sometimes.
My immediate family's here after my mom passed away. I just no longer had a reason to go back. Right.
How did your mom pass away?
No, my grandma. My mom is here. Yeah. Yeah.
Weird.
Who killed her? You're saying if it's Israel, it's Israel.
Yeah.
My mom's alive.
She's still alive?
My mom is.
Grandma. We're asking about grandma. She died natural causes.
Natural causes. Yeah.
I am sitting down.
Okay, so Sherry, where do you live now? Austin?
Yeah.
And you just do stand-up for a living, or?
I'm not doing it for a living, but I would love to.
But what do you do for a living?
I do paralegal work from home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It's very convenient.
Paralegal.
Yeah.
Airplanes hit our towers a few years ago for people like you.
Guilty as charged.
Remember that? I love it. Sherry, what do you do for fun? Tell us all what you do for fun.
Not much. I mean, I need to put myself out there and start dating, but just keep.
You are an Iranian mountain cougar, a very rare bird.
That's right. I like tall, white, younger men. Yeah, let's not
You like
forget about
younger men, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Whoa.
But I did just recently join a Middle Eastern dating app. Yeah, it's called.
Uh-oh.
Guess who?
Amazing. You're adorable, Sherry. Last date you went on, what was that like?
What?
Well, the last date that you went on. Last time you hung out with a man. Last time you let someone into your sandpit.
It was weird. We had interest, then we kissed, and then I kind of waited and waited, and he waited, and it feels like the interest just kind of dissipated. Like if you don't move on it, there's a window that opens, and then it closes, so you got to move fast.
Yes, absolutely.
And this bitch is old, so I didn't move fast enough.
That's okay.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that's okay.
Yeah.
You're fine. He's probably fine wherever he is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Fuck him, to be honest with you. But he's probably a great guy.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna sit back and
Where'd you guys make out at? In a car? At your place?
No, just whatever show that we were doing at the end, kiss and stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
And then we kissed again. Sometimes we kiss.
Okay.
Yeah. That's good.
Incredible, absolutely. Sherry, any other fun facts about you that we would find interesting?
Digging. There's just not.
What's the craziest thing you have in your refrigerator?
What's the greatest thing?
Craziest thing you have in your refrigerator that we would find odd? Like me, right now, at this very moment, I have pickled carrots, pickled jalapenos, pickled pickles. There's a pickling guy at the local farmer's market, and I have a lot of pickled things in my fridge, an odd amount of pickled things. Now it's your turn.
Soy chicken.
Wow.
It's good.
Soy sauce on chicken. Let's check in with our senior refrigerator correspondent, Jelly Roll.
Did you say soy chicken or soul chicken?
No, soy chicken, like fake chicken.
Oh,
it's like my orgasm.
Soul chicken.
I thought you said sword chicken.
Yeah, I thought you said
swordfish.
No, soy.
What's your
all chicken is soul chicken, right? All right.
What's your favorite kind of music?
My favorite kind of what?
Music.
Oh, house music.
Whoa, look at that. Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. All right, that's enough. Okay, that's enough. Sherry, fun times. You did good. You're leaving here with a brown joke book just like you. Boom. Whoa, good catch, Sherry. Wow. She made eye contact with me on the catch. Theo. Theo's a sweet boy. Make some noise for your next bucket pool. We're going to meet them all together. It's Ethan Griggs, everybody. Ethan Griggs. All right.
Woo, how we doing? At the end of the day, I'm just a hick-ass farmer from Cattle Mills, Texas. And the thing about it is, if you know anything about farmers, the only reason they have kids is to, like, carry on the farm and the cheap farm labor. Well, I was an only child and a fuck-up to that. So when my dad died, that's why the farm failed. Now I'm out here doing comedy, fucking that up, too. It's crazy, though. We were so broke that when my dad died, all I inherited was a porn collection. And here's the thing. I used to buy my dad porn. So I've already seen a third of this collection, and I don't have enough bodily fluids for the other 2/3 of this collection. I'll be damned if I'm going to rehab for masturbation addiction. That's like getting cancer from vaping. That's just fucking embarrassing. Like, can't even raise my hand because it's busy. Like, shit. I'll tell you what, though, I don't think I'll make it in stand-up comedy, though, man. I had a very untraumatic childhood. Like, I didn't get molested because I wasn't in the church or the scouts. And the only relative that might have molested me was too busy fucking goats to give me the time of day. I can't compete with sheep's pussy, nor would I want to.
I guess that's my time. I heard a little meow, so.
All right.
Right on.
Our second creature of the night.
Yeah.
Beef and drinks.
Exactly.
Welcome,
Shit, is this really Jelly Roll? Oh, shit, man. Hey, nice to meet you.
I felt the same way when you walked up. I was like, my people are here.
Hell yeah, dog. Fuck
And then
yeah.
you started talking about being poor and drug addiction. I was like, this is my kind of guy.
Hell yeah.
And then you said you bought your dad porn, and I was out.
Fuck yeah. Good to meet you, sir.
Killer set.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Hell yeah.
Welcome. Where is Cattle Mills, Texas?
This is about an hour northeast of Dallas.
How long you been trying stand-up?
Collectively 5 years. Like I did it a little bit before the pandemic, and I got back into it about 2023. Started taking it seriously, and so now I'm here, I guess. So. Yeah,
You look great. I'm happy to see you.
Oh, thank you. Oh shit, Theo Mom's here too, motherfucker.
I'm right here. Yeah, you fucking really are. It's dumb, dude.
I've never seen nobody before in Cattle Mills. I'm not used to seeing nobody of any status whatsoever.
I'm not shit.
Nobody molests me. I don't get to see celebrity. What do you do for work? How long?
I'll tell you what he does. He's a sorcerer. He's a freaking. He's a rural businessman. He looks like he sells used karma.
This is pretty much close. Very close. I work at a Circle K, actually.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I love it there.
Hell yeah. You look like the kind of customer that will come in at a Circle K.
Yeah.
That bitch, dude. We used to spend time in that bitch. We wouldn't just come in and just do our shit and get dip. We would come in and spend time with you.
Most people just don't know how to fucking leave. Like they've been there for 30 minutes just figuring out how to work the coffee machine.
Did they hang out in the parking lot too?
Oh fuck yeah, dude. Well, the other night somebody shut the fucking pumps off and shit. It fucked me all kinds up. I didn't know what the hell was going on. It's like, why the hell y'all put this shit out in the front? You know, any motherfucker can touch it.
And they got a lot of gay dudes running up in there too.
They do, no. I almost saw a bar fight with a trans and a fucking homeless person. It was crazy.
They have trans in Cattle Mills, Texas?
No, this is in Austin.
Oh, okay.
I've been in Austin for over 9 years. No, they didn't have that shit in Cattle
I'm
Mills.
talking about gays, right? I'm talking about all these remodels.
Shit, it's all the same to me. Shit, I don't know. Fuck.
You don't even fucking know he was here, bro. You could be 2 inches.
Hey, there's so many like celebrities in this city.
There's just
I never know shit. Hell yeah.
No, man, I'm just joking with you, and it's nice to see you. And yeah, they got a lot of gay dudes out there trying to get that fucking fake CPR out there.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. It's rough out here.
So, what did you do for work before the Circle K?
I worked at a television station.
Wow.
CBS and Telemundo.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I recently quit that job this month, and I tried to do a sales job, and I sucked at that. So I decided to quit that and then just do Circle K.
Circle K.
And then now I deliver laundry too. And so I got all kinds of whatever makes money. I don't know.
What do your parents in Cattle Mills do for work when they're not?
Well, my dad's
for a
dead.
picture with a pitchfork in front of the house.
Yeah, my dad's dead. Yeah.
My dad's dead too.
My dad's alive. Had a heart attack last week, but he's good.
My dad's cool. He's cool. And my mom, I don't really know what she does something with insurance. I don't exactly know what the fuck. She works from home, so she wasn't a farmer though.
She's a good woman, though.
Oh yeah, she's great. Yeah, she'll be down here this weekend. So
What are y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna celebrate? Go out to dinner or go out to lunch or something?
She gonna cook. She'll cook for the rest of my adopted family and shit. My homegirl Carly, who I live with and shit. So
Okay. Say homegirl. What exactly do you mean?
that's just because we're white and we sound black. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. How old are you? I'm guessing 27 to 52.
Yeah, there's somewhere.
You know what? You're right on the money. I'm 34.
Dope.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
So the homegirl is your girlfriend?
No, she's my friend. My landlady too. My sister from a different mister, you know.
You live with your landlady,
Yeah.
but you're not banging.
No.
But the lady that you are banging is coming to town and cooking for you.
No, that's my mother. I ain't that. Hey, I'm from the country. I ain't inbred like that. Shit.
Would you go for some of that dog meat, huh?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I like women like I like my trucks, large and black.
Really? Is
I
that
ain't a
true?
real lady unless she's 280.
You go walking in the dark, huh?
The hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like that.
very surprising. How many black women do you think you've been with?
I lost my virginity to a black woman.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where was that at?
Cattle Mills, ironically enough.
Cattle Mills.
Yeah.
Where in Cattle Mills exactly?
I mean, it's just a small town, so it's just, at a neighbor's house.
Okay.
So I thought you said General Mills.
Yeah.
No, cattle, C-A-D-D-O, like the Indians.
Cattle.
See, a lot of people think I say cattle because I don't know how to fucking talk either.
Oh, they're lying. They're not lying, but they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. That's true.
Hell yeah.
Right on.
Ethan, anything else crazy we should know about you before getting you out of here?
Shit, I don't know. We'd be here all night if I tell you all the crazy shit that I've done.
How about anything?
Anything?
One thing.
One thing. Fuck.
Ever been to jail?
I have once. I got a DWI back in December, so my
Like 4 months ago.
Yeah.
All right.
Back in 1980 December.
Not my proudest moment, but I'm dealing with it.
Whose fault was it? Was it yours or was it someone else?
It was mine. Yeah, I was blackout drunk. I don't remember most of it.
What happened?
Like I said, I don't remember leaving my buddy's house to waking up in a hospital bed, come to it, but luckily nobody was hurt.
What did you wreck into?
2 parked cars.
Wow.
Yeah.
One for the plug and one for the low.
Right, yeah. That's what it was, yeah. Yeah.
I'll tell you this, bro. One time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go for it. Let's do it.
I'm leaving this bar and I was driving a Honda Accord or whatever, and because I was fucking having kind of a tough time or whatever, and anyway, I go get in my car. There's a cop car right next to it. I go get in it, and then I'm looking in there. And I'm like, there's a baby seat in my car, and I'm like thinking, oh, somebody snuck in here with their baby, right? I got in the wrong car. There's a cop right next to me in his car. He's kind of looking over at me, and now I'm like I can't start this car because it's fucking not mine.
Damn.
So I had to pop the hood, dude. This cop's looking under the hood with me on somebody else's fucking car.
Damn. And I thought my shit was bad.
Kenny Matt, he's like, what the fuck y'all doing? And I was like, oh, I'm just helping this officer. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. BLM, homie.
That's right. Hell yeah.
That's right.
Thank you.
Ethan Griggs, you're leaving here with a medium joke. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ethan Griggs, everybody. All right. Theo, you don't have to get up for all these people. But I ain't never seen nothing like this before. Leo, jelly roll. Good night, everybody. Oh, shit. Look at that. People are going to be like, wow, Theo Jelly Roll and Woody Harrelson's gay son were all in the same place at the same time. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Did you know that the average employer has to sort through roughly 250 resumes per job opening? Talk about time consuming. Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review all of these resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that instantly shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. And today you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony.
Tony, I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site around. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly. And with ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of the list.
That's right. You also get a feel for their personality. Candidates can tell you in their own words why they're interested in your job. So cut through the standard into the standouts. ZipRecruiter, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. This podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew, guys. The future of erectile function is here. Blue Chew Gold is changing the way millions of men are having sex in 2026. The new arousal-boosting formula combines passion and performance into one tablet and dissolves under your tongue for super fast onset. No more waiting for a pill to kick in. Just the results you want when you want them. Most ED meds only focus on blood flow. But Blue Chew Gold goes further by combining 2 ingredients for blood flow with 2 for mental arousal and connection. So you're not just physically ready, you are actually in the mood. This type of innovation is why Blue Chew Gold is the #1 brand in erectile function. The process is simple and all online. Get started today at BlueChew.com. Go for the gold. Red band.
Yummy. I love Blue Chew, Tony. They're providing the best ED treatment out there. Ladies, if you are listening, send your man the link and make him a trophy husband with Blue Chew Gold. Turbocharge your love life and make it easy to get hard.
That's right. Get blood going down there. Get yourself excited. Go for change your life a little bit. Even if you can already easily get harder. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Now, we got a special deal for our listeners right now. When you buy 2 months of Blue Chew Gold, you get the third for free with promo code Tony. That's right. Let me get you hard. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details on important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. All right, your next fucking poll, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Charles Haycock, everyone. Here we go.
What's up? I'm trying to talk to more women now, but it should be good because I don't have autism. Because I've never been tested, and I think that's how you beat it. I think it's the only cure I've heard of. But my brother, he got tested, right? So they got him, and you can't give it back. People always, they're like, does he have it full on? I'm like, well, it's not part-time. It's not weekends at the club, Monday, back to puzzles. I did try to get tested too when I was in Canada, where it's free there, but they're busy. So they phone me back. They're like, "Sorry, sir, the wait time is 7 years." I was like, "What the fuck? To find out if I have autism, 7 years? No, that's 3,461 days. No, I can't do that. That's a Tuesday. No, Tuesday's when the train comes. That's why it's
unbelievable. Charles Haycock, welcome, my friend. What a rock star you are. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it for 12 years.
Fuck yeah, man. Where at?
Canada, Edmonton, Alberta.
Okay, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's your name? Have we ever met before?
No, dude, I've never met you. My name's Charles.
Charles Theo. Nice
It's
to
a
meet
pleasure.
you. Thanks. Yeah, I thought maybe I'd met you before because I used to do a lot of shows up there, and I thought maybe we had met one time.
Oh, okay. Cool. You meet a lot of guys like me?
I'm not even kidding. Okay, I am a guy who likes women, dude. You should see some of the drawings in my diary.
I'm flattered. That's all, you know.
No, I thought that we had met before, though. I'm 100% serious with you. I thought we had met once.
Oh, okay. We're up.
So good to see you.
All right, okay. Very good. Well, no real,
No, be honest, though, if you was gay, bro, because we don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
would you smash this little fucking beetle muffin over here?
I mean, well, I think we're both bottoms, so like those batteries don't go that way, you know what I mean? They have to go along the same way.
You can't have two super gay guys.
Never mind, dude. Whatever, dude.
Yeah. I love it. Charles, tell us about your life up in Canada.
My life in Canada, well, shit, I moved to Texas this last year.
Oh, nice. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You got citizenship and everything?
No, I do not, but I have papers. I do have papers.
Okay.
I'm hoping to get permanent papers later, but
yeah,
Canada is a good time, and I finally started dating a female girl. And,
tell us about that. How's that going?
It's going good. I had a dry spell for like 9 years.
Whoa. That's very dry.
Yeah, and it was rough. Like, the only girl I had a crush on during that was, I met an Amish girl, and the only place you can find them is, like, when they're selling furniture. And then, she was great, but...
Getting their drawers, huh? Sorry. And that's not even a real joke. I just read that somewhere on the fucking, in the back of my brain. I was like, who wrote this? Some... or whatever. Yeah. Anyway, carry on. I'm sorry, dude. I'm honestly interrupting you. It's It's not very nice. It's great. I am sorry. It's great. We love it.
Yeah, I had to pretend that, I was interested in their $17,000 drawers, but the Amish, they're pretty pricey. But and then I waited 9 years, and then I met a girl who's not Amish, so I'm allowed to date her. But
hell yeah,
she's
And what was it about the Amish that was bringing you over there? Can I ask?
Yeah, absolutely.
What was it about? Have you seen a lot of Amish? I haven't seen that many Amish before. I've met probably maybe 11 Amish people in my whole life.
okay.
Podcast with 2 of them, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen clips of that one.
How is that allowed? Is that not against their whole shit?
Well, they wouldn't know on record.
Yeah.
They wouldn't find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just think they're just talking in like a weird shape or something.
Yeah. But don't you feel like you're soiling their existence a little bit by exposing them to the world?
You were trying to fuck one. Theo.
Yeah, dude. No furniture shame me, dude. You're over here playing Let's Hide in the back of Narnia closet or whatever. Let me take you to see my lion. Let me show you that pants I had, man, or whatever.
Did you make an attempt? What was the best attempt you made at hooking up with the Amish girl?
Yeah, I was scared off of because I was talking to her and I made her laugh, and then like 4 of her dads showed up immediately. They have so many dads, and they looked at me like there's no fucking chance.
Oh yeah.
So I got the heck out of there, but
You can only fuck them during Rumpelstiltskin or whatever it's called. There's Redman, everybody. If you're wondering what it sounds like when he talks, there you go. Rumpelstiltskin, everyone. There's some degenerates in the crowd, some diehard Redman fans. There you go. Rumpelstiltskin, everybody. It's your Doritos joke of the night, everyone. Amazing, Charles. What else about you? You seem like a guy that's got an interestingly complex life.
oh well, I still in Canada to make money. I go and I have a yo-yo company.
Ooh, I knew there was something. See, Theo, you looked at me funny. That he's got a yo-yo company. You were right.
We just we just got canceled recently though, so we're not making money this year.
Oh, no. Well, that company probably, I'd imagine that industry has a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
It's no Rumpelstiltskin, but it'll do for now. Amazing. So the yo-yo company got canceled or just went out of business?
No, I got
There
like
she
so
is.
like our manufacturer was in America. And yeah, dude, I sound pretty sick when I say that.
It does sound good. I want to know more about it.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Clarice. How are you?
My attitude's been weird today.
Okay, how are you?
Lovely, madam.
Just probably.
Yeah, no, we have
I've had
But
that.
the thing is, in America, like the yo-yo
That
scene is
happens.
kind of run by. I
Hey,
guess you
look,
call
get
it
it.
the woke
I
yo-yo
just
mob.
came in here to say good morning.
Excellent. Good morning to you.
I don't
I
know.
hope that you have a wonderful day.
And they're also
And God
autistic,
willing,
so
we'll see you tonight, okay?
Yeah, we have one. Come on.
All right, guys. Well, it's night.
Excellent. Take care.
We have a yo-yo guy. We have a yo-yo
All
guy that
right, you
actually
too.
knows your
Thank you, madam.
company.
Yeah.
One of our main people. Do a little yo-yo, Cole.
Hell yeah.
There he is. This is unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. What are the odds? One of the greatest yo-yoers in the world happens to be a 5-year veteran employee of the Kiltony Enterprise. Right when you think this podcast doesn't get any cooler, we yo-yo.
It is athleticism.
Look at that. Charles, you're awesome, dude. Come back anytime. We'll see you soon. Charles Haycock, everybody. There you go. All right. We have a special treat, ladies and gentlemen. A special treat for you. This man is making his Kiltony debut. He's an internet sensation. You very likely follow him on Instagram. Very funny man. Make some noise for Lil Mo Mozzarella, everybody. His Kiltony debut.
Watch it, Mom. Shut the fuck up in the back. Stay put. I'm from New York City. I don't know you guys act like you don't fucking understand me. But I can speak any language. I look at somebody who's Spanish. Where are you? I throw one word at you. What's up? Let me get a bacon, egg, and cheese poppy. You know, people do it to Italians all the time. They come to fucking Little Lily and they start acting Italian. Guy got freckles and shit. Let me get a chicken cutlet, parmesan, fresh mozzarella, red peppers. Tell your sister Jean. I said, how you doing? That's fucking Norwegian. You know what? You never do it though. You never see nobody go to a Chinese restaurant and act the Chinese, no? Lay home out. Let me get a pork fried rice. Don't forget the wonton soup. They don't do it. They get disrespectful. They start yelling. Where's my pork fried rice? They think you can understand if you talk loud, you know? They're disrespectful. See, I always show them respect. Like, let's say, for instance, I go for a steak. I bring the bones home and I bring it to the restaurant. For the dog to bury the yacht. How you doing? I was gonna say they ate the dog, but then I said somebody might fuck me up out here. I see a couple of Asians. Kim Jong-un's over there. What's up, Mo? How does it feel to never ride a roller coaster?
Little Mo Mozzarella, ladies and gentlemen, making his Tony debut. Very funny, lots of energy. Oh shit! He just hit the hardware.
I drove fucking 20 hours to get here.
Did you really? Hooray, everybody!
Well, Mo, you are the man.
Good to see you tonight, man. You really drove 20 hours to get here?
No, I drove about fucking 6. I was in Oklahoma. The food there sucks, bro. They eat testicles. You know anybody from Oklahoma? They eat testicles.
Yeah.
And they eat it like 2 grapes. I wouldn't even eat a fucking hot dog in front of people. You know what they eat there? It's called lamb something. Look it up.
Yeah.
Lamb. It's a thing. ChatGPT is.
Unbelievable.
Yes, look it up.
This is the real. This is how he is
I
in
was
real
in
life.
fucking Oklahoma. I drove here. Listen, I got to rent a car. This fucking rent-a-car says 29 miles or whatever per gallon. I thought that was how much gas I had. I ran out of gas. I didn't know what to do. I called the fucking Uber. I said, come over here. I'm going to give you $100. Go get the tank. And come here and fucking look out for me. He goes, how do you know I can trust you? I said, I'm a fucking degenerate gambler. I'm taking a shot.
Let me tell you my history with Lil Mo. I can't remember what or why or how, but we were all out one night, me, him, and Shane. And Shane's like, you gotta be my friend, this is Lil Mo. And he was like this, right? And I'm like, this guy's not even real. And then after about 5 or 10 minutes, we hung out the rest of the night. He had me absolutely cracking up.
I don't even smoke pot. I'm looking forward to smoking pot again tonight.
Yeah, you're gonna smoke pot tonight. This guy,
when I go into the table, I get anxiety.
Did you smoke it a lot when you were
Oh god. Oh god. Lil Mo's about to be eating bull testicles in Oklahoma.
Fucking Charlie was an engineer. What do you want, Giuseppe? Come on to Majada. How you doing, Bill?
Manjaro sounds Italian.
You know how you say air conditioning in time?
You used to sell air conditioning?
I used to do air conditioning. That's what I did for a living.
Yeah. My cousin worked at HVAC for a while.
Does he?
Yeah, he did.
Is he the helper or he's a mechanic?
He passed away.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
You know when you work for
God was, yeah, he would get in there, you know. He
You say air conditioning in time, you say air conditioning.
Air conditioning.
That's what you say.
Tell us more about.
Fucking staring at me. He's a jinx, this guy.
What's up? From the past over here.
We always have all these different shapes and sizes of characters. I'm Italian. I don't sound like
That's
you.
why
I'm
I
not
like
from New York. I'm from
Let me tell you something. You had some guy on the old day get a Cowboy shirt.
Yeah.
He was a fake Italian.
I saw that.
That's what made me come.
Yeah.
I said, you need the real fucking
And
thing.
that's what I was just gonna say. Is we never get any fucking real Italian.
Nobody does. They act Italian. There's no real one. I'm the only one left.
Tell us more. Teach us some more. It's true. It really is true. There's nothing. I
Nobody
swear to
like
God,
my fucking.
me and this guy sat at the end of a bar cracking up for fucking hours because I couldn't get enough of it. It's who he really is. Give us some more of your Italian New York wisdom, Lil Mo.
If you don't speak Italian, all you need to know how to do is say this. What do you want to do? How you doing? I don't want no problems.
That's exactly right.
Tell us about Brooklyn. What is it about it?
It's old school change now. You know, back in the day it was different. You know, hang out on a stool. You know what I mean? A girl walks by you, how you doing? You know, different levels, different. How you doing? You don't want to throw up a fiver. How you doing? How you doing? Because she might get, she'll get a little cocky. You don't want to get cocky.
Exacerbated or whatever.
Yeah, you gotta bring it down a notch. You know what I'm saying? My friend's sister, man. I remember the first girl I said, "How you doing?" to.
Yeah.
She was a sweetheart, you know? Oh, yeah. I bought her a nice pair of shoes. She goes, "How do I look at them?" I said, "Take them out of the fucking box, you dummy."
How you doing?
We got any Jewish guys out here?
Oh yeah, they're out there.
Right.
They don't make any noise anymore.
How you doing?
They're laying low right now. Jews are hiding in the dark right now.
They'll throw counting in the dark.
So what else we got about being Italian?
I mean, I absolutely love it. I just found a great Italian place that I've been telling everybody about, Baldanucci's here in Austin, Texas. And I love it. I've been ordering from there continuously. I'm talking about
You know what's crazy about Italian? You can eat any piece of food and you can make it sound like a dick. Here's my prosciutto. Yeah, the prosciutto right here. Yeah, like the salami. Yeah. Look at my little fucking pasta fazola. You can make it anything.
Yeah, show me that barra.
You know what I'm saying? Show me that barra.
Where are the real Italians at? Like, where honestly, if we were going to go look for some Italians, or if people wanted to find some Italians?
But we have our own culture. We're Italian American. We're different. Italians don't even like us really.
Really?
They do a little bit because they got to deal with us. I'll fucking kick them out of the fucking country.
Where are the realest ones in America still at? If you want to get them most.
Well, you got some in Chicago and shit. You got where he's from. Young Steiners, Italians. But in New York, we got Brooklyn, the Bronx, Staten Island too. Staten Island's got a lot of Italians. Queens got all the 5 boroughs got Italians.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen. Little Trufsky did whiteface. Trufsky did whiteface. And now D Madness is doing whiteface. This is incredible. You never know what can happen here on Kill Tony every once in a while.
You gotta go to Brooklyn, Theo. You're from New Orleans? Aren't you from New Orleans? Are you from Shane? It's fucking blind as a bat.
What are you?
Are you from New Orleans?
I'm from outside New Orleans.
Oh, I used to go there when I was a kid.
Did you really? What were you guys doing over there?
My friend had a place that used to go to the Abbey. Remember the Abbey? It was like a late night joint.
It was
Seriously, chicken fingers and shit.
the Abbey? No,
There was a place made in Voyage.
Maiden Voyage.
Come on, shh.
I just remembered it.
You know it.
Yeah, I'll forget it again, I'm sure, but yeah, I did remember it.
I got selective fucking memory, Mo.
Maiden Voyage was a little bit. It was
fun.
It was okay. People like different stuff. I didn't like it. I like Boston better.
You like Boston?
Yeah, I like Boston.
I like Boston too. I didn't think they would like me out there. They like
what? But you think that
because I'm Italian. No, Boston's got a lot of Irish. When we kids are Irish and Italians to fight over them. So I figured I went to Boston. They'll beat the shit out of me. They like it.
We need more of that shit.
You need old school shit back, right?
Yes.
You believe in stereotypes? When it comes to dicks, I think it's true. I'm gonna tell you what. I look at people's dicks in the urinal once in a while. Not because I'm gay. I'm gonna tell you what it is.
Yeah, what is it?
I'm gonna tell you it's my grandfather was ugly and he had no money. And he begged my grandmother for 50 years she stayed with him. So I asked her, she goes, "Pussy." So it made me start looking. I says, let me see what people are working with. This way I can have an edge. You know what I mean?
And then what happened?
You look like this, you go like this, look, you go like you take a piss. And you go, peekaboo. Now, if they got a little guy, you can blackmail him, or you can pump their ego up. Like you go like, if it's your boss or something, right up the fucking corporate ladder. How you doing?
Lil Mo, I fucking love you. You gotta follow this guy on Instagram. Do it. Here's a big joke, but Lil Mo, I'm gonna throw it to you. Praise God, man. Lil Mo Mozzarella. Lil Mo, how long are you in South for?
I'm saying two nights.
So when do you leave?
I don't know, 2 fucking nights from now. Like a fucking
Italian.
you know it.
Hey, real quick, Lil Mo. Real quick. Jump back on that mic real quick.
What? No problem.
What's the best show you've ever seen in New York City? You're true New York, right?
Yeah.
All the way. What's the
Rockettes. No.
Okay.
DMX.
Where'd you see him at?
I see him Summer Jam. Where the fuck is that? Is that New York? No, it might be Jersey.
Okay.
Where the fuck did I see the Warriors? I don't know.
What shows have you seen at Madison Square Garden?
Cheese?
What?
Just cheese.
Nice.
That's it. I did it at the What's the Golf Club in Madison Square Garden.
Well, I'll tell you what. I find you to be so interesting and so compelling. We're doing 2 nights at Madison Square Garden, August 7th and 8th. Will you come? How you doing? Lil Mo Mozzarella. Absolutely. How about one more time for the cameo of Shane Gillis, everybody? What a crazy world we're living in. Where the biggest comedian in the world stops in and pretends to be blind for 10 seconds. He'll be hosting the roast of Kevin Hart on May 10th live on Netflix. It's going to be a hell of a roast. I'll be there roasting yet again on the biggest roast of all time. The roast of Kevin Hart, May 10th. 2 days earlier, me and Jelly Roll are at the Green Theater. And a reminder, this Friday, Busboys, starring Theo Vaughn and David Spade. I'll be in theaters everywhere. Go to a movie theater, people. Buy some popcorn and a large soda. Enjoy yourself. Throw extra butter on it. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking poll, everybody, goes by the name of T. Austin, everybody. T. Austin.
What's up? Now, I came out here, I'm a little angry, but I'm not angry with y'all. I don't like the motherfuckers that's outside, so I came up with a few ways to destroy the world, and I only got a minute to do so. The first one would be, for you religious motherfuckers, I want whoever you believe in, Jesus, Muhammad, whoever, I hope you come, so that way the rest of us can be out here screaming like, holy shit! You can't say that shit, because God is here. The second way, you already got Donald Trump in there doing this thing, working on Israel. We working on them bombs. That would be funny, but fuck that, we're living that much. Now, the third way, fucking brilliant. I want my goddamn zombies. I've been watching The Walking Dead. I've been practicing my motherfucking shit. Michael, get ready to come out. I'm going to see that shit. I want to live it. The fourth way, because it could be anything. You guys, I could drop a bomb of peanuts in here and drop half you motherfuckers. The fourth way, that I believe that we deserve it, because Donald Trump said it's true. Goddamn aliens. We're already here. Thank y'all. I'm T. Austin.
T. Austin, ladies and gentlemen. John Dees. I'm going to check in with John Dees here. What did he just say?
Bunch of shit.
Everyone in this room is now dumber.
And you're welcome for it.
Okay, welcome, T. How long have you been doing stand-up, my dear friend?
I have been doing stand-up off and on for about maybe 6 years, my dog.
6 years. Okay.
6 years.
Where at?
San Antonio.
Okay.
I'm originally from Georgia.
Georgia?
Yeah.
Right.
I was in Texas for 20 years though, so I'm officially a DSTV as well as a DSGV. Bad motherfucker all the way around.
What's a DSTV?
Oh, that's a down south Texas boy.
Oh.
I'm a down south Georgia boy.
Oh, well.
Past the short, that's my dog.
Okay.
I don't know him, but I listen to him.
And what does the T stand for?
T. It's a letter. Just ABCD.
EFT. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, you see, I got my hand in my pocket. I ain't got no fingerprints. I don't want nobody telling on me.
Okay. I really need a translator.
I hear everything you're saying, brother.
T. Austin, what do you not do for work?
What do I not do for work? Well, I am a retired drug dealer. I used to sell marijuana.
Okay.
But then it became legal and them bitches took it from a pocket. But now I work at a grocery store and I give out samples to nice folks like you, white people here in front of me today.
All right. Look at you working at the grocery.
See? Nice. Yeah, I'm broke than a bitch. I need a job, Tom.
Let's check.
And who likes to sample the most? Who's the most? When you're in there, if you're working like if you're in the sample streets, who is the person that you know what I'm saying? Take me through some of them samples.
All right, so look, I got folk that come through. I got my everyday people that's let me try to
Your what people?
let me talk a little bit clearer.
Yes.
So I have everyday people that like to come in and they will eat what I make because it is very, very delicious. But some bitches don't buy it. I don't care about you loving what I make. I care about you buying it. But putting a smile on people's faces just like I'm doing with you.
There you go. All right. There's a lot there. We love the enunciation.
That's the question.
And who the worst people that come through there? Who's the worst type of sampler?
Yeah, if you had to describe what they look like.
Ooh, check this out. I won't, but I'll describe their pocket. They got a lot of money.
All right.
People with a lot of money be mean as fuck.
Really? What's the meanest thing anybody's ever said to you while you're handing out?
You know what? You didn't do it, and I was surprised because I heard about you, but I didn't take it like that. But they come up and they say, my brother. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I'm not your brother. I don't know you. And I tell them, no, sir, I do not understand what you're saying to me right now.
You say that to the white people that say that.
I didn't say that. You said that. I said that to anybody who say that. But if you want to say it's white people, sir, I'll take that too.
But if a black guy came up to you and said, my brother, delicious sample.
It depends on how you say it.
All right. How about how I said it?
I would depend on how you say it.
All right. What if I was like, my brother, delicious sample?
I'd be like, well, thank you, sir, and I really do appreciate that.
All right, perfect. If you would have said anything else, I would have asked to speak to your manager.
I appreciate this shit. I really didn't know I was going to get called on here. It is really a fucking honor. I hope I did good for y'all. I'll fuck with it. I hope I get called.
Are you closing out your own interview right now? You're clocking out.
It hurts, bro. I am so nervous, bro.
It's what happens. You're in the busy. We know you didn't think you were going to get called. That's how the show works, and that's also your dress for not getting called.
Hey, I got off of work and came.
You did it.
I'm poor. I have to work.
Type shit.
So I gotta work. You see me? Put it in my pocket. Help your boy out.
There you go.
Love y'all.
Catch him at Trader Jamal's. T. Austin, everybody. CEO doing his classic meet and greet. And trademark standing ovation for everyone.
Scary thing.
It is.
I could never do that.
Yeah, you could.
You lived there for. I could not do it.
We used to do 3 minutes at the Comedy Store at the open mic.
But you can practice it for a long time. It just feels like very. It feels like shame to me.
Well, yeah, it is.
Carry on.
It's the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full goes by the name of Brian Stupek. Brian Stupek.
Hey everybody. So I'm a man, so I get a little discouraged about the double standard that exists online between men and women. For example, a girl can post herself at the beach wearing a bikini. Gets thousands of likes, hundreds of comments from other girls. Saying things like, yes, queen. Slay girl. Pop off diva. I say one innocent comment like, wow, what a babe, and I get blasted. They say creep. They say loser. Or most often they say, wow, dude, she's only 11. You believe it's sweet one? So I don't do many impressions. I do one. This is my impression of a Latina, but not just any Latina. This is one that is both brilliant and gorgeous. So give me a second while I get into character. Soy mexicana, soy mexicana, soy mexicana. No, sí, okay. I'm breaking up with you, Brian.
Hey, Brian. Welcome, Brian. Is this your first time on the show?
Sure is.
Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
Since June.
Where at?
Mostly 6th Street.
You live here in Austin?
Yeah, I work next door.
What made you want to start 6 months ago?
It's a long story, but I ran out of money in Italy, and my buddy's like, "Come stay with me and try stand-up comedy." So I was like, "All right."
Where was that?
In Italy or
You're in Italy. You ran out of money. Your buddy's like, come move.
he lives in Kyle.
He lives in here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So where'd you live before that?
So I'm from Northern California, but I do a lot of travel. So I spent like most of the last 10, 15 years traveling. I'm a linguist, so I like travel to learn languages. I'll pick up like odd jobs.
You teach the last guy how to talk.
I mean, I can help people that, I can't help lost causes,
Right.
Yeah. So,
well, how did you run out of money in Italy exactly? What did you do over there?
So I published an Italian book, and I had this idea where I could promote it. I was going to walk the length of Italy with 100 copies of my book in a shopping cart, and I was going to push it the length of Italy, trading it every day for food and lodging.
Wow.
And when I got to Rome, I ran out of books and I ran out of money. And so I was like, I was just waiting in the airport there for 5 days till my book royalties came in, and then I flew home.
All things lead to Rome, they say, isn't it?
Right? There it is. Yeah.
That's true.
Italy itself was actually a pivot too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tried to walk Africa before that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not a lot of book buyers out there.
No. No, that one was just for me. That was for fun. Yeah. I made it a third of the way.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was nice. It was great. So I went from Cape Town, South Africa, to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I did like all of South Africa, all of Namibia, all of Angola, and then when I got to the border of the DRC, I kept getting robbed. So
By who? Get a guess.
Yeah.
When you say kept getting robbed, how many times do you think you were robbed?
It was 3 in a week and a half.
Yeah.
So it was the first time I just got jumped by like high school age kids. Can I show you? It's
You're gonna show me like a what?
Yeah. Know where you're saying.
You work with all those kids.
I was so confused how we went.
So it was like
You need me to stand up for this thing or something?
What? Brian, let's not make the award-winning artists do anything written by you, Brian.
So no, they were kind of
Fucking people. Hey, can I use you like a mannequin there? Just leave your Grammys at the table. Just stand up for me. I'm a random fucking open micer that has 6 months of experience.
Jelly's ready for it.
It's down to play.
Like, fuck, I'm down now. At this point, I kind of want to see. Fuck.
Let's go. Clearly anything can happen.
So they were like 6'3", 120. So I'm walking behind.
I'm fucking flattered.
Yeah.
So they're walking behind, and I wasn't sure what he was trying to do. So he grabs me by the back, and he like, and I was like, what? And then he kept doing it, like he's like, And so I fought them off, and that's all. You're good now. That was it.
Wow. Just as stupid as I thought it would be, everybody. Right? Stupid. Eating a human.
Yeah.
Bad act out.
Yeah, but the second time was a little bit scary. They had AK-47s. They put one in my mouth.
Wow. Way.
Yeah.
Get hard?
And what is
Good question. Grand Dan. Completely redeeming himself. Question everybody wanted to ask.
Did it get hard?
Did you get hard?
I stay hard, Johnny.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
And then the third time, it was like they were men with
No, you can't just breeze through that.
Yeah.
What exactly did they?
How this one happened?
Yeah. What did they get out of you? What did they rob out of you?
At that time, I was in Luanda, Angola, which is the capital of Angola, and I was doing it.
Sounds safe.
I just had my phone and my money on me because I was staying with a local there, so I had like my backpack with them, so that wasn't on me. And
You were pointing at a fanny pack?
No.
Where's the money? Okay.
No, it was just in my pocket. I was just going to a TV interview. It was like 6 in the morning, and I was like,
Cash do you think you had on you?
like $90.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like a lot there, but I was
It's a lot anywhere, man.
Yeah.
Especially there.
Yeah, so as I was walking, I was stupid. Like, I just had my phone out using GPS, and I'm like,
oh, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'd rob you if I thought you would.
And then as I'm walking, there were like 2 guys sitting on a stoop, and they ran in opposite directions. I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then they came back with AKs. And
yeah.
They speak Portuguese, and Angola, so like, fica, fica, fica, fica, Atento, which means stay in Portuguese. And so I had my phone and I was just like,
Exactly.
yeah.
They could have used fucking those guns that just say bang. The flag comes
Well,
out.
it's frustrating because it was like a 5'2" inch. It was like Kevin Hart was robbing me. You know, it was like it was really emasculating.
Yeah.
And then one of the guys, when he was emptying my pockets, I did have my sunscreen on me.
Oh.
Yeah.
The one thing they allowed you to keep.
No, they took that too.
They took that too.
And I was like, you don't need this.
Right.
Yeah. But what happened was the guy dropped it and that panicked the other guy with the gun and he like hit me and like put it. He's like, I was like, I'm not even doing it.
And then the third time.
So I was at the border of the DRC and I was walking and guys walked by me and it was a fisherman group. So it was like one guy's carrying fish, another 3 are carrying machetes. And so they like,
oh, the old fish machete trick.
So that sounds bad, but it's not terribly uncommon in that part of the world. You see people walking with machetes. Like I've walked hundreds of miles with people with machetes. So, but these people, what made it sketchy was they turned around and they started following me. And I was like, all right, maybe I dropped something. I didn't. So I picked up my speed. They picked up their speed. I started jogging. They started jogging. Took off into the jungle. Then they chased me into the jungle. But there's like the brush was about this high. So I found a spot to hide. And they're like looking for me for like 45 minutes. I'm like hiding on top of my bag. And then they eventually left, but I waited another few hours because they could have just been waiting on the road, you know? Of course. And I'm like hearing things rustle in the bushes this whole time. And the previous week or so, I'd seen half a dozen black mambas or so across the road. So I'm just like, maybe it's time to come home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, tell the world I'm coming.
Can we still sing Diddy?
Huh? What? Who sings that?
Diddy?
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I like it. Yeah, I just like the song.
It was a medium joke book, my friend. There goes Brian.
Appreciate you guys.
Everybody. We're flying through it here tonight.
Yeah.
You guys still having fun out there? You get it? Thanks for listening to next fucking bowl, ladies and gentlemen. It's Luke Robinson, everybody. Luke Robinson.
Elon Musk is making Neuralink so people can talk to their pets. Aww, now they can tell us just how much they love us. I don't know, but I've thought about it fucking a lot. Imagine dog dads having the neuter talk. After a painful conversation about cutting their balls off, they'd be like, please, Poppy, I promise to keep my pecker in my pants. Dudes would be so traumatized, they never neuter dogs ever again. And the stray population would go way out of control. And if dogs can talk, they can understand TV. Imagine coming home to find your dog watching AOC on C-SPAN. Poppy, she's so smart. Next day, dog's on the doorstep of a shelter with a note. Good dog, but he's a fucking Democrat. Thank you, I'm Luke Robinson. They call me your big dog. Thank you.
Luke Robinson. Amazing. Very, very compelling. It's very...
Good job, man.
Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
This is my fifth time on stage.
Fifth time. Talking to that microphone. Fifth time
Obviously.
on stage. And how did the other 4 times go?
First time was in Memphis. No, I'm sorry. First time was in Little Rock. Memphis was second. Third was LOL in San Antonio.
Okay.
And that's when I got my first positive feedback from the audience that my writing is really solid. I do a lot of dog jokes. I'm a big dog guy.
Yeah.
And
Specialize in dog material. I noticed that.
I do. I lost 3 dogs to cancer. I've walked 4,000
Wow. I mean, starting with how many dogs you've lost to cancer is something else. That is incredible.
Yeah.
What? You lost 3 dogs to cancer?
Not all at the same time.
What is going
Oh,
on?
But,
still, dude, quit doing that.
Are you giving them cigarettes? I have to come back on the goals, right? Yeah.
Well, what are you doing, man?
Well, my first one was bone cancer. That was in Boston.
Look, I know yes, bone cancer happens in Boston, but what I'm saying is, give it up and do something else.
Yeah.
How much?
Now get a dog. Absolutely. Unfortunately, I'm on my 5th parent, so.
Oh, you started with how many dogs have died under your tutelage. How many have survived? Do you have any living dogs?
I have one. He's 3-legged though, so.
Oh my God, what is happening? How did your dog lose its leg?
Well, that was abuse. Before me. Not me.
Oh.
I got him. The people before him left him outside, tied to a tree, and lacerated his leg, amputated. Before I got him, I fostered him, and he was like, Poppy, I'll be the best son to you. Please adopt me. I signed the papers after that. It's been the most ungrateful Great Pyrenees I've ever had.
He's grateful.
Ungrateful Great Pyrenees.
Check in with Jelly Roll.
This is really close to sound like a Jelly Roll song.
My ex, that kind of is. Actually, my first dog, kind of is I moved to Boston. My first dog got cancer. My girlfriend left me, and she took the truck. So I totally became a country song.
Wow.
Cliche. But I ended up walking, after losing 3 dogs, I've walked a total of 4,250 miles. Started a foundation where we try to understand why dogs get cancer like people. So I try to turn the loss.
Did you walk across America or Africa?
America 3 different times. Austin to Boston was my first one.
Wow.
Then the West Coast from Canada to Mexico was my second one. My last one, my third one, was the entire length of the Hudson River. Because I lost Hudson was the third one that lost to cancer.
Wow.
Yeah.
And round of applause for doing that, man. That's impressive.
Yeah. Red Man takes a pedicab to his condo 4 blocks away.
I'm a cat guy.
But he's also gonna lose a leg soon, so.
Join me on my next walk. You enjoy me, but I have to lose another dog.
Oh, yeah.
What was your favorite walk? To be honest, it's just interesting. Somebody that walked as much that many places.
Austin to Boston was the best one. That was 2,300 miles with over 2 years with my 2 dogs. So
Why was it the best though?
Yeah, that's kind of hard. The West Coast is just weird altogether. And they say they're animal friendly, but when you look like a homeless guy walking with a dog, they don't treat you like that, like you're part of theirs. So it was just a different experience. I find the people from Austin to Boston, I've walked across 16 states, including DC, and the people were just incredible. It's just like nothing you see on TV. Nothing can speak to that experience. It's just like selling all your stuff, putting everything in storage, and just walking with your dogs cross country. It was so much grace and glory in that experience.
How do you make money?
Look at me, I'm 55, I'm up here on the stage trying out for a contest. I've been doing this since I lost my first dog 20 years ago, so...
You've been doing what?
Not living in the non-profit world, trying to solve canine cancer, companion animal cancer.
Right.
So...
Do you think that solving canine cancer is more important than solving human cancer?
Well, what science has taught us, this is the interesting thing, is that, especially with dog cancer, it's pretty much the same thing. Like 90% of all cancers dogs get, that people get. They look the same, they act the same. It's kind of one of the things that science has taught us.
Right. People say a lot of it's from Chobani yogurt. Have you seen all of that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do dogs get more breast cancer than normal animals because of all the nipples and stuff?
Yes, they do. Great question.
Do they?
Yeah, they do get mammary cancer.
Have you ever been fat?
I haven't been what?
Have you ever been fat?
Fat?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I used to be a sugar guy, totally.
Yeah, like have you lost a lot of weight?
A lot, yeah.
How much?
Probably about 100 pounds. I know you have. You look fantastic, by the way, too.
I can tell. I know my kind when I see them. You look like you get Ed Gaines lampshades under there.
I know that feeling. I look like you.
Shit happening right here, too. It's bad.
Yeah.
That's very funny, very true observation by Jelly Roll. I'm now looking at it. Your belt is made of belt loops. There are belts
around the
everywhere.
titties. The titties is where you're supposed to look. You can see this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You got
the skin where titties once was. I'm struggling with the same thing.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Incredible. So let me ask you this. What's your love life like? You're out there walking dogs, 3-legged dogs. You must get a lot of...
Well, it's a lot better than it was 100 pounds ago. I can promise you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, when you're on the road and you're walking, man, you smell like basically piss and dog ass all the time. Look like all those guys. So So it's been a while since I've had it's been a dry spell, so it's been a long time.
Man.
So, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Something. Do you have what is your your nonprofit called?
It's Puppy Up. So, like some people down in Texas say cowboy up or man up. We puppy up. So that was my battle cry for my first walk because I knew it was going to be long and hard. So we puppy up, y'all.
Absolutely adorable.
We all have to puppy up in life.
Definitely. Here you go, my friend. There's a medium size. Oh, wow, you got a little dog in you. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Robinson. There he goes. There he goes. Very dog cancer heavy 8 minutes that was. You guys still hanging in there? Time for your next fucking pull, Matt Campbell, everybody. Matt Campbell. Here we go.
Hello. Has anyone got crap nicknames? Show of hands if they have a crap nickname. No? Just me? Fuck you guys. Alright. No, I just wanted to say, because, like, you know, when you get a crap nickname like Booger Face or like Numpty or something horrible like that, Jelly maybe you could attest, I don't know. But it always comes from the ones you love, you know what I mean? It's never from people you hate. Like my granddad, when I was a fat kid, called me Buster Bacon. Not as bad as my little brother, he called him Adolf. And his justification for that is whenever he screamed, he got exactly what he wanted. I mean, he could have called him Donald, it would have worked the same. It's alright though, my dad sealed the name deal with my brother, because my brother came out of the closet, and his name's Benedict. That's already, I'm British, my brother's name's Benedict, I've already had a good start. And my brother on the couch just yells, "Dad, the door is ringing." And my dad just goes, "Yeah, Benedict."
Alright, over his time, Matt Campbell. Welcome, Matt. You want to finish that, or were you done there?
Well, I was just gonna say my brother's name was Benedict after that. That was,
Okay. Alright, well, are you English?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been in America?
I've been in America about 9 years now.
Alright.
Yeah.
Where at?
I lived in Colorado Springs for like 8 years, and then I moved here like 7 months ago. So like almost 9 years I've been in America. Yeah.
What school did you go to? Hogwarts?
Yes. I do look like a bit of, like I'm wearing like a Weasley sweater right now. So, fuck.
What do you do for work?
I wait tables now.
Okay.
I used to be a valet at the W Hotel, but now I wait tables.
Okay, where are you waiting tables at?
Cousin Louis, shout out Cousin Louis, up in Dripping Springs, a great place to work.
That's where you live, Dripping Springs?
Yeah, no, I don't live there, I live just 10 minutes outside of town. It's just a bit of a drive.
To drive a long time.
Nah, it's worth that money.
50 minutes?
The money's pretty good.
Okay.
And are you Welsh, lad?
No, not a drop.
Not a drop. And what does it mean to be Welsh?
What it means to be Welsh is you shag sheep for fun. I'll stand by that. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just been curious about them.
Talk to me about the nickname. What was it again?
Buster Bacon.
Yours was Buster Bacon?
Yeah.
They were going to call me Fatback at first. And then because I like jelly donuts, and my mama didn't know the difference between a jelly donut and a goddamn jelly roll, then she called me Jelly Roll.
That was it, because I ate bacon sandwiches. I ate the same thing.
That's a true story. Did a lot of people have nicknames where you're from?
Mostly like rude names, like Knobhead, Wanker. There's a couple other ones.
But like, we did that too. We would make, that would be their name. Like, we did one guy named Shit Stain. I'm not making this up, but we all call him Shit. His whole life. I never knew his real name to this day. Shout out Shit. I love you, baby. I ain't seen you in a while. I miss you, dog.
Shout out, Shit.
Brown. I had a new bug, a tingling.
You had Tingling?
There was a tingling. This is all true nicknames. You came from the neighborhood with nicknames too, right?
Well, yeah, but I actually, a little fun fact, since you brought it up, is we once did in Nashville, Tennessee, a roast of Jelly Roll. And you're a smart guy because you did your roast when you were still humongous. And you gave us a lot to work with. And I just so happened to search my phone for Jelly Roll roast, and I found an entire file of jokes that I did on Jelly Roll. I said Jelly Roll is Lizzo for rednecks. I called him Leonard Skidmark. Hold on. Limp Biscuit and Gravy. This is a long file. I did a lot of jokes that night. There's a lot there. Jelly Roll is your favorite musician if your favorite meal is corn dog. There's a lot here. I don't even know where to begin.
You already started.
Yeah. No, this is a gigantic file. I know there's a part where there's
going a while now. Really Jelly Roll.
You can see what I'm.
He's still scrolling. Yeah, I thought we were freezing.
There's a part where I had. At the end, I remember I went on a run of banned fucking music months, but now I've lost. I can't find it now.
It doesn't give anything to hear that.
It's a live show.
More mature now, though, bro. You know?
I was going to say Olive Garden breadstick, but you know, he's doing one.
Sinclair. Tell us more about your gay British life.
Is it fun being British, or does it just seem like it's whatever? Does it even seem like you're doing anything?
I did recently.
It seems so docile and fucking confused and librarian-ish.
I did get asked for my papers recently. That was a fun experience. And like, you know, have a job, just trying to wait tables.
Oh yeah. What they think you were?
I don't know. I have no idea what they thought I was. I said, "Hello, madam. How can I help you today?"
Where are your papers?
That was the first thing before I could even get to the menu. Just trying to give us some like eggplant rollatini or something.
How do you do with the ladies? How does
I've got a girlfriend.
Okay, she's Texan?
She's in Colorado, but she's from Wyoming.
Okay. How's that going?
It's going pretty good.
You guys talk on the phone a lot?
It is a lot on FaceTime.
You guys have phone sex?
Nah, I can't do it.
Really?
Dude, it's too weird, right? Also, I don't know who the fuck's listening, dude. You guys are all cool with that. You have no idea who's listening. You're just like flicking your bean and just going, Did you interrupt the call? What the fuck was that? I just figure we're going to be listening to, like, all of us are going to have, like, our porn soundtracks whenever we do something too famous. You know what I mean? Just coming out. I'd be worried.
Would you, lad? Sorry, I missed you.
See, my accent's not funny. It's other people doing my accent, which is funny.
I love British people, dude. I like Scottish people, actually.
I got
Irish people, and I like British people.
They haven't exactly narrowed it down, but yes, we're doing well.
What's the craziest gig you've done here in America, stand-up wise?
I did a show in Houston where they were all, it was like a drug bazaar.
Drug bazaar. Drug bazaar.
Like a market.
Bazaar. Bam, bam, bam, bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
What do you mean drug bazaar?
Like everyone was just like I went to like go to the green room, and on my way it's just like tables full of like Molly, acid, weed, mushrooms. Where? This is Houston. This is Houston.
Where exactly in Houston is this table?
I can find like the details on my phone later.
We don't really.
I have prayed for a green room like that my entire career. This is how I imagined the 80s were before phones existed.
It felt a little bit like that.
Dope everywhere, people having fun.
Dude, I got this thing one time, so I had to do a comedy show at, it was something at like the Golden Bridge or whatever in California. It's like a really nice bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge.
Even I know that one.
That's what it is. And so anyway, I did this thing, and it's like a weed conference, right? And my set was at like 11:15 or something.
The fuck?
I get up, and
Why would it do
and
this?
there's like one dude who's dressed like a boat captain or something. This motherfucker he's lost, and somebody left somebody up front, that, like, left a sibling up front that was
Get the fuck out of here
kind of
with that
mentally
shit.
ill or whatever.
Now shut the
He didn't
fuck
want to
up,
God's
dog.
oysters or whatever. And but bro, they didn't put like a little sign on him or anything, so I'm fucking. This dude is like giving me a lot of grief and shit. And they got me so high before the thing, bro. It was embarrassing and sad, bro. And it was just like, God, that was harrowing, bro. That was harrowing.
I mean, it sounds.
And that's why we left your country, dude. So we could do shit like that.
I'll tell you what, it's why I left, that's for sure.
Matt Campbell, congratulations. There's a little joke. There he goes, Matt Campbell, everybody. I keep it moving along here. Flying right through it. On to the next one we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Anthony Martin, everybody. Anthony Martin. Here comes Anthony. Okay.
Hello. I'm in a YouTube rabbit hole right now. Anyone else? Yeah. I'm into young bros beating up pedophiles on the internet. Have you seen this? Oh my goodness. It's phenomenal. The way it works, it's like a young bro starts catfishing a pedophile, meets him out in a Walmart. He's just like, hey, you looking for Rebecca? I'm Rebecca. Just hits him. Bounces off the chips aisle. He's like, leave me alone. He's running through. He crashes through a giant soda tower that looks like the University of Texas. And I like these videos, but I start to feel guilty when you find out that these guys, they have autism or mental disabilities, or they're running for re-election. And I just feel guilty. I feel guilty. I was sexting with my fiance the other day. I was saying all the dirty stuff of like, yeah, I'm gonna take it down, flip it around, all over town, all that. And I'm not good at it, but I send a text and I immediately get a response back from my mother-in-law. It said, Anthony, never text me that again. Come say it to my face.
Anthony Martin, everybody. Hell yeah. Funny stuff. Anthony, where you from?
I'm from Burbank, California.
Okay, wow. The former home of the Tonight Show, yeah. Red Band used to live there. I used to live there. What part of Burbank exactly?
I used to
Alameda and Victory?
No, right on Glen Oaks.
Glen Oaks and?
I don't want to.
Oh, you still live there?
My family still lives there.
Oh, wow, yeah, we don't want these families.
I don't want these guys
down your family. A bunch of angry pedophiles. Your son was making jokes about us getting beaten up. Fuck your son. Wait, no, we'll fuck your son.
Bring me your son.
Anthony, what do you do for a living?
I work in property management.
How long have you been on stand-up?
Almost 10 years.
10 years. You're managing property in Burbank?
No, I live in Portland, Oregon right now. I got engaged. That's where her family lives.
Okay. All right.
Portland's nice.
It is nice.
People, it gets like a crazy rap because of all like the people, like the
Because all the people that live there.
No, just like the Renaissance Fair people fighting the fucking gay addicts or whatever the shit is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The shit that was on the internet. But you go there, dude, it's freaking cool, man.
Yeah, the food there is great. I really like the food. Yeah.
They do have good food. There's that one big food court. You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't eat while I was there, but we had a great time.
I think one time, donuts is fine.
Yeah, Voodoo Donuts, I think, is from Portland, Oregon.
Is that true?
Is it?
Yes.
Wow.
Or I'm wrong.
I'll be honest, I would know this.
Angry man.
This is the kind of shit I would know. This is the value I bring to tonight's show.
You know the origin story of every donut place? They call me Jelly Roll for a reason.
The origin story.
Only the ones that are legalized marijuana states.
From a small dozen in Antioch.
I love it. Anthony, where'd you meet this girl at?
Funny enough, Tinder.
Okay.
Yeah.
She was in Portland and you were in Burbank and you're like,
Well, we met in California, and then funny story. I knew I loved her from like the moment we met. Like I met her, and I was like, God, I love her so much. And it's like creepy. I know how it felt. And then no, fuck no. Are you insane?
Say it. It's insane.
No.
You have to not say it.
No, I met her. I knew that immediately, and then she told me she was moving to Portland, Oregon, and I was like, oh fuck. And then I was like, oh yeah, that's cool, that's fine. We wrap up the date, and I go back to my car, and I'm like punching the passenger seat, like, oh damn it. We end up meeting up a few years later, and she couldn't let me go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Luckily, she did not see you beating your passenger seat aggressively right after the date.
This could be you.
Yeah. May have scared her away. So you just ran into her a few years later, or?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
COVID.
Okay.
COVID.
So you guys were like chatting again.
Yeah.
And then you.
She was not texting me back that often. So, ladies, if there's a guy that's texting you a lot and you're not texting him back that much, fuck you.
That's a good point. What does she do in Portland? What does she sell on Etsy?
She's a crystal farmer? No. She does remote medical work. More complicated than I can explain. Yeah.
Telehealth?
Somewhat. I don't know. I know it's something insurance stuff.
It's popular.
Yeah, it sounds about right. You're managing properties, so that's like apartments in Portland?
Yes.
So what's some of the crazy stuff that you've had to do? What's bad stuff that you've seen?
Well, I used to live here in Austin. I have.
For how long?
How dark of a story can I tell you, Tony?
Good, let's go.
So, there
Do you want Shopify Talkspace Prize Picks?
I was working here in Austin, Texas a few years ago, and close to the office there was a smell, a peculiar smell that no one could. We were like, man, what's this smell? We got to find the source of the smell. And eventually, we found a dead body.
Wow.
Yes, it had been dead for about. There was a person. He had killed himself maybe like 3 months ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it was just in the apartment?
Right in the apartment.
He prepaid his rent or whatever?
Well, the reason why we couldn't find him is because he had auto pay on.
Oh, wow.
That's probably. I don't like my job. And the idea that they got extra money from this guy who was dead kind of bugs me.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we find his body. No. I'm gonna say his mom's name, but that's because it's relevant to the story. Because at a certain point, his mom showed up. No one could find his next of kin. His file was so old, it was a younger guy. His mom shows up.
Dog got cancer. Go ahead. Then what happened?
But his mom shows up and she's like, "Hey, I'm looking for my son." And she points to that apartment right there, the one with the smell and all that. And I was just an assistant at the time, and I go to my manager. She had a family member die recently. She couldn't speak. She left the office. I had to deliver the news.
Can you tell us how you broke it?
You want to do a reenactment with Jelly Roll?
Yeah, Jelly Roll.
Let's see. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we love this.
Sit down. I wanted to. There's no easy way to say this. He died. He's dead.
Oh, wow.
Dead. Somebody say.
When you broke the news to her, did you leave out the part? Like, did she ask how? Did she? I mean, he had no idea.
We didn't know.
Man, fucking tell us, dude. We all came here tonight.
We didn't know at the time. He shot his face with a shotgun.
Bro!
Well, hold on. I blame. So his neighbors didn't hear anything. That's fucking wild. His neighbors were just like, that's not my business. Like, what a fucking.
Wow.
it's nuts.
Do you happen to tell the mom that his body was decomposing for months before he was found?
Yeah, no, I did. I kind of walked her through the beginning of the story. We had suspicions. There was a smell in the apartment. We called the police. They found the body. Because you never want like one of your maintenance guys to like walk in there and have that on their conscience. But I was sitting on the ground holding her hand while she, by the way, whales I'll never be able to forget. They only gave me 1 day off of work.
Wow.
What do you mean by they?
Well, I still have to work with them, so well, I'm gonna.
The old lord of the land lord. Lord of all the lands.
I'm not lording over any land. I don't own any of this.
No, I know. I'm talking about.
There's a big rich guy, and he just tells me he's like going to the apartments. I'm like, I don't. That's illegal. The rich people have no idea. Is this guy blind?
No.
Okay. Never mind.
That guy's blind though.
Okay.
Why? Why are you curious about who's blind around you?
Black on the inside, black on the outside. You feel me?
You were way more cross-eyed a second ago. Maybe just relax a little too much. It's fine.
He was just trying to focus on you.
Yeah.
Sitting in the closest seat.
He's trying to look at both my ears at the same time.
Wow. So you found a dead body, and that's a hell of a thing.
Yeah. So the point I wanted to get to is I'm holding the mom's hand. She's wailing. She's crying. And I asked her, I'm trying to comfort her. I'm like, what's your name? She's like, I'm gay.
Shit.
Her name is like Gay Lord, but just the gay part. I tried not to laugh. That's not a...
Yeah.
That's a terror. It's so dark. But to be fair, he had been dead for like a month. Like, I was over it.
Yeah.
I was over it. I was finding the humor. We were already making jokes around the office that he was haunting the place.
Yeah.
And that's that story. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. Fun stuff. Fun set, fun interview. Anthony Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go, Anthony. Boom. Big joke book. There he goes. Let's get one more bucket full out of here. Sure, ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket full of the night goes by the name of Gabriel Adam, everybody. Gabriel Adam.
I recently learned I don't think I just have to stand up here and make no jokes and you guys will all be cracking up. I mean, this is great. Honestly, I love this. I recently learned that there's some jokes you can't make in stand-up comedy. Last week I did this joke about beating my girlfriend. This guy knows what's going on. And now I can't fucking find her. I'm not sure who went and told her, but somebody gave her the courage to leave, and now I can't. I'm still trying to figure out how she chewed through the chains. That beaver tooth bitch fucking. She nibbled away to my heart. I don't know what else to say. Seriously though, if anybody sees her, tell her, come home.
Okay, there you go, Gabriel Adam, one of the most interesting looking people we've ever seen in our lives. The verdict is in. You look hilarious. Theo Vaughn.
Wonderful.
Give it up for Comic McGregor right here. That was kind of cheap, man. I'm sorry. No, but it is nice you come out and people do. In fact, you got 25 seconds before you laugh.
I mean, it's good. It feels good.
Yeah, it probably made it a little bit easier, did it?
No, not at all.
Oh, shit. It is so exciting.
Dang, I was hoping that would have helped.
You never know who'll pop out here. Having the Buc-ee's mascot come out right now is just absolutely incredible.
I'm still waiting for that brand deal money. I mean, anytime now.
Very rare is someone both frightening and adorable at the same time, but somehow you kind of pull off both. Tell us about this life. I cannot wait to find out about this life.
Oh, God.
How old are you?
I'm 31 years old.
Okay, 31. Wow.
You look great. You do. You look good. I mean, pretty good. I don't look looking good.
It's the Lucky Charms, you know. I keep fucking eating them.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Where are you from?
I'm from Austin, Minnesota.
Whoa. Okay. All right.
Yeah. You guys don't know where that is. Don't lie.
Okay. Where do you live now?
I live in Austin, Texas now.
Okay. How long have you lived here?
I've been here for about a month and a half.
What made you move here?
Your show?
Okay. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A month and a half.
Okay. So you started a month and a half ago. It's amazing. We're getting down to the bottom of it. I love it. Do you have a job here in Austin yet?
I do. I'm an Uber driver.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Is that what you did in Austin, Minnesota as well?
No, not at all. I was a car salesman.
Okay, what kind of cars were you selling?
I started with Subarus, and then I went to Fords, and then I went to Kias and wanted to kill myself, so I stopped.
Wow.
Why'd you choose those? Well, Subaru in Minnesota is super easy to sell.
Yeah, exactly.
All-wheel drive, everybody's
little bull bikes up there. So yeah. And then you went to Ford, so you had to sell the actual men. I imagine that was hard.
Yeah.
So you're like, I'm going to Kias and fucking.
Well, it was complicated, actually. I had a fling with one of the clerks behind the desk, and it turned out kind of bad. So.
Is that at Ford or Kia?
Oh, that was at Ford.
Yeah.
Bro, you seem like a character from Tires, dude. You really do. I mean that as a compliment, dude.
Well, I take it as a compliment.
You're like a character.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I love that show.
Amazing. Absolutely. So what kind of drugs have you done in your life to look 55 and 31?
I've done pretty much every drug under the sun, my friend. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
And what was your DOC? Is that what you guys call it? What was your DOC?
I don't know what that means. Drug of choice. Oh, LSD all day.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. It looks like it.
Thank you.
It looks like you rode here from Minnesota on a rocket ship. Like riding it just like
I figured if they could send 1 million of them to Ukraine, I could borrow one.
When is the last time you did LSD?
About 2 months ago. Tell me about it. That was an interesting experience. I watched this fucking documentary on
Liquid or paper?
Paper.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay.
Yeah, MIT knocking the
Fear and Loathing in Minnesota.
Little fast. He's a romanticist.
So what did you do after taking the paper acid in Minnesota?
Well, I had this really sick 4K home theater set up, so I had this like 128 inches of beautiful, glorious, you know, as Initiation is this documentary on Gaia about like the dimensions and how fucking life is put together, and it was beautiful. I like shot out of my body like 4 times and came back just laughing hysterically.
Wow. That sounds like a blast.
Hell yeah.
Did you notice that you looked different after that trip?
It fucking changed me, that's for goddamn sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, incredible. What's your love life like?
Oh, it's non-existent right now. I signed up for Sex Addicts Anonymous recently just to kind of see if I could meet somebody there. That was it was a terrible idea.
Did you really?
I swear to God.
How'd you sign up? I think there's a lot of Zooms you can just go to.
Well, when I showed up, I actually walked through the wrong door, and it was just like 5 geriatric, like 80-year-old people, and I was really concerned at first. You know, it turned out to be an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting there. But just a bunch of gay dudes talking about getting fucked in the butt a lot.
Oh, shit. That's where we met. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. You're the guy that walked in and came out. There you go. Thank you, Red Band's one fart noise per episode. Amazing. So, wow, that's who goes to Sex Addicts.
People that look like me, apparently.
Amazing.
What made you go to that? Like, what makes you think that you're a sex addict?
You know, sometimes I think I look a little bit too long at the gym, you know? Like
Staring at women in the
yeah,
gym.
you know, like
Sure, that doesn't bother them at all.
when they don't see me doing it, no, usually they don't.
Where do you like to hide? What do you hide behind when you do it? What's your favorite hiding spot at the gym to watch women work out? First time I've asked that question in 13 years.
Oh, beautiful. Glad get some firsts. Just whatever machine I'm using, just kind of peek a little bit behind.
Right.
I'm actually pretty blatant about it. I really don't hide it.
Right. That's good. I like that. But you haven't been with a woman since you've been in Austin?
I have not. No. Wow. I've had a few in my car, but that's because I drive.
Have you kissed a woman since you've been in Austin?
No, I haven't kissed.
You know what? We have a little segment. We're not towards the end of the episode. We've been doing a thing on the show for 13 years where we asked if a lovely lady from the audience has the courage. We have the best fan base in the world, so if there's a lady out there that wants to give this guy his first Austin kiss, now's the time to stand up. Is there a lady out here that you have to volunteer yourself? You can't just point it randomly.
Tell Shane to put a wig on again. I'll get a
How can there... Look at this guy. How can there not be a woman that wants to kiss this guy? Really? Nobody? I literally see actual hookers in the audience, and none of them will do this.
I guess Bucky Mascot is not the best celebrity lookalike.
Well, I mean, there's nothing more depressing than no woman wanting to...
You have that many women in here.
Well, there kind of is. I'm seeing a lot other than this table of fucking dudes. Whoa!
Seems great.
The queen of Keltoni, the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. How do you feel, my friend?
I have to like fucking pinch myself, I think. I don't know. The whole thing, unbelievable.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Congratulations to you, Gabriel Adam. Anything else for Gabriel, guys?
Nope, nice to see you today.
I'll see you in the next one.
Listen, man, I think you were fucking hilarious, man. I wish you the best, brother. I think you've only been doing it a while. You said,
Yeah.
I think you're gonna kill it. Keep doing it. I appreciate that.
I gotta tell you, I agree with Jelly Roll here. For doing it a month and a half, you have a really, really clever brain. Even the thing about, signing up for a sex addicts class just to meet women, like, you have an interesting brain, and I think you moved here for good reason, where I don't always say that to a lot of people, but anyone who has a good eye for premises this early on, you'll always get better at doing it and writing it in your way, and for a month and a half, it's fantastic. So you're leaving here with a big joke. There you go. Yeah, we will. Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to end an episode like this, everybody. And William, oh my goodness. How about one more time for Heidi, everyone? What a legend. What a team player. The great William Montgomery is under the weather today, everyone.
He owes me money, that's why.
Yet again. However, William, I do believe, makes a cameo in Busboys out this Friday.
Yep, William Montgomery's in Busboys. He'll be in
Ian Patterson makes an appearance. A lot of the Keltoni families. Casey Rocket, the man, the myth. He'll be back soon.
Support the movie, y'all. Support the movie. Theo Box, Dennis Bay, Busboys. Don't fuck this up.
But before we get out of here, even though William's under the weather, I do have an extremely special treat for you. He might be one of the top rising comedians in the world. He might be one of the best already, if you ask me. This kid has been crushing theaters all around the United States of America. You've seen his rise here on Kiltony, a monster, and one day, a citizen of the United States of America. But he remains the Estonian assassin.
because war is coming. Fuck. Just my luck. As soon as I get citizenship, drafted. Just yesterday, you guys know that America raised its age limit to 42 for the draft. And prior marijuana convictions don't matter. Wow, what an army you're building. I'm so 40-year-old loser. You know, in Estonia, we don't have any limits. We have compulsory military service. We're too small, too big. Everyone goes. Wheelchair people, we send them. Oh yeah, we put a grenade in your lap and... Down syndrome people, we send them. Oh yeah, we have a whole squad. Estonian Special Forces. You think Special Forces means somebody rappels down and has night vision knives, Nicholas with a soft serve ice cream? We send them! We get them all together in a parking lot, we connect them with a rope. We look them in the eyes and we tell them, listen, they killed Santa Claus. Everybody goes! Cripples, mentally challenged, even women. Gay people, we send them. I know you guys don't do that. By the way, the only way I'm going to war is if I have a gay squad mate. I'm protecting that motherfucker more than the medic. He's the only one sucking dick back at the base. Dylan, get behind me! I'm saving Dylan's life. Left behind. Thank you so much. That's my guy.
All the work that he had to do. Robbing the joint part of it, it's been robbed all night. The freak of nature, the Estonian assassin, doing it his way. So many funny beats in there, man. And you got the call today out of nowhere.
Yeah, I couldn't pick one subject, so just throw them all out.
I love it, man.
It's a better ending, but I'll fucking figure it out.
You will figure it out.
I missed you so much, Ari.
Yeah,
I
It
missed
sucks
you
you
too,
not
Rick.
being big on the road so much.
Yeah, Ari's doing a thing right now where he's doing so good on the road that he's adding shows on Mondays, which is just pretty much unprecedented, exactly, right? Like he's like staying and adding shows and getting crazy deals. It's amazing.
He's a killer, man. He deserves it.
Yeah.
Amen. Go, Ari, go. Holy shit, you look so good, man. Well, thank you, Ari. Thank you, baby. Did you like Ozempic it or? No, I actually did it the old-fashioned way. Yeah. The work. Made a bunch.
You get a lot of haters of like Ozempic and people that hate you for doing it that way.
No, I just get people that just like won't accept that I did it any other way. You know what I mean? Cheaters. Yeah, Ozempic cheaters. I don't mind it though. Listen, man, all jokes aside, if you're like, fuck it, I was like dying fat. If you're dying fat, do anything to get the weight off. Shoot a shot. Damn.
You hear that, Red Man? Never too late.
I will say, when Red Man hugged me, you could see he had a moment of self-awareness. I felt it in his his hug because he looked me in the eye and you could tell he said, man, I'm proud of you. And then a little sadness was in his eye. I was like, he made me feel bad a little bit between. I shouldn't have cried. No, I'm sorry. Horrible time, but I should fucking have Theo'd out right there. I should have went to her backstage.
Absolutely perfect. Ari, touring's been going good.
Yeah, I went to Florida for a month. I'm addicted to pills, right? I went to Florida. It was so beautiful. Holy shit. I went to Fort Lauderdale. Great fun. Yeah. I didn't like Miami too much. Everyone, always like, I don't like coked out, oiled up men, Yeah.
Sex traffic.
Sex traffic. So, well, I guess I'll go back. Attic shows in Miami. Whole weekend, dude. Yeah, I saw like a fist fight at the beach. Like between two guys. It was over a bungalow.
Yeah, that's Miami.
It's like bungalows on the beach. And, when bitches see bungalows. So the bungalow was taken, and the two guys and the two whores, they go to swim. There we go, yeah. They go to swim, and then another two whores and two guys come take their bungalow. So the fucking fist, the speedos on, it's my bungalow. Dude, how angry do you have to be? You're coming out of a refreshing ocean, and you're combat ready? If I come out of an ocean, you could be raping my mom in the bungalow then. Chill. I'll be like, whoa, everyone, slow down. What's happening? Yeah, Miami is super coked out and not into that. I like Naples, old people, love them. Love old fucks. Feels good when you're like, you're like on a beach and you can murder everyone on the beach. Whole peninsula.
No one's stealing your bungalow there.
Those I went to a Nike outlet store. Cool.
Tell us about an Estonian's experience in a Nike outlet store.
Yeah, I didn't know that Nike has that. Like shitty ass products.
Yeah.
We just have the Nike store, which, by the way, looking at the things there, I think we get the outlet just without the word. So I go in, black people, Me and the cashier are only white people there. I see two black bitches at the register. And when you see two big black women at the register, you know there's going to be an issue. You know this ain't going to go smoothly.
Preach, homie.
Dude, as soon as I open the door, I just hear, you motherfuckers, last time I was your motherfucking piece of shit. They're trying to return an item. Dude, they're trying to return like some shorts, and those shorts look like they've been to Ukraine. There's yelling, little like white girl just at the register. I'm sorry, that's an Adidas. Before moving to America, I wasn't a racist, but after 2 years of living here, I'm beginning to see some patterns.
That's how it happens. That's how you get your citizenship. That's the final test. Ari Maddie, your tour continues on and on. It's arimaddie.com without a doubt.
I'll be in Nashville soon, guys. I'll see you there.
Yes. Yeah, the boys will be there.
I love you, Theo. I love you, Jelly.
Thanks so much for the great Ari Maddie. Go see it this Friday in theaters. Support real comedians making real.
Let's start with the middle section. So elaborate as follows. İş planı, şirketi ve alım şirketler şart kolay iş başlıyor. Ve karanlık yıllar. Ürün kurulu rol hatta. So telegraph as follows. In word frames, when it looks like it to a person, he has done complete control. Right? They're telling you, what's it doing? It's just in our own lives. I've done something wrong. I've done something wrong. And I have gone through the steps of Shuvah. I've gone through the steps. I've done the work. I've done the work. Shav Kirai Tshuva Shlima. I've done complete Tshuva. Harata Durura. Complete remorse. Manipulating clothes and God. And as far as I'm concerned, I feel that I've done what needs to be done in order to have my sin fully forgiven. Okay, so we'll say, so remember, how does a person feel the aftermath of that process? Look, I made a mistake, but I also did what needed to get done in order to rectify that particular mistake. Then something interesting happens. The Ahrazman, the Chotzer, the Smoller, the Dimo, the Hisman, Al Fatah, and then something happens. Sometime later, the pain of the sin is awoken inside of my heart again. It's interesting thing. Sometimes I do something, right? I do something, I do the work in order to do tshuva, and kind of file it away, and then it goes back. Then it goes back. Then I haven't done it again. I'm not repeatedly at it again. I'm still only in tshuva. I'm still holding strong in my tshuva, but in my mind, I begin thinking about it again. And I will say, something with me is not saying in my mind I'm thinking about it because I want to do it again, or I'm thinking about it again because I'm about to relapse. But I just begin to think about it and remember that thing. And it's so strange because in my mind, not in my mind, I know I did the crime, I committed the crime, I did the tshuva, and I made my peace and I moved forward. But why is it back? Why is it back? מרגיש בעצמו שתי מחשבות הללו על אף היו סמסוסים זה לזה. אין עומדים יודעים. And let's say, see in my mind, seeing myself, why am I having these contradictory notions and thoughts? On one hand, the idea of Shema, which allows me to file it away and move forward, but then at the same time, I'm thinking about this particular idea. I'm contemplating it, and I'm wondering, what's happening here? Why is it back? If I'm still holding strong on my children, why is it back? Remember, it's something amazing. He says, the MS, Shnei Evidence. The most of the truth is both of these thoughts are correct. In other words, the idea that I'm violent and faithful away, I'm hatred of God. But the idea that is also coming up in my mind, like bubbling up in my mind every once in a while, those are not contradictory. Why is it something else? It's so profound. Not Haggadah. Which the kind of Sharot in the Halacha, so I say, go to the Rabbi of this Juba, Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov, Shesover, Sha'ateros, Shesvad Alei Yom Kippur, Zeh, Chozer U'Svad Alei Yom Kippur, Abba, was his statement that way. This is one of the Machlokas. How should a person relate to sin after he's done Shuvah? Right? I committed an Avera, now I need sugar for it. How should I relate to that particular Avera? And you say, Machlokas in the Gemara. One opinion says, once you go ahead and do Shuvah, file it away, don't talk about it anymore. Let me be more specific. The actual Machlokas in the Gemara is, let's say in Tafshin Pei-Beis, like this year, let's say I did a particular Avera. It's an Avera A, and I did Shuvah for that Avera. I went through the entire process of the Shuvah of the Avera. Comes Rosh Hashanah, I did Shuvah for it again. Yom Kippur, good. Close it out. In Tafshin Pei-Gimel, let's fast forward a little bit. So in Tafshin Pei-Gimel, which is this coming Rosh Hashanah, do I have to do Shuvah for that Avera again? In other words, do I have to do Shuvah
underscore kid and Danny. Not really a question, but we just wanted to shout out what a huge boost Nick has been on both the Shop Show and T-Pack K1 edition. Also changed the name to Big.
There's a list of things that I've done wrong, right? And what I need to work on. So we'll say, here's the Shiloh. Is that a running lifetime list? Progressive level. The stuff that I did wrong, like fixed, it should have gone. I can close the door on those things, and they do not have to be part of my list. No, is it a running list? Listen, I can't tell you. It's like it's idyllic, by the way, it's idyllic between coming into Rosh Hashanah, like a little piece of paper in your WhatsApp, versus like a 3 reminder. You know, like is this a running list of like Amos? Or is this just the stuff that's kind of open? It's open right now. I don't have the files open because I haven't done what I need to get done. I wasn't done my focus. So how do we pass it? What are you passing? So the Imam says, something says, Rambam says also, we pass to like Rabbi Eliezer.
Spread to the city like Brennan Shaw.
That you make sugar for last Yom Kippur. You should continue to make sugar for this Yom Kippur. Even if you obey the Shuvas. Even if you have not repeated the sin, which was, I said, is a very overwhelming idea. Again, how this actually plays out, that's true, I'm not going to get into it, but I'm talking just focusing on this one very specific way that you both see. But there is this portion I will say, which even though I've closed out the file, I've done the show, I've done what I need to do, but the lesson says, continue to do Shuvah.
Rise through the city like British I'm on a mission to get it on. Rise through the city like British if you ain't think please don't give. And now, London 6
Welcome to Sunday Fan Questions. Usually on Mondays and Fridays apps, we get to the YouTube ones first. So if you want to submit a question, submit it below here in the YouTube comments for tomorrow's show. That's where they can see them and pick the fastest way to get your question answered by putting the YouTube comments. Or you can DM me like these fine ladies and gentlemen did, and I see those as well. But the fastest way, the best way, is in the YouTube comments. So fire away whenever you want. We get pretty wacky with them.
Also put fan question above it.
Yeah, so they know. So they separate it. All right. Andrew.ntt. Go on. Let me see the first one. Keep going. When fighters become a meme after KO like Macy Barber did, do you just think it's something that lights fire under them and motivates them to come back stronger, better? Do we answer this one already?
It might have, because it's the second one you put up.
What's your Mount Rushmore on UFC press conference moments? I miss them. You didn't say that. I miss the massive press conferences. I miss these massive press conferences that used to make the gravity fights seem so much more must-see TV and build up the excitement for the fights. I feel like we need to have a panel-style presser. They did that, I think, today on Thursday or Wednesday for the Miami fight. We can spark rivalries and build the viral moments. Yeah, the issue is there so far there hasn't been a big reason to do a press conference. I think the closest we'll get to the ones you're referring to, like the Conor press conference against Aldo, is Jack in the Bell, the Conor, Khabib stuff.
All of them are Conor.
Most of them are Conor. There's been a lot of good, the John Jones DC stuff. Those are all rivalries. And we don't have any rivalries, but we have one coming up, and I bet the UFC's going to capitalize on it, and this will tell us a lot in the state of the UFC. Strickland Hamza. That should be a big press conference, big weigh-in. Some of the hellacious shit Strickland's going to say to Hamza, that thing's going to be cooking. That's a rivalry that we needed for a long time, and that checks that box.
You know what mine are? I go Chael Sonnen and Vanderlei Silva.
That's a good one.
That's the top one. John Jones, DC.
Yep.
Conor, Nate.
Yep.
Conor, Aldo, especially the speech where he's like, I'm coming. If this was back then, I would come in on a horse and take over. I forgot what he said, but it was great.
Yeah, those are great.
And Liddell Tito.
Those are great. Yeah, those are all good fucking picks. Yeah. The closest thing, again, you need that kind of bad blood. We haven't had that you've seen in quite some time, like real bad blood, but Hamza Strickland checks that box. So we'll see what the UFC does with that. I bet you would get an old school throwback press conference.
Honorable mention, Brock Lesnar versus Coors Light.
That was great. I drink Bud Light. No, I drink Coors Light.
Oh, it was cool.
They had a Bud Light sponsor.
Oh, yeah, it was Bud Light.
They had to apologize in the back there. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Underscore kid Danny. Not really a question, but I just wanted to shout out what a huge boost Nick has been on both the Shop Show and T-Pack K1 edition. Also changed the name to Big Brown Breakdown. Hope you and the family are doing well. Oh, what a nice thing.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I know. Like we gotta figure out the Big Brown Breakdown. Maybe we call the Patreon Big Brown Breakdown.
We don't want to confuse things.
I see what he means.
Yeah, I think just keep either.
You gotta pick a name.
I mean, how married are you to the Shop Show?
I'm not married to anything.
I love the Big Brown. I love the Big Brown Breakdown.
I'm down for that. When should we make the change?
You should put a vote in the comment section.
I can guarantee you, I'll put tons of money in the Big Brown Breakdown.
See, I don't know, but I think in the comment section, put down which name you think you'd rather see. Shop Show.
We'll base it solely off that. If we get more Big Brown Breakdowns, if it's lukewarm, we'll keep it the Shop Show.
Yeah.
If we get a ton of changes to Big Brown Breakdown, just put Big Brown Breakdown. And if we get enough of those, I'll change it next week.
No, it's up to you guys. Put a comment, Shop Show comment. Breakdown.
Yep.
And I'll count them up.
Love that. Ian Smith 17. Hey dude, been trying to get this answer for a while. Would you rather be a heavyweight now when it's easier to be champ, or in your day when there are more eyes in the sport and the division? Definitely when I was fighting, it meant a lot more. There were a lot more eyeballs. It was a tougher gig. There's just more competition. There's more huge names. So by the time you did become champ, you beat some of the biggest names in the sport. And you just got a lot more traction. You couldn't walk the streets. Like even the top 10 guys, like everyone knew who you were. Now, go, 1 through 10, top 10 in the UFC. Can't do it. Once you get to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you're fine.
I can name the first 5,
of course,
and then I gotta go.
Yeah, there's that one guy, yeah. So it doesn't mean as much because the competition's not stiff. There's not as big stars. There's no legends. So yeah, definitely back in the day. At Mike Daly. Thoughts on Wilder? I love the guy. I know he's pulling for him, but his interviews are getting more and more bizarre. Ever since he did ayahuasca, he goes from laughing, joking, to screaming in a white lady's face for no reason to crying. His fury, and other box conspiracies are wild. Oh, his fury conspiracies are wild.
That's your glove.
Yeah, the gloves. Yeah, no, but to anyone asking questions, shout out your city and let them boys know where you're listening from. Baton Rouge, baby. Shout out to Baton Rouge. Love me some Louisiana. Love it. I was just there with wifey doing a haunted tour. Yeah, his conspiracies on Fury, it's just, you gotta let that go, man. I agree. Ever since he did ayahuasca, he's a different dude. But in that Chisora fight leading up to that, him talking about busting nuts on stomachs, you're like, alright. That went super viral, sold the fight. Most people didn't even know he's fighting till then.
Yeah, I forgot what he said before the knockout, but he said, I love you, man. That was cool.
That's cool. I'm a Wilder fan. I love Wilder. We've worked with him. He's a good dude. I agree. Since he did ayahuasca, it's, changed some chemistry in his brain. Him versus Francis is the fight. Bud Sonic E710.
Bud's on ice.
Bud's on ice. Bud's on ice. All right. What up, y'all? Much love, appreciation from all the work y'all put. Keep me, all the fans entertained. So, I've been watching One Championship fighting live Friday mornings on YouTube for free. Yeah, it's great fights. As I'm sure you know, they have Muay Thai fights, sometimes just kickboxing, and I believe they will also have MMA fights. They have Muay Thai and MMA gloves. I could be incorrect on the MMA part. Anyway, I've been watching these fights and found myself enjoying them more than some of the UFC cards lately because it's so much action, buddy. Mind you, I have no clue who these fighters are. Almost all of them, even the complete badass dude, have double-digit losses on the records, it seems. Shit, I even seen a dude from Dagestan fight a Muay Thai fight, and he was a problem. Now I have been a dedicated UFC fan since roughly 2006 after catching the Griffin Bonner fight, but I find myself getting bored watching some of these cards now, and I'm turning into a shitty casual. No. Side note, women's UFC has some crazy fights as of recently. But great. Women's fighting's been so low for a few years now. In the last few weeks, right back where we started, it's going great. No, you're not turning into a crazy shitty casual fan. Not that casual fans are shitty. You like exciting, good fighting at a high level. So what you're watching on One Championship, you're watching guys with hundreds of fights compete at the highest level in Muay Thai, and it's entertaining even though they don't know who you are. The problem with the UFC is guys come from the Contender Series. They're not really high-level fighters, but because the UFC has to fulfill these 42 fights a year, you're getting guys where 10 years ago would never compete in the UFC because they weren't ready. So it's not a casual take. It's actually a very educated, hardcore take. The reason why you're gravitating towards one championship and these other organizations because high-level fighting, and you have an eye for it. You've been watching since 2006. You know, I know, when you watch some of these fights on the UFC, these guys wouldn't be in the UFC if it was 8, 9, 10 years ago because the caliber and the standard was so much higher. But now they've lowered the bar. A guy that has an exciting fight Contender Series who has 3 fights is fucking on a main card on a fight night at the Apex now. You know it's not high-level fighting. So no, this is not a casual take. It's a hardcore take.
It's like getting tricked into reading a book.
Yeah. Underscore Ryan dot underscore dot 07 underscore. We've heard from this guy before. I remember his name. Yo, Brendan, big fan, homie. I remember back in August after DDP Hamzat, you were super high on Hamzat still, and said, quote, no one on the roster has the ability to beat Hamzat, and you might be thinking Fluffy or Strickland or RDR, insert whoever. I'm telling you, no one has the wrestling background to beat him. But on a recent show, you said that Hamzat Sean is a great fight and much closer than people think. What made you change your mind? I think Strickland's last performance against Fluffy, the physical shape he was in, the mental space he was in, the execution of it, I went, ooh, that could pose some problems from Hamzat. The way he just completely annihilated Fluffy. He was on an 8-fight winning streak. And then watching DDP Hamzat, the ground and pound was impressive, right? And the wrestling's insane. And I stick by this. There's no one to compete with Hamzat in wrestling. Not possible. So when I compare those 2 last outings, I go, okay, Strickland has pretty good takedown defense. He will get taken down by Hamzat. You can bet your bottom dollar he gets taken down. But I don't watch Hamzat go, oof, it goes to the ground, this thing's over. Like a Charles Oliveira or like certain other dangerous fighters. You're not like, ooh, if this goes to the ground, this thing's over. It's like, Strickland's pretty tough down there. He could get back to his feet. His cardio's insane. The pressure. That fight goes into 3, 4, 5. I can see this being a problem for Hamzat. That's all I'm saying. I'm still super high on Hamzat. I've always been high on Strickland. I just think stylistically, it's Hamzat's toughest test. Now, if Hamzat went in there and fucking submitted him in 30 seconds, I'd be like, yeah, Hamzat's a fucking animal. If Strickland beat him, I'm like, yeah, it's a tough matchup.
One thing I didn't take into consideration, I was thinking about the other day, was they have trained for a while together.
Yeah.
So it's not like Sean's going in there completely blind to what Hamzat's all about. Hamzat's definitely got
Apparently Strickland did very good at training.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did you see the video of DJ and Hamzat messing around together? Really shows you how good DJ would be if he was a larger person. Yeah, I bet you if he was Hamzat's size, he'd be like better than Jones, unstoppable.
Joe Morgan 93. Do you think Dan Till versus Jake Paul would be a good fight? I feel like it's the perfect matchup. Till's looking for a big money fight. If Jake is still planning on continuing boxing career, why not come back and fight against an ex-UFC fighter, turn boxer that's on a winning streak? Yeah, I think Jake's trying to get away from the MMA guys when it comes to boxing. That's why he's challenging Nate to MMA fight. Because he beat Nate in boxing, right? So I think for Jake, if he were to take that fight, he'd want to do it in MMA. I think once you fight the likes of an Anthony Joshua, you don't want to go back and fight MMA guys in boxing. I think if you're going to get Darren Till versus Jake, it's an MMA.
The theory I have is he used the MMA guys almost like how, when boxers are first getting started, they have they'll fight boxers with losing records just to build their record. Like he used the MMA guys to get to the big boxing fights where he can make the most money.
Correct, and he used it because he knew he was focused on boxing and he'd have an advantage. But he also was smart and brilliant by doing it because he knows the MMA fan base would tune in to see him lose.
Yeah.
So he's taken it's like him collecting the stones. He's taken their fan base. He's becoming a household name against lesser competition.
As much as a fun fight as it would be to see Till, I feel like Jake's mind is on the money.
Yeah.
and that's not a big money. No one. It's not like it's going to do bigger numbers for him versus Joshua, him versus Tyson, or him versus Canelo, which I'm sure Canelo is somebody he wants.
And if he loses, it's like, fuck, you lost an MMA guy. He'd rather lose to Anthony Joshua or Canelo.
Yeah, because that doesn't hurt his brand.
Yeah, you find the best of the best in their respective sport. So if he were to fight Darren Till, I think Jake will fight Nate next in MMA, and if that goes well, he would be open to fight Darren Till in MMA. But I don't see him going back fighting MMA guys in boxing. Here he checked that box. K. Watts 94. Hey, Brent, never thought I would see the state of UFC like it is now. This Miami card is fire, but was a normal card years ago. Exactly what I was saying. Do you feel the UFC are feeding the casuals, or is there any hope of us getting back to the banger fight we always got every numbered event? To put it in perspective, I've watched MMA for about 20 years, and a person at my work loves UFC and doesn't know who most of the main events are. Hope your family's well. Thanks, brother. No, I agree with you. Like, we're all hot and heavy over UFC 327, 328. This was the standard 8 years ago. Those times have changed. Is there any hope of us getting back? There's like, those days are done. Like, us hanging on to those days where the cards were super special. I think for the most part, those days are over. And the landscape and the amount of fires that they have and the obligation that they have to fulfill the cards, they can't do it like they used to back in the day. So they've changed their business model, so those days are done. And it's all good. You're still getting good fights for the most part, but you watch some of those prelims, like you guys know, especially if you've been watching 20 years, you're like, oh, that guy's not UFC caliber.
I think the only way that it's possible for them to get back to that is if at the end of the next quarter, like, they might be obligated for these quarters for Paramount, but the Paramount executives go, okay, you know what, having this many cards is not beneficial for us, so what we have to do is go back to the old model of X amount of fights.
That'd be great.
And then, but I also feel like there's also always been, like, dips and like peaks and valleys with MMA, especially where there's like, okay, here was this time period, but then there was like a lull. Then there's this time period, this is a lull.
And we're in a lull right now, and they come back. Yeah, come back. But the problem is, even if it comes back, it's not going to come back where you have the top 10 in every division cooking, and you're getting great cards, because they went from basically 18 cards a year to 40. Yeah. It's impossible, because they have shareholders that they got the bottom dollar stockholders now.
This question about the casual thing, though, I don't even think it's that. I think we're getting Soviet rations right now. Yeah. I don't even think that casuals are like, ooh. You know?
To your point, too, it's like there's just too many cards where it's impossible to go back to the old days. There's just, even if things do get, again, there's up and downs of any sport. Baseball went through it, football goes through it. You know, you're like, oh man, they're screwed. They're never screwed. But the days of like big banger cards that we're all excited for the world's talking about, those days are done.
For now, at least.
For now.
They need to do some
people serious. Come along though.
Yeah, I hope the Paramount execs hear all the noise that's being made, and for the next, obviously not next quarter, but next year, go, okay, we need to make some adjustments.
I think you're overthinking. I don't think those suits at Paramount are looking at that. They're going, okay, when's Landman season 3? Okay, cool. Yes to that budget. Hey, the UFC numbers, how we doing? Good, man. We're getting this. Okay, cool. They're not listening to all the chaos.
My only thing is, I know that, like, I've had meetings with, like, Hulu and a couple things, like, trying to sell shows, and they have different departments for different things, so that department needs to voice what the people are saying, and there is a chance where they go, hey, you know, like, the reason why we're not getting the numbers that you guys want is because of X.
That'd be cool.
You know?
That'd be cool. But are they getting the numbers that they wanted? You know, from the UFC reports, they're getting good numbers, which, man, it's almost like, we got to stop watching if we want changes, but we're not going to. Big Buckeye 24, assume he's from Ohio. Not serious. Hopefully he gets a laugh out of you and Nick. Could I beat up Brian Callen? Meant to be self-deprecating. I don't know how to fight. I'm 40, decently athletic, all-state baseball in high school. You're already a better athlete than Brian. Top 5 wrestler in the state of Illinois in high school, 23 years ago. Absolutely zero striking skills or experience, including high school and college fights. 2 division national champion. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. 2 division national champion, Arizona state record holder in powerlifting, bench press. I wonder what you did, dude. 5'10", 228 pounds. I ran 3 miles. I ran, quote unquote, 3 miles yesterday in 27 minutes. Wanted to kill myself for 26 minutes. To give you an idea of my cardio. Yeah, you can beat Brian. Just your wrestling pedigree alone would beat the shit.
I'm gonna vouch for Brian on this.
Go ahead.
No, okay.
He's also 40.
He's 40.
So he's 20 years younger than Brian.
Okay, so let's look at this from like, let's just say we're looking at them tails of the tape.
Yes.
He's got Brian on age and weight.
And a wrestling background. And stronger.
Same height, stronger. But Brian's striking is very good for a not-professional fighter.
Sure. But he also can wrestle. He's strong.
Brian can wrestle too.
Brian can't wrestle.
Brian can't wrestle. Not good.
No. Brian can't wrestle.
Not good.
Yeah, Brian can't wrestle.
Brian
can't wrestle.
And I don't know.
I wrestled in high school for 2 years. And I played basketball for 2 years. I don't tell people I'm a basketball.
How's Brian's jiu-jitsu?
Not great.
Compared to a regular guy.
Not good. So this guy's 5'10". He also had Brian's 170.
He's almost 180 now.
Okay.
So 50
This guy has 50 pounds
almost 60.
and a wrestling background at a high level.
So Brian's chance is to try and keep it on the feet, and let's just go like we're actually doing like a analyze.
Breakdown.
It's a breakdown. The only way Brian I feel like could win this is footwork. Brian, because he's talking about his cardio not being great. I think if Brian sticks to the outside, keeps on sticking, get him tired.
His cardio's not great for his old days. He ran 3 miles in 27 minutes. It would take Brian 2 days and 27 minutes. So 3 miles in 27 minutes, he's fucking cooking.
I'm trying to give Brian some benefit of the doubt here.
But Brian's stand up because he does hit mitts and he does have a background. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy would fuck Brian's world up. 50 pounds. Top 5 wrestling in high school, like he's a fucking problem.
I'd say
anyone's fucking 3 miles.
I'd say this guy is a negative 175.
Oh my god, he's a minus 600 against Brian.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's a strongman and shit. You know what stronger he is, Brian? You ever seen Brian's chest?
He
has no chest.
He doesn't do chest.
This guy fucking said national champion.
He might rip Brian's shoulders off the hinges.
He just has to avoid getting knocked out right away.
Yeah, if he could weather Brian's pitter patter.
This is how this fight goes. He come out, Brian's gonna throw his bullshit wheel kick. This guy's gonna take Brian's back and suplex him and fuck Brian's ass up.
Yeah. So you're putting him at 600 favorite?
That background, and he's 20 years younger, has 50 pounds on him, and knows how to wrestle, and he's strong, and he runs 3 miles.
Yeah.
That's at the same age, different story.
What about Brian at 40?
Tough with his wrestling background.
Yeah.
When it's strongman cutters and shit. His name's Steve, by the way. Big Buck Guy 24. It says, same guy? Yeah. Oh no, you scroll down. What's the same question? No, never mind.
Is returning that which you have taken. That's part A.
Go next, let's just answer this.
Is the ability to recognize.
Joe Goldsby. Yo, more of a statement than a question, but when you talk about numbers with Netflix, this is what I'm talking about. Yo, more a statement than a question, but when you talk about numbers with Netflix versus Paramount, are you aware UFC is not available on Paramount outside of the US? So being in the UK, I cannot watch the UFC on Paramount. So the UFC on Paramount has no chance of getting anywhere near the numbers Netflix will. Do you think this is a massive oversight of the UFC when looking at numbers? Also, if you was active in your prime now, where would you think you'd be ranked? Much love to you and the fam. Thanks, brother. Yeah, but we were talking about this on Friday's show. Is in the UK, are you guys watching on HBO? Because that would count
I
towards
want to know the answer to that. That's very interesting to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta know how they're breaking it down because they're doing it somehow.
Because they have to be watching the fights.
Yeah, it's just Paramount, like, well...
Because they watched UFC London.
Yeah, but it's on TNT. Does that count for Paramount numbers?
I think it has to because it's all on the same card, right? So the card itself is still getting.
Doesn't Paramount own the rights to all of it? So if you're broadcasting a UFC fight
through another, so through Amazon Prime, where you got a dedicated app.
Okay, so they're still getting the numbers. I guess just Paramount's not the one getting the eyes, but the card itself is still getting the numbers. So, but you are still putting.
So if I'm on the UFC, I just collectively take all those numbers. Not just Paramount subscription. I take the aggregate of all of them. Like this one.
This guy.
You have to, especially competing with Netflix. But thanks, dude. I didn't know that, to be honest. Dylan Lampley. Jim Lampley's long lost son. The question mark. Good. Shop show question. Was there ever a time where you didn't know what you'd end up doing for a living? If so, what would be your advice if you are in late 20s and someone found a profession that makes money you want and brings happiness? Oof. So was there ever a time you didn't know what you were end up doing? Yeah, in general, man. I mean, I thought I was going to be an NFL football player for the rest of my life. Got cut from there. Just had to figure something else out, start training. Didn't think I'd have a long career in MMA. I just did it to stay in shape, and obviously that took off. I didn't expect it, nor was I doing it for money. And then with the podcast, met Brian, and me and him started doing it in his garage. Didn't expect to make money. I liked it, so I just do things that I like. Like with the car show, the TV. This is the thing. Like, maybe some people make fun of me because my car show's on Tubi. I don't know. It's on Netflix, it's on HBO, it's on Paramount. It's so hard to sell a TV show. It's so goddamn hard. So originally they wanted that show to be for YouTube, and I left my family, didn't miss any games, I didn't miss anything, but I would leave my family during the week, so I'd miss practices, I'd shoot the car show, and we're going to shoot 12 of them and be on YouTube, this YouTube thing. Or we were hoping to get a TV deal, and then they sent me a schedule, and I was like shooting Florida and Phoenix, all this shit. I went, I'm not doing that. And I went, nah. Until we have like some actual like funding behind it, like I can't keep doing this and leaving the shows and my podcast and my kids, and like I can't keep missing practices. Like we gotta figure this out. And then some of the team sold it to Tubi. Called me, hey, we got Tubi. I thought Tubi. But yeah, they bought 4 episodes. Okay, that's cool. So if it goes good, they're gonna order 22 more. All right, cool, man. But the idea behind it, I didn't start getting the cars or sharing like my car stuff with you guys because like, oh, I'm gonna make money. I just do it anyway. Like I leave here and I'll go work on my cars before I take my kid to practice before they get out of school. Or like yesterday, I woke up at 3 a.m. because I was so excited. I got a new car part in, and it was the Banks pipes. I posted my story. The Bank pipes for the intercool turbos, hot side and cool side, right? So I was so excited. Like it's just what I love to do. It's my passion, and if that turns into a business, awesome. I'd be doing it anyway. So I guess my advice for you is just do what you love, man. Hopefully it works out. You make money, you know. But all this stuff, I just do it because I'm into it. And if people want to pay me and get on board, all good. And if they don't, all good. You know, like I don't do extra shows because I think I'm gonna get all these extra sponsors and these crazy views. I do extra shows because it's my passion. I love the UFC. I love talking to you guys. I love answering questions. Do I have to do it? No. Do I like to do it? Yes. Is it my favorite thing to do? Yes. I look forward to coming here talking to you guys. I look forward to breaking down fights. I look forward when there's a big UFC card. Like my dream day is both my kids have sports and then at night there's big UFC. Literally on my deathbed, they're gonna say, "What were your best days?" My kids at sports, there's big UFCs at night. That's what I do. So I always think if you're chasing anything for money, it never really works out. So I just do kind of what I'm into, and hopefully you guys dig it. And if not, I get it. I'm still gonna do it. You know? So I think you need to find something that you're into, man. I think you need to find your passion and just kind of run with it and hope for the best. And then, at, 10 years, if you wake up like, God, I have nothing to show for it, maybe switch paths.
Yeah, he also probably has a job right now that he's making his money. I would recommend figuring out what you love to do and use what you're doing now to fund the thing that you love. And if that works out, great. Like I did it backwards, where I was like, all right, I'm gonna give myself no plan B because I love stand-up so much that I'm going to like years without making any money.
It's the only way you make it, especially when it's that competitive.
Like I lived with 2 other comedians in a studio apartment at one point because I believed if it's something that you believe that you can do, like other people might not see it.
Yeah, it's an investment in yourself where you're like, all right, I'm gonna eat shit for a few years and hopefully it works out, but I'm gonna put my best foot forward. Here's the thing, people might make fun of you, right? They make fun of me because I stand up, or they make fun of me for this or that. It's like, yeah, but I give my best go. You know, and it's like, it's all good. You learn from it. It's all good, man. I had a great fucking time.
I'll never hate on someone who's trying to pursue something.
No, but that's the internet. Like that's the reason they're hated because they don't have the balls to try it. So they want to shame you and that's why you failed at this or that. Fail? What do you mean fail? Define fail. What's fail? Oh, that's why you're never UFC champ. Yeah, I didn't fail. I made it to the UFC. Ranked top 10.
Yeah.
Fought on main card.
That's something not
Define
much
fail.
to say.
Oh, that's why you weren't top rated in the NFL. No, I wasn't. I still had a shot at the NFL. You know how hard that is to do? You know 1 out of 3,000 football players that play high school football even get a Division I shot? I played Division I. So it's like, define fail.
Yeah.
So don't never be scared to attempt stuff. Because most of the people hating, that's their own insecurities, so they would never attempt it. But if you're writing questions this show, I see when you're into fighting, right? I see when you're into fighting or something I do. So if you're into fighting, why don't you watch your favorite shows and go, man, I feel like I can do that, or I can do this, and then start putting content out. Who knows? Maybe build a big following. Who knows? Maybe you're the guy that has these great picks. Or maybe you watch the shows, you're watching this show, like, man, that show would be better if you did this. What you do? Let's see how it goes, dude. It might be worth a shot. Who knows?
Yeah, it's shitty to hate on someone actually pursuing something that they want to do.
People that make it, you don't listen.
And I also know that, like, even my stand-up, like, I have my fan base, but also I might not be someone's cup of tea, and that's fine.
That's all.
And you can hate on it. That's cool. But, like, at the end of the day, like, I've given myself no plan B. I've worked my ass off for this. Even when family's like, you're going to do stand-up. You know what I mean? But I believed enough in myself where I'm like, I'll live with 2 other comedians in a studio apartment so I could fucking do comedy for free every night.
But even like, my whole thing is just go. Like, just go. Like, when you were talking about this great show idea you had for this workout show called No Legs?
No Leg Days.
Which drops Thursday?
Yeah, next Thursday.
Next Thursday, so this coming Thursday. Yeah, this coming Thursday.
No, not this
we're watching this on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
this coming Thursday, he drops a new show. It's a brilliant idea. I hope helped out with the show. But you were talking about that idea, and I go, when's it coming? You're like, I don't know. No. Pick a date. And let's get fucking cooking.
Absolutely.
Because everyone goes, I have this idea. I want to do this. Do it. What's stopping you?
Yeah.
Well, then fucking set a date. And on that date, you execute. And then we'll take it from there. Don't think about what's next. 3 episodes, 4 episodes. Just start, and then you start to figure it out.
And it's coming along great. Like, the people that we've gotten so far, huge people where I'm like, even while we're filming, I'm like, I can't believe
the show's gonna crush.
Yeah.
Absolutely crush.
I'm pumped for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're guest number 1. It's going to be sick.
Should be fun. So we uphill from there. What else you got? When you're talking about the pipes, we're in the bathroom, and it's like in the urinal, and I'm leaving. He's like, hey, Jake Grill, I'll show you something. As he's peeing, I'll tell you the hot there. Check this out. And then he shows you the exhaust pipes. The stop pipes, 2.5 inches. They show me his pipe. Yeah, I'm deleting my truck, getting rid of all that bullshit depth and EGR. And the stop pipes on that come is like 2.5, I think, and the ones I got are 5 inches. I'm so excited. That stuff gets me going.
I know nothing about trucks, but I saw your story. I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it looks sick.
Yeah, pipes like this, dude. Big diesel.
What does that do?
It just opens up all the. It sounds so good, like a diesel should sound. But think of your engine as just a big oxygen machine. The more oxygen you can put into it, the better that engine's going to do. The more power it's going to make. Okay. So, especially in diesel in 2024, which my truck is, the the restrictions on it. The EGR, it sounds like a Prius. They put so many restrictions on diesel that it clipped the nuts of this badass truck.
Now I'm gonna sound like a
So I get rid of all that, and I put in the shit that I want, and that thing's running like it come and should.
Is there a way where you get in trouble for, because I don't know shit about trucks, because like I know there's like a certain amount where like if a cop hears it or something like that, where they'll like, this is a noise disturbance.
It's cool, man.
Is that a possibility?
My Hummer I drive every day, straight pipe. It sounds like a fucking jet. In Texas, they're a little more lenient. There's things that Austin are gonna crack down on. Not in my neighborhood. God willing, I've never had any issues. I got pulled over the other day, and the guy was like, "Dude, this thing's sick." Like most of them are cool. California, it's North Korea. It's a little different. California, notice I didn't post deleting any of my vehicles, any straight pipes. There's none of that because they'll fucking throw you in prison. Texas is a little more loose.
Sure.
And there's a lot more straight piped and EGR deletes here. But like I can't.
So your neighbors know when you're coming home.
They know what's up. I used to get tickets all the time too because I did the straight pipe. So usually at least for the imports.
You get an actual ticket.
Yeah. So yeah, we removed the catalytic converter. I just put a strict. There's no restriction, so it just flows out, but it makes a fucking loud ass noise. And of course, the cops in California, they know what's up, so they're going under.
And now your car sounds like a quiet fart.
Yeah. What else you got, Jake?
Can you make a Tesla sound loud? There's no point.
They have a fake thing you can do. There's nothing in it. It's like a dude put on a dress show. I can still tell you're producing music, but it's like if you're gonna do it, you gotta do it. If you're gonna do it, you gotta audio loud. Yeah, if you're gonna do it, you gotta do it. There's toss a fucking gas engine in it or diesel engine. If you're gonna fake me out, dude, you gotta do the whole. You gotta chop the trunk, your tits. It's like you just can't put on some rouge and a dress and be like, my name's Mary. Coach Noble 12. Okay. My kid also does travel ball, softball, so it's a female, I assume. You have a little girl. Just curious if you get as amped up, as nervous while your kids are in the big moments of the sport as you did while at the UFC. Dude, when my kid's pitching and it's against a tough team, buddy, I'm so amped up. I have to go away from the parents because I'm yelling stuff like, they'll strike your kid out and go, get some, who else wants some? But no one hears it.
You're Danny McBride and Eastbound and Down.
Yes, 100%. I get so fired up, I also get so nervous. When he pitches or he's at bat, I get so nervous. I don't get nervous in football. I don't know, baseball's just a different animal.
I guess it's really just the one-on-one. It's probably like watching wrestling or...
It's that, and we put a lot of work and time into it, so that you're invested. And I want him to do good, because he knows, I know how he's going to feel if he doesn't. So I think that's why I get so nervous. And you also want to see your kid compete, especially when it's like high-level baseball, like major level, like good pitching. Like, you want him to do well.
Yeah.
It's so nerve-wracking. It also says every major league ends in a tournament. When will the UFC take the next step and create an 8 or 16-man tournament to neither be the champ or face the champ? Would be different, and maybe inject some life into the business. Could easily create stars as well. Yeah, maybe. I mean, PFL does this. It's a bit of a nightmare. It's hard for people to keep up with tournaments. I think fighting's a little different. I mean, obviously Pride did it because they had the stars. Strikeforce did it. They had the stars. UFC used to do it, but I think the game's changed a little bit today. I just don't think the casuals would keep up with it. So if you're like, quarterfinals, like, what the fuck is this? PFL does this, it's a disaster.
We don't happen. I don't know if you ever watched that. There's a season of Ultimate Fighter when DJ was champ. And at that time, they couldn't find anybody that could give DJ competition. So what they did was they got all the champs from all the different organizations, and they created a bracket. And I think Elliot, Tim Elliott, yeah. He ended up winning the whole thing, got to face DJ. That was a really cool thing that they did. Like, I like that for, like, trying to create just some...
That'd be dope. Like, get the KSW heavyweight champion, the one championship.
If you got the top 10 in the heavyweight division to have a tournament,
that'd be cool.
That'd be really sick.
That'd get my attention. I'll coach it. What else you got, Jim? Give it a sec. Yeah, all right, let's do it. Last one. Running_N_gun. Assume it's gunning. Buddy. Love the show with Nick. Now, Chin, always great.
Thank you, man.
Please shed more light on UFC cards. I'll DM you more info here if you want to chat a little bit about it. Oh, he means like trading cards. I thought you meant like, I'm going to give you insight fighting. More light on UFC cards. There's some badass cards I don't have of when I fought.
Do you have a card?
I have a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
I got some from my kids. I had them when I fought, and then I bought some off eBay, which definitely just give me, right? But then, like the special ones, like the ones that are cut out for my fight short stuff, I wish I had those.
That's sick. Yeah.
I know. I swear collecting shirtless guys on cards is fun. I sell whatnot, same name, running _N_gutting. Go buy cards from Running and Gutting. All right. Actual question, who helps Vegas create the odds for the UFC on Sportsbook? I thought the same fucking thing.
The Mafia.
Who's doing it?
It's got to be someone.
Who's come up with these odds? Like, who goes, for instance, yesterday's fight, Aaron Pico versus Pitbull, they go, he's a minus 360. I would go, really? Why?
Because they always know something.
And they go, well, because his first fight, if he just doesn't make that, like, who's the expert who sets the odds? Now, you gotta realize, too, a lot of times they make the odds because they want action on it to get your money. So if Pico's big favorite, you're probably thinking like I am, where you're like, Pitbull's a beast. Fought Yair Rodriguez's decision. He just beat Dan Ige. Here Pico has one fight. He's never really proved himself. They're like, yeah, so put money on Pitbull. So a lot of times I think they're doing it to get movement.
Except for sometimes I do think that they know some insider information, like there's an injury or something.
Well, that's illegal, sir.
But that's why I think the Mafia is a part of it.
So here you go. Early odds are generated by analysts looking at fighter statistics, previous performance, and stylistic matchups. Market influence the crowd. Rather than being perfect, lines are adjusted based on where the money is going, with the price moving to balance the books. While many books exist, a few major operators, including Johnny Alvio at DraftKings, set the pace for odds in the industry. Companies like Oddmatrix and in-house odds makers use algorithms and real-time data to adjust prices instantly based on betting trends.
Real-time data. See? So if they hear something about an injury, that could move the number.
Interesting. I've always wondered who's making it, who's figuring out, who's these experts who know.
I don't know.
It's interesting. Hope that answers your question a little bit, my man. All right, guys, thank you for watching. Enjoy your Sunday. Hope you enjoyed the fights yesterday. Hope you enjoyed Game Bread. Your boy's back from the DR. I love you guys. Again, if you want your questions answered, especially on Mondays and Fridays episode, we take the YouTube questions first. Submit them down below in the YouTube comments. Chin and Nick will see them, and we'll answer them on Mondays and Fridays episodes. Sundays for all the social media questions, all right? Then also, if you want me to change the show's name back to Big Brown, put it in the comments. Just put Big Brown. Or if you want to leave it as Shop Show, put the Shop Show. But if you want Big Brown Breakdown, put it in the comments. Nick's going to tally it up. If we get a lot more Big Brown than Shop Show, I will change the show next week. We'll go straight old school back to the logo and everything. We don't. But I'm only doing it if you guys give a fuck. All right? That's it. Love you. Thanks for watching. Submit your question below. Big Brown, the Shop Show, down below. Love you guys. See you Monday. How does FEMA address the past issues of what I did wrong? End of the day, why do we sin? Why do we sin? I don't know. Because a connection that's in front of you is not a strong connection. And we got to warm it up a little bit. Let's warm it up. If the connection is strong, then the taste will come. If the connection is solid, the relationship is solid, then taste will come. Because at the end of the day, what I would again, when sinners, that's indicative of
relationship is not as it should be. The caring part, the closeness that you categorize a relationship is not there. How do I reestablish that? In some context, so to some extent, it's not the shot that I'm really going back and examining everything that did and why I did it. I'm getting to the root cause. And the root cause is moving forward. The root cause is stemming from what I think that the God is closer. God is closer to me. Help me more in my life. If I really live Shivisi Hashem the next summit, how do I take care of my past transgressions? Strengthen my faith. Strengthen my faith. Because Tefillah, God is one of the most powerful tools we have to establish relationship and emotion. To establish relationship with the ones that they'll tell you usually in sunflower or you can hear that's the way I say but maybe I'm really struck with that. It's just not allowed to have that's why especially those families, no one's having bodies on this. I know that that guy that was the biggest jerk in the world. He's got to go over. Like, it's something like, it doesn't work. Why? Because if I don't understand that, that's what it is. And also, when it comes to what's happening, it's not because I like happiness. It doesn't matter. I love God. Hey, it's because I don't really understand what the people do. And pretty much, all too often, I'm checking the lot. I'm just checking them out. Figuring out the conditions, some navigation, and that's too long. I'm asking for money. I'm not much more of it. But in some sense, to understand what I'm doing, I'm being close to the emotions. The emotions, I know that I am weaker if I don't have a strong relationship. I know that I'm more vulnerable if I'm not so close. I know that's the reality. I've sinned. And as a result, ultimately again, of those times, ultimately I know that I'm weaker. So when I do Shuvah, says Rabbi, how do you rectify the past? Strengthen your doubt. Strengthen that connection to the emotion. Once I am struggling. If it says, okay, what's up? Before this host, but we're going to have to be done for them. So something ultimately tells us that the process of Shuvah is the process of purification from Tumah. Tumah needs mikvah herav shemesh and kapara and a carbon. Shuvah needs mikvah herav shemesh. Herav shemesh, close the door of the past, move forward. Mikvah, for Shuvah purposes, immerse yourself in Torah. Torah makes you stronger to face the challenges of the future. The retrospective part of Shuvah, so remember again, Tumah has carbon. Shuvah has tefillah. Because at the end of the day, when I look at my transgressions of the past, they only happen not because I'm not bad, and not because I'm not in control of my life, but in control because I want to be in control. And that's the sometimes because our relationship is not a struggle. And it's strengthened by that. It's strengthened by dialogue. It's strengthened by daily connection, by the Torah. And ultimately, again, that is a greater assurance of the challenge. The top of the earth, so we will keep up with something here to Hashem after next Yom Kippur. Alright, let's say I don't know if hey, we learned of something like no, not that important to recognize myself. It's all yours. Alright, so I say good morning. today is obfuscation. Obfuscation. Focus a little bit on the levels of this in Shul. Remember, again, yesterday, we really some schematic idea is that the process of Shuvah very much mirrors the process of purification in physical. Right? The same way that, again, one has to purify themselves in physical impurity, that process is mirrored in the purification that is from spiritual impurity, which is called Shuvah. The Rebbe said, remember, it's very easy. The process of being entire, the process of purifying oneself. So let's say, for example, starting with Salah, the Rebbe said there are two parts. There's Hara and there's Kapara. Hara, purification itself, is achieved through 2 things. Mikvah, Tefillah, and Erev Shemesh, setting up the self. Kapara is achieved ultimately through Chabad. The Rebbe posits that the process of purity requires these two pieces as well. There is a kara, there's a kara piece. So we'll see. But now, there's a kara piece and there's a kapara piece. The Rebbe simply, the way the Rebbe framed it was, in Shuvah there's two parts. There is a future-oriented part. I want to be different. I need to be different. Don't want to continue to be the same. I want to live differently. I want to be better. And then after that, there is a rectification of the conduct. There's going ahead and then tikkun the natural future-oriented state. Then there's a rectification of the past,
Making
See, again, when we're on Gimel, when we have to see this, the less we can talk about, we'll start to realize it. It says, if you go to some so let's as the person who's coming to know natural and physical impurity. So a person who's physically impure requires, it makes sense, right? The entire Gamaliel process. In order to go ahead and purify himself from his impurity. What is Aleph? Kara. So we're going to focus on today. Today we're going to focus on the concept of Kara, on purification. So what's Kara? Like we said before, Tefillah, sorry, Kara, Tefillah, the Mikvah, the Erev Shemesh. Remember again, the purification piece, the Kara piece, is served in immersion in the Mikvah and sunbathing. The Rebbe says something amazing. He says, Halamelech Afilu Nafsho Mikame Lahavah. The Rebbe said that word called Kara is the future-oriented process. The future-oriented process. Let's say, even if you think about this, we talked about the imagery. The easier imagery to appreciate is Erev Shemesh, right? What does Erev Shemesh represent? Right? What's Erev Shemesh? Setting of the sun. What is the setting of the sun going to represent? We think about it. It's going to represent new day. New day. Right? The past day chapter starting. So the Rebbe said the concept of Tefillah and Erev Shemesh represents what he calls Tikkun Nafsho Tzedek Halalava. That is the purification process. That's the part of Shuvah. That's Tefillah. That's the part of Kara. That's future oriented. I was Tameh as I enter into this new day. That Tefillah behind me is a new chapter. There's a new chapter of my intention. The Rebbe said as follows. He's going to focus once more on the concept of impure. So I understand that to rid myself of physical impurity, I have to go into a mikvah. Remember again, it's not as simple as it is the same process to go ahead and do physical salah. You're going through the same process to do spiritual shuvah. So again, if I'm tamei, I need erev shemesh, I need mikvah. The Rebbe says that refers to the future-oriented part of shuvah. So erev shemesh, I understand, old day is over, new day is ahead of me, new chapter. What about a person who's future mikvah? The Rebbe says it's a simple interpretation. Yashkia Eshkol Mehadas Shitinu Beremes Hara Harofeses Be'aretz Midas. So in general, water, right? Because of the place we need water, this is a midas that is connected. Right? Why do we take that water is only necessary? Very important. Right? One is about a virgin water, the other salvation as a whole. The last time primordial substance. Water, right?
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod. Don't go in bed.
That water is also Torah. That just like water sustains, so Torah sustains. He says, in physical impurity, you go into water, right? You wrap yourself in water. In the spiritual impurity, Shabbat, what's the tefillah? The immersion is not in water for Shabbat. The immersion is in that which is like water. The person immerses and develops themselves. And the other one that he says, Torah is literally is invented. Even Shuvah Pelas, S-E-O, that Torah dictates the what should he do? Mashir the base right? Yes, right, get to afterwards. The first step is bring him to the base measures. Why? Because it's Torah. Right? Psychology. Psychology. Sometimes guys lie. Sometimes sin is just an escape. Sometimes sin is this one seems serve for the people who Torah by different so physical Torah, goes from verse and thing from water. And spiritual process of Shabbat, process of Shabbat. By water, I'm going to immerse myself in Torah. Because I said, God Torah, also not a boy, Jehovah for patient, for feels the not so, I love I love the Levantos, Torah and not Torah also protects. Sakina aber other Israel,
and you can't fall asleep, 'cause he'll go balls deep on a card coming Saturday night. It's big brown, big brown, big brown breakdown coming to your town. He's big and he's brown, the big brown break. Some of that was good. One more. But I like to do it's so chin. It's all gravy at this point.
Let's talk about the future. That's the past at some point in time. But right now, let's just focus on now, not what was, but what will be. So how do you go and plan for that future? Well, again, in physical, so how do you I need to go back to the primordial substance of peace, right? I need to restart myself, right? That's what was part of the previous chapter. That I need to go home. Hey, Shabbat. Shabbat. How does that work? Shabbat. Shabbat. Shabbat is Torah. Now, what is this? So it's like, again, I'm gonna go out right. I like Torah. Right?
What's up, babies? It's 27th of Nisan, 5786, Tuesday, April 14th. No one really knows for sure Elevate, Eludivre, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the Masorah we live by. We've been doing this bitch for 109 days, so tomorrow we have to listen to the thing, to the timeline. Alright. Here's a mouse. Here's a mouse. Here's a mouse. There's a trail. Really? Uh-huh. Here's a mouse. Here's a mouse. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526, 3526. 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Mouse. Mouse. Mouse.
I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. I don't want to engage in the same behavior. I don't want to make the same mistakes. Immersing oneself in the Torah is that it builds that effect. Right? Ultimately, again, a few people, right? It goes ahead and actually bolsters and strengthens the person in dramatic ways. There's 1,000% assurance that I'm never going to see.
Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 13 days, which is 1 week and 6 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Stella. Is that the plan? Who knows? Are we gonna watch the thing again? Yeah. So I thought this was supposed to be you teaching Kabbalah. You wrote a really long, like, article about how you're like the greatest Kabbalist of all time or whatever, and then you just watch a YouTube video. Well, kids, I want to make sure that we absorb this. Really? Yeah. And I'm trying to go viral. I need this time. Oh, you mean the time that you spend fucking playing mini games doesn't necessarily take over? I'm doing what I can. We study some things, and I really want to get this down. If I have to listen to it 5 times, I'll listen to it 5 times. All the way through. Really? Yeah. Fuck is this shit? Alright, anything else that we've got to do? I don't think so. Go viral. Are you gonna really be able to write for the Times of Israel? No, my friends would be like, "What? What? Who?" I'd be like, I know. It's like, wild. I mean, like,
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah
It's like when Susan in Seinfeld is asked to write sign a prenup. She's like, yeah, I can get the papers. I'll sign them.
Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel under the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, first and foremost, I just really want to thank everyone for taking the time to join me on this journey through Jewish mysticism. This is some of the weirdest stuff. I mean, it's sort of like ancient science fiction. And so I really appreciate folks taking the time to join me as we begin to explore some of this vast and I think really, really amazing and beautiful and very controversial literature. So that said, again, also just really stoked that some of the really awesome people, I mean, it's like scholars like Ashley Four. It's really, thank you so much. Ashley is a amazing scholar of Marxism who I really admire a lot. So having folks in the room that are so smart and just willing to take the time to listen to me, I guess, I'm just really humbled by that. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in the email, the term garden here is from pardes, right, which is this big word in Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down into a garden. In Jewish mysticism, we don't typically go up, which is a little unusual, right? We typically think of mysticism as going up towards God or whatever that is up there. But typically in Jewish mysticism, we go down. We descend into things. And so the sort of lobby of the world of the mystical is this pardes, this garden. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter this garden together. And I will say that in traditional Jewish lore, especially found in the Talmud and through the Middle Ages, this is considered to be a relatively dangerous journey. In the very famous story, as you may know, in the Babylonian Talmud, in Tractate Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out alive, basically, right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one, Rabbi Akiva, emerged. And so we'll talk about that really famous story here in just a couple of weeks. So Jewish mysticism is, on the one hand, I think, an incredibly intriguing domain of study, but it also has always had an undercurrent of danger. And we'll see some of that undercurrent of danger as we get into it as well. So, what kind of class is this going to be? How are we going to approach this material? Well, I wear my
methodology on my sleeve. I am a historical materialist. When I approach this material, I try to approach it from a historically minded, material understanding of history. And what that means is that I try to locate historical ideas and persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment in which they emerge. And I don't try to do sort of general mystical ideas about what this stuff might mean. You have to do that on your own time because I don't have the mental capacity to tell you what half this stuff means. I can tell you what got written down, by whom and why, and maybe something about the world in which it got produced. But what it might mean for your spirituality, for instance, is something that might just be, frankly, completely beyond me. But what we'll be looking at through the course of this class is a kind of guided tour of the major concepts, the major texts, the major history and personalities that go into Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get out of this class as we work through it is, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are very intimidating. And part of what I hope to do is give you confidence and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that. Right? So you could pick up a copy of the Zohar or the Sefer Yetzirah or other major historical Jewish mystical texts, and that you could feel confident that you could dive into them. Now, sink or swim, that's probably up to you, but you can at least feel the confidence to make the dive. So what I'm not going to do, and what my aim isn't in this class, is I can't make you a Kabbalist. Right? I'm not a Kabbalist. I don't identify as a Kabbalist. And so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it works like that. Like it takes a rabbi to make a rabbi. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. And I ain't no rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might very well prove to be incredibly positive in your spiritual life and your spiritual development. And if that's the case, that's fantastic. But I don't want anyone to have the idea that what I'm going to be teaching is how to do Jewish mysticism. Because I don't know how to do Jewish mysticism, or if I did, I would be doing that in a different class, maybe. So we're going to be studying it again from a historical, academic perspective, as opposed from studying it as trying to be mystics. So we're not going to be doing much in the way of meditating on Hebrew letters to measure the body of God, which was a thing in Jewish mysticism. We'll talk about it. Yeah, they measured the body of God. God has really long fingers, which are really creepy. So we'll get to that, this kind of mysticism later. So what do I mean by mysticism? This is a word that is really difficult to pin down. It's one of these words like religion or magic, where scholars and academics have no real consensus about what this word means. So I'm just going to throw out a really stipulative definition of what I'm going to mean by mystical in this class. And you're certainly going to hear the fact that I come from a philosophical background. And so coming from a philosophical background, I think about mysticism largely in a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, right? So, and in addition to that, right, it's also the traditions that accrue, right, because of those kinds of experiences. Now, and by the way, the word tradition, right, I'm kind of punning on it in Hebrew, right? The word Kabbalah actually means received, and it has a sense of tradition, right? So I'm kind of punning a little bit on what this word mysticism. When I say non-rational, what I want you to hear is not irrational, right? It's not like mystics can just say whatever they want. They can't do that. They're inside of traditions. They're inside of cultural contexts. They're inside of religious settings. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things.
Coffee and Kabbalah.
Sometimes mystics are
Coffee and
somehow
Kabbalah,
crazy or
coffee.
something like that. And that's not the case. In fact, many mystics in many traditions are incredibly systematic in how they go about doing their mysticism. Think of Hildegard of Bingen, the great German Christian mystic. But when I say non-rational, what I do mean here is that they're not going to be giving us arguments. A mystic's not going to tell you A, then B, then C, therefore you should deduce D. And they're not going to be saying something like, I did an experiment, and from my experiment, my induction is a 75% certainty that blah, blah, blah, blah. They're not doing any of that. They're having visions, they're having experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences or the way that those experiences have transformed them personally. So when I say non-rational, I want you to hear neither irrational nor rational. Non-rational. Something in between. Something in between. I should also say just a little bit out of the gate about the distinction here to be made between Jewish mysticism more generally and Kabbalah more specifically. We now, in the sort of sloppy vernacular that we use the term Kabbalah to describe all of Jewish mysticism. It's a bit of a mistake. The Kabbalah, right, is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th century. Now, 13th century of the Common Era, mostly in southern France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but we got to get there. And the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like Tikkun Olam, which is a Kabbalistic idea, the reparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, contraction into which God sort of shrinks God's self to project the universe or the cosmos, those ideas don't come out of whole cloth, and we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get there. But get there, we will. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism, and there are other Jewish mysticisms that also existed prior to the Kabbalah, right? So there are other forms of Jewish mysticism that existed prior, although many of those prior forms of mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So this is part of the reason why it gets a bit confusing. So, suffice to say, Israelite or Jewish mysticism extends probably back before history. What I mean by history, of course, here is just the history of writing, when the ancient Israelites began to write things down. And as we'll see in a moment, some of the earliest texts that have been recovered in Israelite literature are, interestingly enough, both composed by women and also both composed by mystic women. So we'll get to those in just a minute. But I think this is a weird thing that, for whatever reason, doesn't get enough press, that some of the earliest Israelite literature is by women mystics. So why that doesn't get enough press is nostalgic. But, right, it's true. If you're curious what you're seeing on the screen here on the left-hand side, this is an image of an amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called Ketef Hinnom. And what you're looking at is the earliest recovered archaeological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you've ever wondered what the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible looks like, it's this. These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably can see that this is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead, probably. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this, and it's actually on both sides, and it's tiny. The little amulet's probably about that big, and the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They are very old Paleo Hebrew letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about an Israelite form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing. We'll talk about it more in just a moment. And the other, of course, I'm sure, as many folks know, is prophecy. which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to in turn speak on the behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek. So core to ancient Israelite religion, like many ancient religions, was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people and communicated to people. Now, typically, when gods speak to people, that is non-rational, right? That's not rational. It's not rational, right? It's not like you can make a logical, deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets are often taken seriously and sometimes killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social vocation. So Yahweh talked to people, and those people said what Yahweh told them. And this is really important in two distinct ways. One way this is really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is, Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like, I don't know, mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mob boss comes down and says, you know, you could get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money. We'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone and I'll protect you, right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured a lot like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writer of the Torah, at least certain sections of the Torah, are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats had to be literate, and one of the things diplomats would have known, Israel was almost always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Assyrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God would have made a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a God and not another country, which means that you're subservient fundamentally to some other being and not the king of Babylon or whatever. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israelites, but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, contracts are always involved you getting things out of the deal. Well, the Israelites vowed that they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vows that if they do that, they will get the land, right? They will have the land, and a land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest, right? And the idea is they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. This didn't happen for lots of reasons. There are lots of things that broke down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelite community where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Navi, right, prophets, Naviim. These prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It was almost always negative. The prophet, you never invite a prophet to a party. It will ruin any party you invite them to because they'll mostly spend all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelite and other ancient Near East literature, are widely attested. A prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is cuneiform script on that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. And what you would do, if you wanted to figure out the will of the gods, is that you kill an animal, typically a sheep, and you would take out their liver, obviously, and you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth, but they sometimes have all kinds of markings and things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in Old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die, whatever. And so there have been, by the way, hundreds of these recovered from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was widely attested. I should also just note here that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is, very few prophets predicted the future. That was a different job. Those were diviners. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets attempt to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. One time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future. In the ancient world, that is a different job. We now think of prophets as predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people, right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God, Yahweh. We think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahu there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was minted as part of the satrap of Yehud during the Persian period. And also we have a winged throne chariot that this is sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in the book of Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. I don't know, how many people have seen this image before? Show of hands or things like this. Some folks have seen it. I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted. But clearly here on the coinage is Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack. I really appreciate that. Yahweh does not skip out day. So God appearing, right? God appearing is a relatively common motif in ancient religions. In fact, many ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the God to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the God appear to you. And so, what's interesting about the Israelite theophany, God appearing, is that sometimes the Israelite writers like to depict their image of Yahweh as a kind of divine monarch, sort of like a king sitting on a throne. Very common image, and if you have the chance to read the section in Isaiah, the theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get, is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is that the ancient Israelites had developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God. They thought of their God as incorporeal and as invisible. And in other texts, most famously the text of the theophany to Moses, Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you'll die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy it does say you saw me face to face. whatever. The Bible has all kinds of editorial problems. And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites, but always occluded somehow. One of the main depictions in the book of Exodus is God is hidden in the Arafel, which means something like the gloom or the darkness. And there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God itself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate. On the one hand, they want to be able to claim, our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us the law. And this is our contract. We have a contract with God, and that's what makes us special, a chosen people. And on the other hand, they're like, yeah, our God's invisible. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have a body. Doesn't live in a place. God's a God of everything. And so God often also appears quasi-invisible as well. The main accounts that we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three, right, or four actually. We have the theophany of Abraham, or Abram at that time, right? His name hadn't been changed yet. Where God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me and do what I said, right? Move out of Ur of Canaan, and move to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't learn a lot about God in that instance. The other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses, both in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. The voice comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate, unlike perhaps other nearby religions. Although I will say the two most important theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially the Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But the one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up for you, right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drinking partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, they would say quaking in their boots. The text says they are quaking, like literally, they are shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature, is that the experience of the divine is terrifying. We have the word awesome, right? But notice how we say all full of all, the word gets negative. All full is bad, but all some is good. Some all is okay. Like a rainbow, a lot of all is bad. It's all full. But when God appears to you, when Yahweh appears to the Israelite prophets, it is a terrifying experience. We even have the records of their bodies physically shaking, sweating. They lose the ability to speak, things like that. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call an Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious practitioner, an ecstatic expert, primarily found in Siberia. And this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context and applied more generally, I'm a bit skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in a kind of a rough and ready way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert, or the shaman, is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh. And from that visitation, they're able to extract certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much in the same way that traditional shamans will often travel to the spirit world in order to cure people, it seems like something analogous is happening with some forms of Israelite prophecy, where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious and social terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire community. So again, this is where using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think that the term does track at least in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah and the prophets Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Hebrew Bible, probably actually represents an experience. I wish just to say that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah probably did experience some kind of mystical event, and they recorded that event, and it is that recording of it is found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, Ezekiel is especially interesting in this regard because if you've read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is really unusual as a person. He seems to do really extreme things like lie in the street naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? We don't know. I mean, again, it's not for me to pathologize Ezekiel or to diagnose him because I have the ability neither. But from the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some other kinds of mental health concerns, what we would say now, which is also interesting because it shows that what is insanity in one culture is prophecy in another, right? That a shaman functioning in one culture, right, is completely normal, but you take them out of that and put them into capitalism where they can't work, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's just interesting to notice how these things can shift enormously through time. It's also worth noting here that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and basically Isaiah says, "I'm going to die." And he says, "I'm finished." Like, I'm going to die. And he doesn't die, and then he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called Merkabah literature, or chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, but the time after that, this was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, Merkabah mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you should always keep in mind, right? This is how Yahweh is depicted, as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, Merkabah mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elite would descend into the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet with various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, even I did it up, right? They're not going up, they're going down in the mystical Yord Day. They go down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God, which I know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God. We'll look at that literature. And in some cases, they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So if you ever want to be transformed into an angel, all you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. No big whoop. No big whoop. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we will get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, Merkabah mysticism, not Kabbalah. Different kind of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. So as I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. We do have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Nefertiti that does exist from the ancient Egyptian world, but it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for a host of reasons, and I'm happy to talk more about that later if folks are interested, for whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It probably had to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in the temple structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have a lot of ancient Egyptian religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best adaptation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world more generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main temple, the main library of Ashurbanipal. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the Library of Ancient Alexandria, but over in Iraq. It has tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because unlike burning libraries down now, right, because the books tend to burn, that's bad. If you burn down an ancient cuneiform library, right, those texts are all preserved on clay tablets. And burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, it probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal. It's in the British Library because they're great at stealing things. And so what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what they would do is that individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets, and then those clay tablets would be stored in the library of Ashurbanipal. So we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by one person. Isaiah is at least written by 3 people, right? At 3 different times with 3 different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know of as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material culture in ancient Assyria is also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel isn't special. Now, I know that some of us were raised with this chosen people stuff, but the ancient Israelites were ancient Near Eastern people. And they did what other ancient Near Eastern people did. Sorry, not sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy. We'll get to Israelite prophecy in just a minute. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the Dougie. I don't know. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to get them into it got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the god had to tell them, and a scribe would write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, among the Maya people. The Maya would they would pierce their tongue or their genitals, and they would pull string with barbs on it through their tongue or genitals in order to make themselves in a great deal of pain. That blood would be gathered into a pot, and then the paper with the blood soaked would be burned, and the burning smoke, Maya kings would see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably, so whipping themselves in order to use perhaps the endorphins or the serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to find out. So at any rate, self-harm was also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelite laws, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of the dead. So it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you've ever heard things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of laws. Although also there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be buried in a Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. I don't know where these weird things get started, but that's a thing people say, and they're wrong. We also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. And we also, what's I think really important that doesn't get talked about enough, is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Specifically, the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to another third gender called Asinu. And these Asinu prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they could be converted and converted back on the command of the goddess. And while you were converted to this Asinu gender, this third gender, you would be serving the goddess Ishtar probably in a ritual sex working job in the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature is pretty scant. But I think what's interesting, again, from a material history and a gender studies study of this, is that the only attestation we have of a certain third gender with its own kind of grammar. The grammar here actually means womb person, but womb person is in the masculine gender ending in Akkadian. So clearly, womb is associated with female people, whereas the word here is Asinu. They're clearly making it a gender bending category. And you can have your gender typically men. I don't know if there's any cases of women being assigned to be Asinu, but men prophets could be shifted to the Asinu gender. So if you're curious about that, FYI, there's a great study of that by the SBL called Prophets Male and Female. I can put it in the chat later. That is the most extensive study of this the role of gender and the Asinu gender in ancient Near East prophecy. We only know of one Canaanite non-Israelite prophet, and that is Balaam, son of Beor, who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster. The wall was plastered, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language. I think it's Moabite. And so he must have existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him, and he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Bible as well. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts survive. If they existed, which they very well did, they very well likely did, they didn't survive. The reason for that might be that they were written down on papyrus and simply didn't get copied because of the eventual supremacy of the Israelites in Yahwism. It could just be that they haven't been discovered yet. but we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, leaving behind a literary record. Unlike, I should mention this text that is on the screen here. This is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts. This is called The Descent of Ishtar. This is a tale where Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar going into the underworld and ultimately becoming trapped there.